My name is Chen Mu. At this moment, I am in Yangqing, China, under a sky covered by dark clouds. Thunder roared in the dark clouds, lightning streaked across the sky, and heavy rain poured down. I was lying in an alley in the old city that was about to be demolished, with the word demolition written all over it. The rain slapped my face, stinging me. I suddenly opened my eyes, instinctively got up, and asked in surprise, "Huh? Fuck, where is this?" As soon as I finished speaking, a sharp pain came without warning, and my head felt like it was going to split apart. How could I, Chen Mu, a writer of suspenseful crime novels, end up in such a situation? The murder of the whole family, the investigators who broke into the house, the DNA identification, the fingerprint matching, the experience in the detention center, the signing and signing to be transferred to the detention center, and the crazy act of escaping the prison were pieced together in my mind like fragments of information running on lanterns, and finally formed a clear memory picture. I was reborn and traveled through time. I became the murderer of a family massacre and managed to escape from the detention center for more than 48 hours. After the headache subsided, my brain crashed after I digested these memories. In my previous life, I was a criminal police officer. When I was interrogating a scumbag, I turned off the surveillance and used the great memory recovery technique because of the other party's sarcasm and provocation, but I failed and caused his sudden death. For this, I paid a heavy price. Not only did I lose my job, but I was also imprisoned for 3 years. After being released from prison, I embarked on the path of an online writer and became a leader in the criminal investigation suspense category. However, at the celebration banquet for the film and television adaptation of the novel, I drank too much and fell down. When I woke up, I was in this strange alley. I must be dreaming, yes, dreaming. In the heavy rain, I kept rubbing my face, trying to wake myself up from this dream. I knew the seriousness of the murder case, and I knew the consequences of escaping the prison even more. But no matter how hard I tried, the memory in my mind not only did not disappear, but became even deeper. No, the original owner is not the murderer. This is unjust, and he confessed under torture. Suddenly, after confirming that it was not a dream and that I was reborn in the body of a guy with the same name and profession, my eyes widened suddenly as the original owner's memories merged with mine. On the day of the crime, the original owner was at home all day thinking about the plot. He had not gone out in recent days and had no alibi at all. The reason why I fell into this unprovoked disaster was that the plot of the suspense novel I wrote was exactly the same as the murder case in reality. On the night of the release of the plot, the tragedy happened in Yangqing. A day later, when I was stuck, the police investigators came to my house and took me away. At first I didn't think much about it, thinking that I could go home after going through the process, until I saw the comparison results of the fingerprints and hair left at the crime scene. At that moment, my world collapsed. I couldn't wash myself clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After that, I refused to plead guilty and suffered endless torture. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore and confessed. When the memory reaches this point, ding, the God-level escape system is loading, ding, the God-level escape system has been loaded successfully, ding, the God-level escape system has officially started, ding, the God-level escape system is issuing novice rewards, ding, please draw the novice reward within 1 hour, it will be invalid after the time limit, the reward content is a random God-level skill. In the heavy rain, this series of cold mechanical sounds rang in my mind, and I was stunned again. System. Novice rewards. God-level skills. As an online writer, I am not unfamiliar with these. Isn't this the standard configuration of rebirth and time travel in novels? After experiencing the bizarre things before, I no longer find these incredible. And I understand that without the help of external plugins, I can't escape the arrest of the police, let alone clear the suspicion. How do I extract it? I asked hurriedly, despite being soaked all over by the wind and rain. The next second, a virtual roulette wheel with a faint blue light appeared in front of me. It was obviously a lottery roulette wheel, but there were no markings on the squares on the wheel. Do you want to extract now? The cold electronic mechanical voice sounded again. Yes, extract. I said in a choked voice. As soon as the words fell, the finger pad on the roulette wheel began to spin, and after spinning for an unknown number of times, it slowly stopped. Finally, the pointer stopped at a grid, and then 5 words appeared, God-level makeup technique. Ding, the novice reward has been drawn. Congratulations on obtaining the God-level makeup skill. Before I could recover from my God-level makeup skills, the mechanical sound continued. Ding, God-level escape system officially releases mission. Main quest, continue the online novel that was previously suspended due to arrest. Side quest, find the real culprit in the Yangqing family murder case within 1 month. Main quest requirements, update in a relatively realistic way, show the escape experience to the public. The update interval should not exceed 7 days, and each update must ensure that the experience content occurs within 3 days, including 3 days, i.e. 72 hours. Side quest requirements, do not leave Yangqing before completing the quest. Special reminder, if you fail to find the real murderer within 1 month, or leave Yangqing before completing the side quest, it will be considered a mission failure. Warm reminder, if the update is not updated for more than 7 days, or the update content does not meet the standards, the main task will fail directly after 3 times. I was dumbfounded when I heard this. I could understand the 1-month deadline to find the real murderer and clear his name. But what on earth was the main mission? To update the novel with realistic descriptions of the escape experience. And each time it had to be about the last 3 days. Wasn't this a blatant provocation to the Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment? Thinking of this, I, who was an investigator in my previous life, became nervous. I know the consequences of such crazy behavior better than anyone else. What are the consequences of mission failure? I asked. If the main mission fails, everything the system has given you will be taken back, and the system will self-destruct. The side quest has failed, and the host will be arrested and there will be no chance of overturning the verdict. Given the serious nature of the case, he will be sentenced to death, the system replied coldly. So no matter which mission I fail, I will be doomed. At this time, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Reminder, since the host has not updated the work for a long time, please resume updating within 24 hours, and update the escape content to the last 3 days, so as to officially start the main task. What the hell? Updates will be restored within 24 hours, and the content of the escape in the last 3 days must be updated. Damn. Are you crazy? Listening to the sirens coming from all directions, my scalp tingled and my whole body trembled. In this situation, I don't even have time to escape, and I still have to update the novel. But I know in my heart that I have no choice under the system warning and prompt. I wiped the rain off my face and looked around. I knew it was not advisable to stay here for long, so I ran out of the alley in the heavy rain, dragging my heavy body. As soon as I turned out of the alley, I saw a police car whizzing past. Despite the heavy rain, the public security officers still set up checkpoints in the rain. All passing vehicles had to stop and show their ID cards and open the trunk for inspection. The dragnet had already been formed. Seeing the situation ahead, I breathed hard and broke into a sweat. My past life experience told me what such a large police presence meant. What a sin, what a sin! I whispered with gritted teeth. I didn't dare to stop. I took advantage of the blind spot of the checkpoint personnel and hurriedly turned into the nearest rental housing area. Sure enough, there are wanted posters of me posted everywhere, and the reward is as high as 100,000. I glanced at the balconies of the rental houses around me and saw a balcony where women's clothes were hung to dry. I immediately had a target in mind. There was no rush to resume updating the novel. After all, there were 24 hours left, but I had to put on makeup and disguise myself, otherwise I would be unable to move. Judging from the fact that no one was in the house because the clothes had not been put away, and considering the time, it was still early before get-off work ended, it seemed that there was a time difference that could be used. The nearby rental buildings are old, and most of the entrances and exits have no access control. In the wind and rain, I couldn't see the residents coming in and out, which brought me convenience. I quickly went to the outside of the unit I locked onto and easily opened the door with the steel wire left on my body. The house was pink, warm, and girlish, clean and tidy, and should be occupied by a young woman living alone. I looked around the corners and items in the house warily, and after confirming that there were no surveillance cameras installed, I breathed a sigh of relief. I took off my shoes and entered the boudoir. The dressing table in front of the bed was filled with all kinds of cosmetics. I sat down quickly, took a tissue to wipe the rain off my face, and closed my eyes. The next second, God-level makeup technique ran in my mind, and makeup information and technical essentials flooded into my brain and merged with my 10-finger joints. I exhaled a breath of foul air, opened my eyes and quickly fiddled with the bottles and jars on the dressing table. More than half an hour later, a completely different face appeared in the mirror. Although there were some flaws due to the rush of time, at least it was a complete change. While solving the makeup problem, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of a bag on the single cartoon sofa by the wall, with Kerastase Menswear printed on it. This discovery made my eyes light up. I had changed my clothes during the escape, but they were already ragged and soaked from the rain. I walked over, picked it up and opened it. Inside was a new set of men's clothes with the tags still on. It was probably a gift for my boyfriend. I quickly took it out and put it on. Although this was like a thief breaking into a house, I couldn't care less at the moment. Looking at the brand new outfit and the disguised appearance, I felt relieved. But when I was about to leave, the computer desk in the corner at the end of the bed made me stop. The computer screen was on, as if it was downloading a large game. This scene made me feel entangled. Should I solve the main task of the system on the spot, or should I withdraw quickly to find another opportunity to write? I was in a dilemma. The main reason was that I had no money, and I might not be able to use the computer in a black internet cafe. Moreover, black internet cafes were the focus of police inspections, so they were definitely not a safe choice. After much hesitation, I looked at the time. It was 4:07 p.m. Thinking it was still a little early to get off work and the wind and rain outside were still getting worse, I gritted my teeth and decided to sit in front of the computer. I used the mouse to return to the main menu, right-clicked to create a new document, and immediately started typing at an extremely fast speed. As an online writer, I never thought that my fictional content would be reflected in reality, let alone the unexpected disaster of being killed because of it. Yes, during the hiatus, I was taken away by the Public Security Bureau for investigation. I thought it was a routine procedure. I firmly believe that a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear, but I didn't expect that I could not clear myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Next, let me continue the unfinished story. No, it is a real story about my experiences after being wrongfully arrested and my life on the run. The sound of the keyboard clacking was crisp and continuous in the narrow boudoir. In order to meet the deadline, and because the narrative style did not require much imagination, my typing speed reached an unprecedented breakthrough. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The investigators dared not even breathe, and the leaders looked livid. It's been more than 48 hours. Do you know what this means? This means that social panic is intensifying. It means that all media will focus on this incident. It means that our Yangqing Public Security Bureau will be questioned by the people and the higher-ups. A suspect who escaped from Yangqing Detention Center has not been arrested even after mobilizing the entire city's police force for more than 48 hours. How can the Public Security Bureau explain this to the people and their superiors? The leader sitting in the main seat slammed the table and shouted, and everyone below was silent. The escape of the prisoner was already extremely serious, let alone the murderer of the family annihilation case. This was destined to be the worst situation in the history of Yangqing. Zhou Sun, as the investigator of the June 21st family massacre case, you should be aware of the social impact of this prison break. A murderer of a family massacre case roaming around in society has not only caused panic in Yangqing, but also poses a major potential threat to society. If he commits another crime, the consequences will be disastrous. By then, not only will I be unable to cover it up, but the entire Yangqing Public Security Bureau will be labeled a good-for-nothing, waiting to be purged amid public outrage and resentment. The top leader slammed the table again. After scanning everyone, his gaze returned to the investigation team leader Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun, give me some time. How long will it take to arrest the fugitive? 5 days. Zhou Sun raised his hand to smooth his messy long hair, his eyes firm and his voice deep. No, I can't give you that. The incident happened more than 48 hours ago, so I can only give you a maximum of 72 hours. If we can't arrest the fugitive during this period, our superiors will definitely intervene, which will redefine the capabilities of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. For this reason, I have issued a military order to the city government before the meeting, and the fugitive must be arrested within 72 hours, said the head of the Public Security Bureau in a stern voice. Okay. Zhou Sun's face trembled slightly, and he nodded with gritted teeth. Old Li. The leader looked at his deputy. Director Yen. Deputy Director Li, who was in charge of the investigation of the June 21st family massacre case, responded quickly. You will be in charge of the task of arresting the fugitive Chen Mu. No matter what, at any cost, Chen Mu must be brought to justice within 72 hours. The top leader gave a strict order. Yes, Director Yen, I understand. After hurriedly explaining the relevant matters, the top leader left the meeting. Deputy Director Li and his team of leaders and members of the investigation detachment rushed to the dispatch hall. At this time, all the large screens in the dispatch hall were on, and the pictures showed multiple blocks in Yangqing City. Have you found anything? Deputy Director Li Hongwei asked solemnly, staring at the electronic screen. Director Li, no, all surveillance cameras didn't capture any trace of him, not even any suspected trace, a police officer responded quickly. Zhou Sun, you said he is still in Yangqing City, right? Li Hongwei turned and looked at Zhou Sun. Yes, he must still be in the urban area of Yangqing. According to the time of his escape, the police response and the control nodes throughout the city, as well as the surveillance location where he last appeared, under such a tight net, he is definitely still in the urban area. Zhou Sun said. Okay, then according to what you said, he was in the city. How do you explain that? For a full 48 hours, there was no report from the public, no surveillance footage, and more than 1,000 police officers spread across every corner of the city, but there was no trace of him. Could a living person have evaporated out of thin air? Li Hongwei said in a deep voice. Don't forget that he is a novelist, and a writer of suspense and mystery novels at that. His thinking is different from that of ordinary people, especially his meticulousness. People like him, even if they have not received professional training, are able to have a certain anti-reconnaissance awareness by consulting a large amount of information to assist in writing. Zhou Sun said, stroking his long hair. So what you mean? Li Hongwei frowned. The surveillance coverage rate in Yangqing City is only about 70% at present. He must be in the remaining 30% that is not covered by surveillance. Zhou Sun said, so what I mean is to immediately mobilize police forces to focus on the 30% to 40% that are not covered by surveillance. Send a detailed plan to my office right away. Deputy Director Li Hongwei said. Yes. Zhou Sun nodded, and quickly returned to the office area of the investigation detachment with his men. He orally gave his men the search plan and asked them to put it into text and send it to Li Hongwei's office. Captain Zhou, is there really a chance in 72 hours? After hesitating for a while, an investigator couldn't help but ask Zhou Sun, who was leaning on the desk with his fingers on his temple. Zhou Sun ignored him and turned to another investigator, saying, Go, get me the file on the June 21st family massacre, right now. Yes, Captain Zhou. After the investigator assigned to retrieve the files left, another investigator nearby quickly asked, Captain Zhou, what did you think of? Why did he run towards the city after escaping from the detention center? Zhou Sun asked. This question made the expressions of several investigators suddenly freeze. Although the detention center reported to the municipal bureau immediately and coordinated a large-scale manhunt, based on the circumstances at the time, he had two chances to change his escape route to other cities or the countryside, but he did not do so and resolutely chose the city. What does this show? You don't think he is running away because the most dangerous place is the safest place, right? Zhou Sun said. Captain Zhou, what do you mean? Asked an investigator. Anyone with a brain knows that escaping in a densely monitored urban area is a dead end. As a meticulous and well-reasoned online writer, doesn't he know the risks of hiding in the urban area? Zhou Sun said again. Captain Zhou, do you mean that his purpose of fleeing to Yangqing City is not simply to escape? A female investigator in charge of clerical work exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, in a female boudoir in a building in the rental housing area, the crackling sound of keyboard tapping stopped. I spent a little over an hour writing more than 7,000 words, from being taken away, the experience in the detention center, to being transferred to the detention center, to how to escape from the detention center. Knowing that I didn't have much time, I hurriedly logged into the novel publishing platform website. I was worried that the novel would be removed from the shelves and my account would be banned because of the murder case, but I didn't expect to log in smoothly. Without much time to think, I quickly pasted the copied document content and pressed publish. After nearly 2 months of inactivity, I updated my work again. Ding, main quest successfully updated, reward points 10, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Bonus points. The sudden notification sound confused me, but I knew that this was not the time to be distracted. I cleared the computer login traces and restored the interface, then left in a hurry, taking an umbrella from the house before leaving. As soon as I reached the first floor entrance, 2 young policemen wearing raincoats came towards me. Perhaps it was because of guilty conscience, even though I was a criminal policeman in my previous life, my heart tightened for a moment. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" Under the eaves of the entrance, the policeman looked at me and took out a photo, and it was me in the photo. "Isn't this the wanted criminal?" I pretended to be surprised and then said, "No, I haven't seen him." If I had seen him, I would have called the police right away. Hearing this, the 2 policemen nodded without thinking too much. "Be careful when going in and out. If you find this person, call the police immediately." "Yes, I understand. Fighting against criminals is everyone's responsibility, and cooperating with the police to eliminate harm is our duty as citizens," I said. "Okay, get busy." The 2 policemen smiled slightly, walked around me and went to the stairs. I let out a long breath and walked quickly across the street in the wind and rain, holding an umbrella. In the stairwell of the rental building behind me, suddenly, one of the policemen who had stopped me earlier stopped abruptly. "Wrong." "What's wrong?" another policeman asked hurriedly. "That man just now." "How?" It was a windy and rainy day, and a grown man was wearing makeup and clothes that were obviously too small. Is this normal? Also, how many ordinary people would be so calm and composed when they heard about the citywide manhunt for wanted criminals? And they even said that cooperating with the police to eliminate harm is a citizen's duty, the policeman said nervously. Fuck. The next second, the 2 policemen turned around and rushed down. But the outside was already empty. What should we do? Should we report the situation to our superiors? A policeman moved his throat and looked at his companions. He doesn't match the fugitive in the photo. He shouldn't be the wanted criminal. After all, no matter how much makeup he puts on, he can't change his appearance. Yes, impossible. Another police officer choked and shook his head, but from the tone and paragraph of his words, it can be seen that it was more like self-consolation. After all, there were too many abnormalities on the men just now. On the internet, Tomato Novel Network. When the novel that was once a hit and sought after by millions of readers but had been off the shelves for nearly 2 months due to special reasons reappeared on readers' bookshelves, countless readers were shocked and clicked on it, and they were all excited in an instant. Fuck, the author escaped from prison. Didn't they say that the author got so obsessed with writing books that he committed a murder in real life that was exactly the same as the one in the novel, and he's been arrested? Is this an update on the life on the run after escaping from prison? Has Tomato gone mad? How dare you release this book? And still allow it to continue to be updated and serialized? Awesome, crass. This is the first time in the world that a fugitive has used narrative to update his life on the run after escaping from prison. Regardless of whether it is an injustice or not, this is clearly a naked provocation to the entire public security system and the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. If the plot of escaping from the detention center is not fictional, then this is undoubtedly a textbook prison break. Torture. Forced confession. That's a bit too much. What era is this? Dude upstairs, haha, you are still too naive. Comments, 99+. Chapter review 99+. Book review 99+. When, I'm really not a criminal, which had been off the shelves for 2 months, resumed updates. It immediately spread like wildfire and attracted countless readers to read it. All the major novel-related forums, social media, etc. Suddenly, everyone started spreading the relevant information like crazy. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. What? An investigator after listening to the phone call. He jumped up from his office chair with a pale face and shouted in shock. What's wrong? Zhou Sun, the captain of the investigation team who had just received the file of the June 21st family massacre case, paused as if to open the file. Feeling uneasy suddenly, he turned around to look over. Captain Joe. The novel, I'm Really Not a Criminal, has resumed its serialization. The investigator who had just answered the phone said in a trembling voice. What? Jo Sun hasn't responded yet. The other investigators were so frightened that they lost control of their voices. Nothing else. The author of I'm Really Not a Criminal is the murderer of the June 21st family massacre, Chen Mu, whose pen name is Chen Mu. However, after the June 21st family massacre occurred nearly 2 months ago, with the arrest of Chen Mu, considering the impact, the novel has been removed from the entire network, including Chen Mu's author account has been banned. So, why did the series suddenly resume updating? Wasn't that novel already taken down, and the author's account banned? How come it suddenly resumed? An investigator immediately asked in surprise. Yes, but the fact is that the book, I'm Not a Criminal, has reappeared on Tomato Novel Network. Not only that, it is said that the updated content is in the form of a narrative about the protagonist's experiences after being taken away by the Public Security Bureau because of the June 21st family massacre, as well as the whole process of how he escaped from the detention center. As soon as these words came out, the hairs of all the members of the reconnaissance team stood on end. His pupils widened in disbelief. Open that novel right now. Reconnaissance Captain Jo Sun shouted with rapid breathing and waving his fingers. Yes, Captain Joe. Don't dare to hesitate. The civilian investigator quickly began typing on the keyboard. Soon I came to the page of Tomato's novel, I'm Really Not a Criminal. It says it was updated 37 minutes ago. At the same time the investigator clicked on the latest chapter. Captain Jo Sun has already rushed over. The rest of the investigators also gathered around to read the updated content. Until I was taken back to the interrogation room of the police station, I still didn't know what happened. Until they mentioned the family murder case. But at that time, I still faced their so-called interrogation with the mentality of, a person of integrity has nothing to fear from his shadow. But soon, I found something wrong. They seemed to have determined that I was the murderer of the family annihilation case. They asked me to provide an alibi, but I couldn't. After all, as a solitary online writer who rarely goes out, it is unrealistic to provide an alibi without any surveillance at home. Then, I saw the sneer on the face of the interrogator. I think I will never forget the look on his face when he looked toward the upper corner of the interrogation room, because that became the beginning of my nightmare. I went through 72 hours of high-pressure interrogation, inhuman torture that cannot be described in words. My body, mind, and spirit were completely broken down, and the only thing that supported me was a sense of unwillingness. Yes, unwillingness, because I didn't do it, because I am innocent. But what I never expected was that after I had survived that period of suffering, 2 reports were placed in front of me. One was the result of the DNA biological sample identification at the crime scene, and the other was the result of the fingerprint comparison left at the crime scene. They all matched my DNA and fingerprints. Looking at the 2 appraisal reports, I was devastated. I said that I had never been to the crime scene, and even before I was taken back to the police station, I didn't know that someone had created a replica of the murder case based on the content of my online article. But these excuses have become pale and meaningless sophistry in the face of the appraisal results. At that moment, faced with the so-called conclusive evidence, I knew the sky had fallen. Later, I was transferred to Yongqing No. 1 Detention Center. From the moment I was transferred to the detention center, I had the idea of escaping from prison. Yes. I must escape from prison, otherwise what awaits me will be a predetermined death. I am unwilling to die in vain and become an innocent soul under the capital punishment. So, from the moment I entered the detention center, I began to pay attention to everything around me, paying attention to all the resources and conditions that could provide me with a chance to escape. When it came to the 25th day in the detention center, nearly a month of constant planning and preparation gave me the opportunity. I will define that day as the day of my rebirth. Listening to the sirens whistling past my ears, I seemed to no longer be panicking. I don't expect the high and mighty Yongqing Public Security Bureau to be able to see through everything and clear my name. I only know that since I have fallen into this situation, I might as well make the rest of my life even more miserable. So, at the fork in the road less than 2 kilometers away from Yongqing No. 1 Detention Center, between the options of fleeing to other cities or fleeing to the city, I chose the latter. I know that this choice will infinitely increase the risk factor of my escape journey, but compared to being a panicked and embarrassed stray dog, I would rather take the initiative to declare war on the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. I'm in downtown Yangqing. Come and catch me. The latest chapter of 7 or 8,000 words with various detailed descriptions of the events comes to an abrupt end here. The investigators were seen gritting their teeth in rage. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It really wasn't a ghostwriter, but that bastard wrote it himself. He actually dared to resume updating the novel when the whole city was wanted, and presented all his experiences. This is a provocation to us, a naked provocation. The evidence is irrefutable. All clues point to him. The fingerprint and DNA test results are irrefutable. How dare he cry out that he is innocent now? Captain Joe, is he trying to confuse us? To make us focus all our attention on the urban area of Yangqing, and to lure the tiger away from the mountain to leave more space for his next escape. A group of investigators shouted angrily one after another. Check the IP address he used to log into the author's backend, and immediately contact the Tomato Novel platform and ask them to remove this novel from the shelves immediately. Ignore the angry words ringing in your ears. Zhou Sun scolded sternly. Then stand up straight. Taiatu, Xiaojing, Atai. Captain Zhou. The 3 investigators who were called responded quickly. Immediately take people to the vicinity of the June 21st murder scene and stake out. Investigation team leader Zhou Sun ordered. Captain Zhou, what are you going to do? He will go to the scene of the June 21st incident, he will. A fierce look flashed in Zhou Sun's eyes. But after that fierce look, there was a flash of struggle. Yes, Captain Zhou. Although I don't understand why Captain Zhou Sun came to such a conclusion. But the reconnaissance team members quickly turned around and left in a hurry. Captain Zhou, are you starting to waver on the results of the previous investigation? An old detective who was much older than Zhou Sun frowned and whispered in Zhou Sun's ear. Old Lin, you know, I have always disagreed with the premature conclusion of the June 21st case. But Director Li ignored my opinion and insisted on closing the case quickly. Zhou Sun said. When did you start to waver? Lin Guodong, who has entered middle age, raised his eyebrows and whispered again. Ever since he withstood the memory recovery technique used by those bastards to shut down the surveillance camera in the interrogation room. Zhou Sun said. Once this novel is published, his self-narrated experience in the interrogation room will inevitably put the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and our investigation detachment in the spotlight. How do you plan to deal with it? Asked the old detective Lin Guodong. The confession of a prison escapee is not likely to cause much waves for the time being. Even if it is true, the higher-ups will cover it up. Zhou Sun narrowed his eyes. But if this is really a false accusation? Lin Guodong couldn't continue. When Zhou Sun heard this, his face couldn't stop shaking violently. Obviously. If this assumption is true, it will be a disaster for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the investigation detachment, and even Zhou Sun himself. Maybe God has pity on the workers. The wind and rain that lasted the entire afternoon came to an abrupt end around 6:30 in the evening. As the lights come on, Chen Mu did not choose to flee aimlessly. Instead, he made a shocking decision that the Public Security Bureau would never have imagined. That is to return to your own residence. He knew that there would definitely be plainclothes police officers staking out his residence at this moment. But he also believes that the truth that it is darkest under the lamp is eternal. Based on his experience as a criminal police in his previous life and his understanding of the people inside the Public Security Bureau, he knew that the security guards waiting at his residence were just following procedures. No one would think that he would dare to return to his old nest while on the run. Just as he thought. Outside the community, the plainclothes officers scattered around in groups of 2 or 3 would occasionally glance around. But it is not difficult to see from the other party's body language and expression that he does not take it particularly seriously. Chen Mu, who already knew what was going on at this point, walked towards the gate of the community with his back slightly hunched. When I walked past those plainclothes police officers, they just glanced at me briefly and then looked away. After all, everyone has already imprinted the wanted criminal Chen Mu's appearance in their minds. because there are many residents entering and leaving the community gate at this time. Chen Mu's new face, at this time, did not attract much attention from the community security guards. That's all. I entered my unit smoothly and without any obstruction. However, he did not go directly to the 16th floor where his house was located in the elevator. Instead, go up to the 21st floor first. Then take the fire escape to the balcony door of the house. When he bought this house, he was somewhat disgusted by the fact that it had two doors, that is, in addition to the main door, there was also a side door on the balcony leading to the fire escape. However, he never expected that the double doors attached to the double fire escapes would provide him with convenience. It's still that iron wire. With a click, he slipped into the house. He dared not turn on the light and entered the bedroom with ease. In the faint moonlight shining through the window. Quickly opened the safe in the closet. When I touched the tens of thousands of dollars in spare cash, I felt relieved for no reason. At least this will make the rest of his escape journey much easier. After taking the cash out of the safe, Chen Mu slowly searched for a few sets of clothes in the closet in the dark, and under his obsessive-compulsive disorder, he folded them several times and put them into his backpack. I have money and clothes. All that's missing is a computer to update. I am not a criminal. But when he walked into the study and tried to take the notebook away, when he found the desk was empty, he realized that the police must have taken his computer away for investigation. However, the telescope set up in front of the window, which should not have been left behind by the police, was still there. The moment I saw the telescope, Chen Mu's face suddenly shook and he showed signs of struggling. This telescope. But it brought him unexpected trouble. Nothing else. Because the direction this telescope is looking at is exactly the direction of the crime scene of the June 21st murder. This also became a factor in the Public Security Bureau's determination that he was the real murderer of the June 21st case. Even though he explained from beginning to end that it was just a coincidence and that he had never used a telescope to observe the lives of the victims. But his words at the time were obviously pale, empty, and unconvincing. He suppressed the anger rising from deep within his heart due to the injustice. Chen Mu stood in front of the telescope again. He knew very well that if he wanted to clear his name, he had to clear himself from the June 21st family massacre, otherwise everything would be in vain. Therefore, the June 21st family massacre has become an obstacle that he cannot avoid. However, just as he was about to take another good look at the detailed location of the crime scene after being taken there in handcuffs and shackles to identify the crime scene last time, but I saw several private cars parked motionless outside the yard. If you look carefully, those private cars formed a double-team situation in several directions of the yard. Perhaps ordinary people may overlook these details. But for Chen Mu, who was a criminal policeman in his previous life, he knew this was definitely a police surveillance. In particular, a faint light appeared from one of the cars from time to time, which further confirmed Chen Mu's idea. Next second, Chen Mu unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting. Do you think I will go to the crime scene of the June 21st incident? So, even you guys on the investigation side think that I might be innocent? Do you think I will find a way to clear myself of suspicion? Chen Mu sneered and muttered to himself. Then he said to himself, if that's the case, let's have some fun. It's impossible to expect you to clear my name. It depends on whether you catch me first or I prove my innocence first. The words fell. Chen Mu quickly disassembled the telescope and put it behind his back. Then, without further delay, he left in a hurry along the same route he came from. It's still the same as when I came back. Neither the community security nor the plainclothes officers noticed that Chen Mu had disguised himself. After all, no one would think that a wanted criminal being hunted by the whole city would be so arrogant as to swagger back to his residence. Leave the community. Chen Mu walked all the way to a nearby commercial street. First, he swept up a large pile of various cosmetics, false beards, wigs, etc. Then I went to an electronics store and bought a cell phone and a laptop. As for mobile phone cards and other things, there is no rush. After everything is ready, enter the restroom of the mall with a backpack. When you come out again, it's a different face. Then he walked slowly into a high-end coffee shop. The main reason was that he believed that no matter how strict the investigation by the Public Security Bureau was, they would not come to such a place and ask all the people to show their ID cards for inspection without any obvious clues. After finding a random location, Chen Mu, who wanted a cup of coffee, took out his notebook. He didn't wear a baseball cap or sunglasses, let alone a mask. Chen Mu, with a petty bourgeois look, typed on his laptop with confidence. Back to my escape. On September 29, after the Public Security Bureau continued to increase its police force, there were obviously more checkpoints on the road than yesterday. After avoiding the sight of a wave of motorcycle patrols, I plunged into the old city area where demolition work was about to begin, but I never expected that it would be a dead end. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Captain Joe, Tomato Novel said that they couldn't remove the book, I'm really not a criminal, due to technical reasons. In addition, they repeatedly emphasized that the novel and the author account named Chen Mu were not released by them. Suman, a sweet-looking female investigator with a ponytail, who is in charge of data technology, hurried into the office of Captain Joe Sun. What the hell? Can't be taken off the shelves. Are they kidding me? Joe Sun threw away the instant noodles he had just taken 2 bites of and jumped up from his office chair. They don't dare to deal with us perfunctorily on this matter, and there is no need for them to play Tai Chi with us, so it is highly likely that hackers have invaded Tomato Novel Network and made some tricks in the background. For this reason, Tomato Novel Network said that they will solve the relevant problems as quickly as possible and remove and ban the novel and the author's account. Suman said. Damn it. Could it be that there are those so-called hackers behind him? Knowing what a bad influence the novel would have, Joe Sun slammed his fist down on the desk. But Joe Sun didn't have time to think about that at the moment. Have you found out the IP address that the other party used to log into the author backend of Tomato Novel Network? It's locked. It's in the rental area next to the old city's demolition zone, in the rental house number 503, 5th floor, number 176, Mima Street. Suman responded repeatedly. Notify Eru to prepare the car. Joe Sun grabbed the instant noodle bucket and took a big mouthful of instant noodles. He didn't even bother to wipe his greasy mouth and walked out quickly. Captain Joe, can you take me with you? I want to go out with you too. He didn't obey the order and run out to notify the police to prepare the car, Suman said anxiously. No, just do your job as a technical expert. You don't need to get involved in field work. Joe Sun refused without thinking. Captain Joe, it's my job that I want to go out with you. After all, the other party might leave some clues or traces about electronic data. We can start tracking them down as quickly as possible. Suman said hurriedly without giving up. Joe Sun couldn't help but raise his eyes slightly when he heard that. Captain Joe, give me a chance. I also want to catch that bastard quickly. Seeing Joe Sun's hesitation, Suman struck while the iron was hot. This won't happen again. Facing Suman's eager and hopeful eyes. Thinking that the fugitive Chen Mu had most likely already escaped, Joe Sun finally gave in. Thank you, Captain Joe. There's no need for Eru to prepare a car. I'll be your driver right now. The ponytailed policewoman turned around happily and trotted out quickly. Soon. A private jeep with a civilian license plate drove out of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, rushing towards the old town. After half an hour of speeding along the way, the jeep stopped at the entrance of the alley on Mima Street in the rental housing area of the old city. Then, under the guidance of Suman, the group went up to room 503 on the 5th floor of number 176 Mima Street. No need for Joe Sun to explain. The 2 investigators took out their guns. Knock on the door on high alert. Who is it? A female voice with an irritable tone came from inside. Street guys, conduct a census, said an investigator. The woman in the house, who seemed not to be very vigilant, opened the door when she heard the voice. Little did I know what would happen in the next second. The 2 detectives rushed into the house quickly in a fighting stance with pistols in hand. The instinct was to check all the possible hiding places in the house. However, this scene also frightened the young resident, and his face turned pale and he began to tremble. After a short moment, when I saw the 2 investigators shaking their heads at me, Zhou Sun then took out his ID and showed it to the young tenant. Zhou Sun, from the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. Are you the police? See the ID card in Zhou Sun's hand. The woman's tense nerves of fear visibly relaxed. Right. Without waiting for Zhou Sun to continue, Chu Yuer cried hurriedly, you came at the right time, I was just about to call the police. Call the police. These two words made Zhou Sun and the others nervous again. How? A thief broke into my house. The clothes I bought for my brother were stolen, and the cosmetics on my dressing table were also used. I don't know which bastard it was. I spent 2 months' salary to buy cosmetics that I was reluctant to use, but half of them were stolen. When talking about the fact that half of the cosmetics she bought with 2 months' salary were destroyed, Chu Yuer, who had just graduated from college, seemed a little crazy and collapsed. Can I borrow your computer? Didn't respond to the other party. As soon as she came in, she locked her eyes on the computer with the screen on in the corner of Chu Yuer's boudoir, and Suman found the right moment to speak. No, what are you doing here? Chu Yuer, who only realized it belatedly, said. A suspect that our police are looking for is suspected to have appeared nearby, so this is a routine inspection, please cooperate. Zhou Sun said. Ah. Suspect. Appearing near here? Is it the prison-escaped prisoner named Chen Mu? Chu Yuer exclaimed. We are the ones questioning you now, not you questioning us. I didn't waste so much time talking to the other party. After giving Suman a wink, Zhou Sun began to make routine inquiries. Tell me, what's your name? Chu Yuer. At the same time Zhou Sun started asking questions. Suman had entered the boudoir quietly. The other two investigators also conducted a trace search in the house. After a series of inquiries, having gained nothing, Zhou Sun no longer wanted to ask any more questions. The other party left home for work this morning. I didn't return to the rented house until half an hour ago. Apart from discovering that the clothes he bought for his younger brother were missing and that most of the expensive cosmetics he bought were taken away, there was no other valuable information. Captain Zhou, is the suspect you are talking about the Chen Mu who is currently wanted by the whole city? Captain Zhou, do you know the novel, I'm Not a Criminal, by Tomato? Is the author of that novel, Chen Mu, the wanted man in the city? He wrote in the novel that he was innocent and wrongly accused, and that he was tortured into confessing. Is that true? Find the right moment for Zhou Sun to pause. The young Chu Yuer asked one question after another out of great curiosity. It seemed as if he had no fear of the word, wanted criminal. Captain Zhou. At this time, Suman also walked out quickly from Chu Yuer's boudoir. Any results? Without paying any more attention to Chu Yuer, Zhou Sun asked hurriedly. Yes, it's him. Suman's pretty face trembled. Based on her previous inspection, she not only confirmed that Chen Mu updated and published the novel on that computer, but also confirmed that the chapter content with as many as 7,000 or 8,000 words was entirely coded on Chu Yuer's computer. In other words, that guy typed those words right under the nose of the police, so it's more recent. What a big heart this requires. What kind of provocation is this? Is it really Chen Mu? Listening to Suman's words, it's him. Chu Yuer seemed to have already determined what she was thinking, and immediately shouted excitedly. Yes. Excited. Instead of fear. The author of the best-selling novel was tortured into confessing, then escaped from the prison, making the police unable to find him even after digging 3 feet underground. He also re-updated his previous novel serials to update his escape experience, and the last paragraph of the latest chapter openly announced that he was in Yangqing, asking the Yangqing Public Security Bureau to arrest him. For this little girl who had just stepped out of the ivory tower and used her own, independent thinking, to analyze various information exposed on the internet and thus determined that the other party was definitely wronged, there was no doubt that he was a big shot that she admired, an absolute big shot. The most important thing is that according to the photos exposed on the internet, Chen Mu is still a handsome guy. This also made her forget for a moment that the people in front of her were police officers who were determined to arrest Chen Mu. I think you might want to go back to the police station with us. The investigator, who was extremely angry at Chu Yuer's reaction, said coldly. However, Chuyue immediately got angry when she heard this. No, why should I go back to the Public Security Bureau with you? Why? Assisting the police in their investigation is the duty of every citizen. What's more, the suspect the police are looking for has appeared in your home. Do you want to go back to the police station with us? Said the investigator. I am the victim now, and my family is in trouble. Thinking that the other party was Chenmu, Chuyue swallowed the thief that was about to come to her lips. Now it's me who has lost things and suffered property loss. And you want to investigate me? You even suspect that I am in the same group with the suspect you are looking for. Is this what you would do? You are making me believe Chenmu's self-narration about the so-called great memory recovery technique in the novel even more. Asshole. The investigator was furious. We won't wrongly accuse any good person, nor will we let any bad person go. Please go back to the Public Security Bureau to record a statement to assist in the investigation. Don't worry about any persecution. In addition, I think I need to warn you, the Chenmu you mentioned is now a prison escapee wanted by the whole city. You would rather believe the so-called self-narration of a prison escapee than believe the Public Security Bureau. Don't you think it's absurd? Joseon glanced at Chuyue indifferently. He turned around and strode out of the house. Suman and another investigator quickly followed. Captain Joe, that guy is too arrogant. Not only did he use that computer to publish the novel, but the content of the novel he updated was most likely coded on that computer. In other words, he sneaked into 503 under the noses of the police and coded the words under the noses of the police. This is clearly a blatant provocation to us. Walking down the stairwell, Suman said. Go, find the surrounding surveillance cameras that can cover the entrance and exit of this building. Chuyue said that half of her cosmetics were taken away by someone. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have used those cosmetics on his face to disguise himself. Joseon said. Yes, Captain Joe. Suman and another investigator Eru started to jog quickly. Visit the surrounding areas where there are surveillance cameras. Joseon opened the passenger seat of the jeep and sat in. Even at this point, it cannot be said that the confrontation with Chenmu has really begun. But the captain of the reconnaissance team had a very bad premonition. Because his intuition told him that Chenmu would most likely become the most difficult and toughest opponent he had faced since he joined the police. In the coffee shop in the pedestrian street mall. After a burst of keyboard tapping with 10 fingers. The latest content that was coded was about the time when he left the rental house 503 at number 176 Mima Street. However, the exact locations such as number 176 Mima Street and room 503 were fabricated by him. It's not that I don't dare to write. But I don't want to bring any shadow or trouble to the tenants there, especially the girl in room 503. As for why the update progress is pushed so close when the system allows the latest update content to be controlled within 3 days. It was purely the system's point reward mechanism that opened a new door for him. As long as you update your novel, as long as it is not spam, and as long as the updated content meets the system's criteria, you can get 10 points at a time, up to 10 points per day. 60 points can be used to exchange skills for one-time temporary skills. To some extent, this can be regarded as a life-saving trump card. There is no rush to release it immediately. After all, you can only get points reward once a day. In this case, if it is released now, 10 points will be wasted. I closed my notebook, put on my backpack, walked out of the cafe and disappeared into the bustling commercial street. An hour later. Based on the original owner's memory. The streets are filled with shrill sirens. Chenmu wandered around avoiding surveillance cameras and came to an old residential complex that had lost its property management due to various problems. Walk up to the 6th floor of a unit. Then he skillfully opened the door with a steel wire. As soon as you enter the house, you are immediately greeted by a pungent smell of sour and moldy food. Piles of takeout boxes and beverage bottles were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Chenmu couldn't help but sigh. Walk into the room quietly. On the bed, a man with a stubbled face, unkempt hair and extremely dirty face was lying in a deep sleep. On the computer table next to it, the computer screen was on, and the page was the game homepage of the gambling company. Yes. This is a gambler. A gambler who once made the original owner Chenmu heartbroken. As my best classmate in junior high school, although his grades were not very good, he still managed to get into undergraduate school in the college entrance examination. With his family's favorable conditions, his future should have been bright. However, everything changed because he got involved in online gambling in college. Not only did he fail to graduate, but his relatively affluent family also fell into ruin because of his online gambling. In less than 4 years, he lost more than 20 million. In order to save this only child in the family, his family spent all their money to fill the hole for him, all just so that he could turn over a new leaf and get back on track. However, in the world of gamblers, there is no such thing as stopping losses in time, all they have is the obsession to make a comeback. As a result, with the waves of debt collectors coming to their doorstep, his parents could no longer bear the blow and were almost angered to death. But even so, it couldn't make him turn back, and it still couldn't get him out of the quagmire of online gambling. As for the house he lives in now, if it weren't for various reasons that made it impossible to sell it, he would have sold it long ago for gambling money. As the other party's former best friend, Chenmu was naturally cheated out of more than 100,000 yuan by the other party at first because he didn't know that the other party had become a crazy gambler. Although it was a loan, after knowing the other party's actual situation, Chenmu knew that it was like throwing meat buns at a dog. But even though he was cheated out of hundreds of thousands of dollars, Chenmu still wanted to save the other party. He went to the other party's house again and again to persuade and do ideological work, hoping that the other party would turn over a new leaf and return to life. But in the end, it was all in vain. Looking at the beer bottles scattered in front of him, the cigarette butts on the ground, and the sleeping face that seemed to have lost its human appearance, Chenmu took a deep breath and shook his head. I immediately looked towards the computer desk and found the other person's ID card among a pile of cards. Old song, can you please lend me your ID card? Please forgive me for taking it without asking. I'm sorry. He whispered softly. Chenmu picked up the ID card, then left quickly without stopping and disappeared into the night. It has taken shape. I have an identity. Next, it's time to have some fun with the Yangqing Police. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Zhou Sun, the investigation team leader who had returned from my Ma Street first, was holding the June 21st case file and fell into deep thought. For the June 21st case, even if the evidence seems to be sufficient. But it has always been a thorn in his heart. He always felt that Chenmu's motive for committing the crime was not convincing enough. For this reason, he repeatedly delayed transferring the case to the procuratorate. But he had no choice but to be forced by Deputy Director Li Hongwei to transfer the case as soon as possible and close it as soon as possible because of the social impact, even though the evidence was relatively sufficient, so as to give an explanation to the people of Yangqing. As for the motive he proposed, it is questionable. Deputy Director Li Hongwei insisted that the other party was immersed in his novel and wanted to create a perfect crime case to show off his super high IQ, but he didn't expect to mess it up in the end. Zhou Sun certainly didn't think so. Even if Chenmu finally gave his confession after the memory restoration surgery in front of the conclusive evidence, and said that he wanted to commit a perfect crime, he still felt that it was a bit unreasonable. Nothing else. In Zhou Sun's career of handling cases, and in all the criminal materials he had come across, there had never been a similar situation, that is, using the means of annihilating an entire family to create a high IQ perfect case. This had never happened before at home or abroad. No matter how twisted the criminal's mentality was or how bad his attitude was, it was impossible for him to annihilate an entire family out of the motive of creating a perfect case. Another thing is that since the other party was aiming to create a perfect case, they must have made a foolproof plan. In this case, how could there be biological samples and fingerprints that can be tested for DNA left at the scene? If they accidentally left biological samples that can be tested for DNA, it is still reasonable, but what about fingerprints? It shouldn't be. Unfortunately, the higher the rank, the more powerful the person. At that time, this heinous and outrageous case of extermination of an entire family was being reported everywhere. Under the repeated orders of Deputy Director Li Hongwei, he could only make the report that Deputy Director Li wanted to see and sign his name on it. Originally, the thorn in my heart had begun to fade away, but I never expected that Chenmu not only escaped from the detention center, but also boldly updated his experience in the novel, and even claimed that he was wronged and confessed under torture. In this case, Jo Sun will not only have to catch the fugitive, but also have to re-examine the June 21st family massacre case once again. Captain Jo. As Jo Sun continued to flip through the files, Suman ran over in a hurry. Have you found the surveillance? Jo Sun asked immediately. Opposite number 176 Maima Street, there is a labor insurance store whose external surveillance camera captured some footage. However, due to the limited surveillance angle, the entrance and exit of the rental building at number 176 Maima Street could not be captured. However, a suspicious man did appear in the surveillance footage. Judging from his movements, he was likely to have come out of number 176 Maima Street. Speaking of, Suman quickly inserted the monitoring USB disk copied from the labor protection shop into the computer interface. As other investigators gathered around him, he quickly pressed play. In heavy rain, a man, whose jeans were too short and obviously didn't fit him well, was walking quickly across the street holding an umbrella. However, due to the umbrella and the angle of the surveillance camera, I couldn't see the other person's face at all. Is this the only clue? But there's nothing to be seen, said an investigator. No, there's more. Suman responded by sliding and clicking on the touchpad of her laptop. The scene changed. Two policemen wearing raincoats appeared in the camera and walked towards the rental house on Maima Street. Looking closely, the routes of the two policemen almost matched that of the men. The screen continues. Just a moment after the two policemen disappeared from the surveillance video, the men with the umbrella appeared. Is it possible that those two policemen have seen this man? An investigator immediately called out. This possibility is very high, Suman said. But this doesn't make sense. If we have seen him before, we should have conducted routine inspections or inquiries. If he is really the fugitive Chen Mu, how could he have slipped away right under the police's noses? The other party is most likely in disguise, Jo Sun said. Makeup and disguise. This is not the case. Captain Jo, he is a man, and his profession is an online writer. Can he disguise himself by putting on makeup? Whether it's possible or not, we'll know after we see what he looks like. Jo Sun looked at Suman and said, Go, Chu Yuer should still be taking notes, ask her to prove whether the pants the target man was wearing were missing from her home, and also ask if the umbrella is from her home. Yes, Captain Jo. Also, find the two policemen immediately and ask them whether they have met the man or communicated with him. If so, ask them to come to the investigation team immediately. Jo Sun said. Clear. Wait until several investigators dispersed. Jo Sun slowly frowned, muttering to himself. Where will you go? What will you do next? Are you going to flee, or are you going to investigate the June 21st case? But as soon as he finished speaking, his face immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. The throat began to move unconsciously. Because if the other party wants to investigate the June 21st case next, then it can be basically confirmed that the other party is innocent, and their Yangqing Public Security Bureau Investigation Brigade really handled a false case. When I think of the four words, false and wrongful conviction, I think of the impact of this incident and the serious consequences that will follow. Jo Sun began to sweat slightly on his back. However, at this time, whether it was the investigation team leader Jo Sun or others, I never thought that Chen Mu would walk into the hotel so brazenly. Judging from his appearance, he is 80% similar to Song Qingfei on his ID card. Successfully checked into the chain hotel's luxurious king-size room. Because the body belongs to the original owner. After more than 60 hours of sleepless escape and being caught in a heavy rain, the body had long reached the critical point of being unable to bear the strain. After taking a quick hot bath, to be on the safe side, she resisted the urge to sleep and made herself up to look like Song Qingfei. Only then did he fall asleep. Time is passing. When the city's wanted criminal was on the loose, it concerned the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, all police officers, and even the entire Yangqing population. Unlike Chen Mu, who was already fast asleep, the Yangqing Security Bureau is brightly lit. All personnel of the investigation detachment are on duty. Suman has confirmed through Chu Yuer that the umbrella belongs to her family, and the pair of jeans also looks like the ones she bought for her brother. With Chu Yuer's confirmation, The criminal investigation team has basically confirmed that the man is Chen Mu, the city's wanted criminal. In the office, the two policemen who had met Chen Mu were also called over. "Hey guys, did you see this guy near the Ma Street in the evening?" Pointing at the surveillance content on the computer screen, an investigator asked the two policemen. Although Chen Mu was holding an umbrella in the frozen picture, only his lower body could be seen. But the two policemen still recognized him at a glance. It was the guy who had met and talked to the two of them. In an instant, the nerves of both of them became tense. As members of the public security system, how could they not realize the problem? Although I can't see the front, judging by what he's wearing on the lower body, it should be him. Knowing the seriousness of the problem, the two policemen no longer dared to hide anything. "Did they question him at that time?" asked the investigator. No. At the time, there was nothing unusual about him, and his appearance was very different from the photo of the wanted criminal, so we didn't question him. "We just showed him the photo of the wanted criminal Chen Mu and asked him if he had seen him," said the policeman. "Tell me the details of what happened at that time." "At that time, we were preparing to enter the rental building at number 176 Ma Street for a home inspection. He happened to come out of the rental building at number 176 Ma Street, so we conducted routine questioning on him and took out a photo of the wanted criminal Chen Mu and asked him if he had seen him. He said no, and said that if he had seen him, he would definitely call the police. Later, when I reminded him to be more careful when going out and call the police as soon as he saw the other party, he said righteously that it is everyone's responsibility to crack down on criminals, and that cooperating with the police to eliminate harm is the obligation of every citizen. Then we let him go." The police officer swallowed. "I originally wanted to add that I chased after him after I went upstairs because I felt something was wrong, but when I thought about the possibility of being held accountable, I gave up the idea." "Do you have any impression of his appearance?" asked the investigator. "Have. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you two to provide me with his facial features for the portrait. Soon." Suman, a technical specialist of the reconnaissance detachment and an expert in portrait drawing, came over with a drawing board. "No, the nose should be higher. Eyebrows, make them thicker and longer. Smaller cheekbones. It's a bit similar, but not quite similar yet. Eyes need to be bigger. Yes, that's it." It took more than an hour. The portrait is out. If Chen Mu were here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Because the person in the portrait looks almost exactly like me after I put on makeup. "Are you sure it's like this?" Suman made a final inquiry. "Yes, sure, exactly the same," the two policemen said in unison. "Okay, thank you both for your hard work." Suman hurriedly stood up with the drawing board. He quickly entered the office of investigation team leader Zhou Sun. "Captain Zhou. What's going on?" "Well, I drew a portrait based on the facial information provided by the two policemen, and they finally confirmed that Chen Mu had disguised himself to look like this." Suman placed the portrait in front of Zhou Sun. Then he said, "Captain Zhou, do you think someone is helping him? Otherwise, as a male online writer, it is impossible for him to have such amazing makeup skills. This kind of makeup that is almost like disguise is definitely a top-notch makeup technique. Looking at the entire makeup industry, there are very few people who can do it, so I don't think Chen Mu has such a level of makeup skills. Let's put the question of whether there was someone helping him put on makeup for now. Right now, based on Chen Mu's departure route, we should check the surveillance cameras along the way. Also, send this portrait to various search units and ask them to initiate new patrols and visits based on the portrait. I believe that after he put on makeup and disguised himself, he would definitely relax a little, and he would probably not deliberately avoid surveillance anymore." Zhou Sun said. The captain of the investigation detachment, who took a photo of the portrait with his mobile phone while speaking, was not excited, but his brows furrowed. Since Chen Mu can use makeup to change his face, the existing facial information can only provide them with a short period of time, because there is no guarantee that the other party will change into a new face. In addition, we will relaunch surprise inspections on all hotels, internet cafes, bathing centers and other similar places. After a long and intensive escape, and now that he has a new face, I think he should take a good rest. Zhou Sun said again. Captain Zhou, if I were him, I would definitely use a new face to quickly escape Yangcheng. Although he wrote in the novel, "I'm really not a criminal," that he would not leave Yangqing, this is most likely a smokescreen to confuse our police. After all, I believe that there is no fugitive in the world who would dare to give up the opportunity to escape the encirclement when the whole city is wanted. This is unreasonable. Even if he is not the real murderer of the June 21st case, even if he wants to overturn his own case, the most urgent task must be to leave Yangqing first. Suman said. Whether he wants to leave Yangqing is one thing, and whether he can leave Yangqing is another. Currently, all entrances and exits leaving Yangqing are set up for inspection. Although he has a new face through makeup, how does he solve the identity problem? Once he is inspected, how will he deal with it? So choosing this critical juncture to try to escape the encirclement is definitely not a good choice. The risk is too great. Jo Sun said. Suman seemed to have other insights. But Jo Sun didn't give her a chance to speak again, and continued, "The 48 hours of golden arrest time have long passed, so we don't have much time left. Hurry up and inform them of what I said." "Yes, Captain Joe." Thinking that the information currently available would change over time, Suman did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly walked out of Jo Sun's office with the portrait. With Suman's departure, Jo Sun also sent the portrait he had taken with his cell phone to the investigators who were stationed near the scene of the June 21st case. Let the other party be alert to any suspicious faces appearing around them. Then he sat back down in his office chair, looking at the files on the desk. His frown deepened, because this seemingly perfectly closed file has brought more and more doubts to his heart. Judging from the means of committing the crime and the information revealed in the details of the crime, could this really be the work of a homebound online writer? However, if Chen Mu was really wronged, why were his fingerprints and biological remains found at the scene? If someone wanted to frame him, what was the reason? How did the other party get his fingerprints and biological samples? During the investigation phase after the June 21st incident, they also investigated Chen Mu's social relationships and found that Chen Mu had no grudges against anyone. Furthermore, if it wasn't Chen Mu who did it, then how do we explain the telescope that appeared in his study room? It was facing exactly the direction of the crime scene on June 21st. Was it really just a coincidence? Was it such a coincidence? More importantly, on the night of the incident, someone had seen a suspicious person, and later pointed out Chen Mu during the identification. In addition, based on the blurry figure left by the suspicious person under the surveillance camera, it was also highly consistent with Chen Mu. All of these things point to Chen Mu being the real murderer in the June 21st case. But at the same time, if Chen Mu is the real murderer, then there will be many unreasonable and far-fetched explanations. Invisibly, this has become the most conflicting case for Jo Sun in his police career, no doubt about it. After a while of thought, Jo Sun sat in front of the computer, opened the Tomato Novel Network, and found the book, "I'm Really Not a Criminal." He wanted to enter the world of novels written by Chen Mu, and wanted to peek into the other party's inner world through the other party's novels. Yangqing City. Hotel Werner. Officer, what are you doing?" As soon as I saw a large number of police officers coming in, the hotel receptionist came out quickly and asked nervously. "Routine check," said the leading police officer after showing relevant documents. "Routine inspection. Wasn't it checked in the afternoon?" The front desk staff looked confused. "Afternoon is afternoon, now is now." Speaking of, the leading police officer took out the portrait of Chen Mu in disguise and asked, "Have you seen this person?" "No." The receptionist took it and looked at it carefully, then immediately shook her head. Sure, with his handsome appearance, if he appeared before me, I would definitely stare at him a few more times. The only fun of us as receptionists is to look at handsome guys." The little girl shyly ventured to make a joke. The leading police officer was speechless and didn't bother to say anything further. With a wave of his hand, a group of police officers immediately ran upstairs and started checking all the rooms. 708. Chen Mu, who had just fallen asleep, was soon awakened by a hurried knock on the door. Chen Mu, awakened by the knock on the door, sat up straight. Obviously he had guessed the possibility of the police checking the room. But there was no panic. After taking a deep breath to calm yourself down. What a crappy hotel. Can't you let me sleep? Just as the police outside were about to break in the door, Chen Mu yelled and cursed. Then he put on the hotel's bathrobe and went to open the door. He yawned the moment he opened the door. Then, when he saw the police outside, he pretended to be surprised with great acting skills. Fuck, what's going on? Why did it take so long to open the door? Ignoring Chen Mu, the police officer outside asked as soon as they met. Comrade police officer, I'm sorry, I was sleeping and didn't hear you. Chen Mu said embarrassedly. What's your name? Where are you from? Are you living alone in this room? Asked a police officer. The other two police officers walked quickly into the room to check as usual. Song Jifei, from this city. I would like to have a girlfriend to live with me, but I haven't found one yet. Chen Mu responded repeatedly, not forgetting to make a joke. Can you please show me your ID card? Thank you, the police officer said, extending his hand. Ah, wait a moment. Chen Mu hurriedly turned back, took the ID card and handed it to the police officer. The other party first compared the ID card with Chen Mu. After finishing, I put it on the ID card checking machine and let it drip. After seeing that the information is correct, only then did he return it to Chen Mu. Then, the two colleagues shook their heads as if they had not discovered anything unusual. The police officer who was checking the room also nodded at Chen Mu. Excuse me. It's okay, it's my duty. Chen Mu smiled innocently. Watching several policemen leave, Chen Mu closed the door again and took a deep breath. Immediately, my brain started to work rapidly. As a former criminal policeman, he knew this very well. In a case like hunting down a wanted criminal, the police would definitely search the hotel. However, when he checked into the hotel, he happened to hear the cleaning lady discussing the police room inspection, and she mentioned that the police had come to check once in the afternoon. Since it was just checked in the afternoon, this incident undoubtedly reveals some abnormal information. Have you checked the rental house? Have you found the two policemen to ask about the encounter with me? Chen Mu murmured softly. He knew that the police would definitely find the IP address he used to log into the author's backend with his computer, and then find the rental house. In this case, based on the cosmetics she used in the rental house, she would naturally infer that she must have used makeup to disguise herself. Combined with her encounter with the two policemen and her discovery that the shop opposite the rental building was equipped with surveillance cameras, it can be seen that the scene of her walking with an umbrella at that time should have entered the police's field of vision. Therefore, after concluding that the person was himself, based on the description of the two policemen at the time, he had most likely drawn a portrait of himself in disguise. After they have a new portrait, they will definitely conduct a new round of surveillance and visits based on my last walking route under surveillance. It won't take long for them to find out that I have returned to my residence in the community. Then they will find that there are fewer clothes in my closet and the telescope in my study is missing. This will let them know that the police officers who were stationed around the June 21st crime scene have been exposed, and they will most likely withdraw their surveillance around the June 21st crime scene. In addition, according to the surveillance footage of me coming out of the community, I was tracked to the pedestrian street, and then I learned that I bought a lot of disguise items and then entered the coffee shop. Finally, after you lock onto another new face of mine in the cafe, the clues will be interrupted when I leave the cafe, and head to the blind spot of the surveillance outside. By then, everything will return to the starting point, haha. Talking to myself until the end. Chen Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. This was all planned by him from the beginning. Not only to compete with the Yangqing police, but also to let the police get into their own rhythm and gain time difference. Gain the time difference to return to the 6.21 crime scene. He was certain that the police would definitely withdraw their surveillance around the scene of the June 21st case tomorrow. This will be your best chance. Because once the police lose their clues at the coffee shop, they will realize that they have been tricked, and they will most likely turn their attention back to the crime scene of the June 21st case. As thoughts fly. This also made Chen Mu lose his sleepiness for a while as his brain was highly active. I just took out my notebook and started to save my drafts. Speaking of those two policemen. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become new clues for the police, because there are surveillance cameras installed outside the shop opposite the rental building, but based on the distance, they must not cover the entrance and exit of the rental building. And the police will use the IP address I used when I posted the chapter to locate the exact location where I posted the chapter. A burst of typing. This time, what Chen Mu wrote was more about predictive analysis of the police's subsequent series of actions. There is not much space about his own escape experience. That's why. I just want to try and see if this kind of content can earn system points rewards. After all, it wouldn't take much space just to describe the escape process. But if you can also earn points for analyzing police actions and behaviors, it will be different. This night. It's not just the police officers who are busy and nervous during the carpet search. In the brightly lit Yangqing Public Security Bureau building, almost all staff are on standby. The prison escapee Chen Mu has become a sword hanging over everyone's head. If it cannot be removed, I will never have a good sleep from now on. Surveillance tracking has been achieved. When the time came to early morning, a scream of joy broke out in the investigation detachment's case handling room. In an instant, all the investigators, including team leader Zhou Sun, rushed towards Suman. This is the Yujing Shijia community. When they saw the target person appear in the Yujing Shijia community that they had visited many times before, the investigators were dumbfounded. Chen Mu, is he running back to his residence? He went back to his residence in a swagger under the noses of plainclothes police officers stationed everywhere. Is the other party stupid or is he just confident? The answer is obviously not the former. Speed up the monitoring playback progress. Ignore the investigator's surprise. Captain Zhou Sun spoke quickly with rapid breathing. Yes, Captain Zhou. Suppressing the excitement after catching the clue, Suman quickly sped up the surveillance playback. Chen Mu, who appeared in the city's public surveillance footage at the outer square of Yujing Shijia community, was seen leisurely walking past those plainclothes police officers. Then he leisurely entered the gate of Yujing Shijia community. Finally disappeared from the screen. Everyone. Zhou Sun shouted with his nose curled. Captain Zhou. All the investigators responded in unison. All field personnel will leave for Yujing Shijia immediately. Suman will take the computer and continue to track and monitor him on the way to see if he has come out. Eru, contact them immediately to see which brother unit is currently around Yujing Shijia community. Have them seal off all entrances and exits of Yujing community as quickly as possible and conduct indiscriminate inspections of all people entering and leaving. Zhou Sun, not daring to waste time, quickly gave the order. Yes. Everyone immediately ran out excitedly. Outside the sheriff's department building. This time Zhou Sun drove the car himself. Sitting in the passenger seat was Suman. Suman stared at the surveillance video playback that was being accelerated and prayed in her heart, praying that the fugitive Chen Mu would not appear in the surveillance video again. However, before Zhou Sun could drive halfway across the distance, with a snap, Suman pressed the freeze button. Because the figure and face that one least wanted to see once again entered the surveillance video in a leaving posture. Captain Zhou, he left. According to the time, he was only in there for about 30 minutes. After confirming that the face was genuine, Suman bit her lip like a deflated ball. Are you sure? Zhou Sun was slightly stunned and asked in astonishment. Except for the change of clothes, the face, body shape, and steps are the same. Although the clarity is a little worse, it should be correct. Suman said. Whether he leaves or not, I have to go. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. The accelerator pedal was pressed further. Royal View family. Although I know that Chen Mu has most likely escaped from the community. But just to be on the safe side. Zhou Sun still asked police officers from other units to guard all entrances and exits of the community and strictly check all people entering and leaving. The property manager of the community, who had just rushed over from a nearby home after being informed by the property staff on duty, was caught off guard by the police response. Completely panicked. After all, he knew that there was an extremely brutal murderer among the owners of the community some time ago, and he had escaped from the detention center 2 days ago. Looking at the current situation, has the wanted criminal escaped back to their community again? Captain Zhou, what's going on? The property manager, who had known the investigation team leader Zhou Sun because of the June 21st case, hurriedly ran towards Zhou Sun. Have your people checked the surveillance footage from within the community right now? Zhou Sun, who was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party, said quickly. As he spoke, he took Su Men and walked quickly towards the community's monitoring room with ease. The property manager, realizing the problem, immediately ran to the monitoring room. Under the quick steps of Zhou Sun and Su Men. Soon, Su Men sat in front of the screen with the surveillance playback page opened. According to the time when Chen Mu entered the community, the footage of Chen Mu appearing inside the community was quickly retrieved. This is not the owner named Chen Mu. After seeing Su Men locking onto the target person while switching the surveillance screen, the property manager at the side was confused. And you know that we are looking for Chen Mu? Zhou Sun gave him a sidelong glance. No, apart from that crazy guy, who else is worthy of your police making such a big fuss? The property manager smiled awkwardly. Zhou Sun ignored him. At this time, Su Men hurriedly turned around and asked, Captain Zhou, how did he get to the 21st floor? 21st floor. Zhou Sun frowned immediately. In the picture, Chen Mu clearly pressed the elevator button for the 21st floor. Cut to the surveillance playback footage of the 21st floor. Zhou Sun said. Good. Su Men quickly switched to another screen to watch the surveillance video of the corridor on the 21st floor of her unit. After Chen Mu walked out of the elevator on the 21st floor, he suddenly turned towards the fire escape. In an instant, Zhou Sun's eyes widened as he thought of something. Manager Liu, I remember you mentioned before that this apartment building has 2 fire escapes, one from the odd-numbered floors to the even-numbered floors, and the other from the even-numbered floors to the odd-numbered floors, right? Oh, yes, that's how it was designed. Manager Liu was confused. Is there any surveillance camera in the fire escape? Zhou Sun asked. Well, there isn't any of that. As far as I know, almost all the communities in Yangqing don't have surveillance cameras installed in the fire escapes. Manager Liu explained hurriedly. After getting the answer, Zhou Sun didn't say anything more. Turning to Su Men, he said, Su Men, speed up the playback of the surveillance video to see how and when he left. Yes, Captain Zhou. After continuous operation, Su Men simultaneously stared at the surveillance playback footage of the corridor on the 21st floor, the elevator footage, and the footage after exiting the fire escape on the 1st floor. In that high multiple playback moment, with a snap, Su Men pressed the pause button. Chen Mu once again walked out of the fire escape on the 21st floor, and then took the elevator on the 21st floor down to the 1st floor. Looking at the time, from the time he disappeared from the surveillance to the time he reappeared in the surveillance, the whole process was about 30 minutes. Copy the surveillance content back. Patted Su Men on the shoulder. Zhou Sun walked out of the monitoring room quickly. After meeting up with the rest of the investigators, he quickly followed Chen Mu's route into the apartment building, took the elevator to the 21st floor, then entered the fire escape and walked to the 16th floor. Captain Zhou, what's going on? Outside the side door of the balcony of Chen Mu's residence on the 16th floor, an investigator asked in confusion. Chen Mu should have entered from here in the dark. Come on, open this door. Zhou Sun said, smoothing his messy long bangs. An investigator immediately took out a piece of wire and easily opened the balcony door. Unlike those scouts who were on guard, Zhou Sun took the lead and strode in. Snap. In addition to the previous arrest, Zhou Sun, who had come 1 or 2 times to investigate and collect evidence, turned on the light switch in the room with ease. Then, with his excellent memory, he first glanced around the hall with his sharp eyes. Nothing unusual was found. There is no difference from the last time I came here. The next moment, turned and walked towards the bedroom. I looked around as usual, but again found nothing of value. Then Zhou Sun stared at the wardrobe. Reach out and pull. Crash. There were several pieces of clothing missing from the room when I came here last time to search for evidence. You went through all this trouble and risked your life just to get a few clothes. Zhou Sun frowned and murmured. There is no doubt that this is absolutely unreasonable. Then he closed his eyes and recalled the scenes when he came here before. Suddenly. Open your eyes. Lock the safe built into the wardrobe. If I remember correctly. This safe was opened by their people last time, but there was nothing else except some documents and tens of thousands of dollars in cash. Think of this. Zhou Sun, who already had the answer in his mind, bent down. Because the safe had been cracked by technicians last time. So Zhou Sun just reached out and twisted it to open it. As expected. The documents and everything are still there. But the tens of thousands of dollars in cash seen last time have disappeared. Just at this moment. Captain Zhou, we've found something. The voices of other investigators were heard outside the master bedroom. Zhou Sun quickly got up and walked out. The study room is arranged in a figure 7 shape with the master bedroom. Seeing Zhou Sun coming out, the investigator inside said quickly, Captain Zhou, I remember there was a telescope here the last time I came here, but it's gone now. Hearing this, Zhou Sun suddenly looked in the direction where the telescope was previously set up. Really? Only the bracket is left. Next second, Zhou Sun's face suddenly changed. The direction that the telescope was looking at was exactly the direction of the crime scene of the 6.21 case. What does that mean? This means that Chen Mu has most likely discovered the investigator who was lurking at the crime scene through this telescope. Otherwise, if he just came back to get clothes and money, he wouldn't have stayed in there for so long. Think of this. Facing the investigator's words, Zhou Sun suppressed his raging anger and immediately lowered his voice. What did you say? The last time you came here, there was a telescope here. Yes, that's right. The young investigator didn't know why Zhou Sun had such a sudden change, and became nervous for a moment. Then when he looked at the other investigators, he found that their expressions had also become strange. Are you sure? Are you sure there was a telescope here when you came here last time? Zhou Sun asked with heavy breathing. Yes, sure, said the young investigator. Damn it. I could no longer suppress the anger in my heart. Zhou Sun shouted loudly. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Captain Zhou. Go to the evidence room right now and see if there is a telescope among the evidence in the June 21st case. Captain Zhou, this. Don't wait for the other person to speak. Zhou Sun shouted, stop talking nonsense, come over right now, don't hang up the phone, and tell me the result right away, quick. Oh, good Captain Zhou, please wait a moment. The sound of hurried jogging then came from Zhou Sun's speakerphone. Not long. Captain Zhou, no. These words made the investigators around Zhou Sun feel heavy-hearted. Zhou Sun hung up the phone without saying a word. Then he found the contact named Arteist in the call log and pressed the dial button. Captain Zhou. Didn't you take away the telescope from the residence of Chen Mu, the suspect in the June 21st case, as physical evidence? Zhou Sun asked. Swoosh. At this time, investigator A Tai, who was doing a stakeout near the crime scene of the June 21st case, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The scenes of the search of Chen Mu's residence that day quickly emerged from the depths of his memory. That day, after Captain Zhou Sun confirmed that the telescope in the study could observe the crime scene of the June 21st case, he asked him to take the telescope away to take photos and collect evidence. But just when he finished taking the photos and was about to take the telescope away, his girlfriend, who had been together for a long time and had been apart for a long time, called and broke up with him. She also said that she was ready to start a new relationship. This made him feel like he was struck by lightning and his mentality collapsed, because at that time he was ready to propose to her. After the call from his girlfriend, his mind went blank and his heart was in a mess. He just wanted to finish his current work quickly and then call her to save the situation. His brain was buzzing and in a mess, so he forgot to take the telescope away, or rather, he mistakenly thought that he had already taken it. Later, when I returned to the detachment, I hurriedly put a series of physical evidence into the physical evidence room, and my only thought was how to save the relationship that I cherished so much. But he couldn't resist his girlfriend's determination, and finally they broke up completely. It was precisely because of the breakup that his emotions were severely affected during that period, which led to many more irrational behaviors when he interrogated Chen Mu. Now Captain Zhou Sun asked me about the telescope. As those memories came flooding back, I suddenly remembered that he seemed to have really forgotten to take the telescope. This kind of mistake is undoubtedly extremely serious. Not to mention the City Bureau's investigation detachment, even at the grassroots level, it is extremely rare. Captain Joe, A tie trembled. In a way, this also provides an answer. This year is already your 4th year in the investigation team, and you actually made such a mistake. Is this how you do investigations? Do you know that it is because of this mistake that we will miss the opportunity to arrest Chen Mu? Zhou Sun shouted angrily, even swearing. Captain Zhou, you said I made a serious mistake. I admit it and I accept all punishments. But if you say that it caused us to miss the opportunity to capture that bastard, I won't accept it. Artaist said in a weak voice. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Mu will most likely return to the crime scene of the June 21st case, but now he has successfully sneaked back to his residence and taken the telescope away. If he really wants to return to the crime scene of the June 21st case, then after he returns to his residence and finds the telescope, he will definitely use the telescope to subconsciously observe the crime scene of the June 21st case. Once he observes, with his anti-reconnaissance awareness, do you think he will not find that you are squatting? In this way, will he return to the crime scene of the June 21st case? Zhou Sun scolded. Captain Zhou, I was wrong. Save this for your uncle. Zhou Sun said coldly, his emotions somewhat out of control. The investigators around him all trembled when they heard this. Since A Tai is the nephew of Deputy Director Li Hongwei, this matter has long been no secret. Notify Taito, Xiaozheng, and the others that they no longer need to wait and should return to their team. Since their intentions have been exposed, there is no point in wasting time and manpower. The clues of Chen Mu's appearance were interrupted again when he left Yijing Shijia community. The City Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment that night. As a result, everyone fell into sleeplessness. Based on Chen Mu's last appearance, all personnel in the investigation detachment launched a comprehensive urban surveillance playback investigation. Time is passing. Around 3 or 4 in the morning. New clues have just appeared. Captain Zhou, we found something. On the sofa in the office of the investigation detachment. Zhou Sun, who was lying on the sofa with his hands folded across his chest and his eyes closed, jumped up and pounced on the investigator when he heard this. Captain Zhou, that guy ran to the night market. The investigator who discovered Chen Mu appearing at the night market in the city surveillance playback was confused. Isn't he afraid of being stopped by patrolmen or police checking ID cards? The other investigators who had gathered around immediately followed up. His disguised face does not exist at all in the information database of the National Public Security System. In other words, this is a facial identity that has not been entered into the database. Once his ID card is checked, he will be exposed 100% and will be taken back to the police station for questioning and fingerprints and even DNA. This is tantamount to walking into a trap. What on earth is he thinking? Is he so bold? Or is he not aware of this problem at all, said another investigator. At this time, Suman spoke up, he doesn't seem to be unaware of the risk, nor is he daring. Look at the flow of people at the night market. It's impossible for the police to check everyone under such circumstances. He is an online writer who writes suspense detective novels and has achieved explosive results. He knows very well that as long as he behaves normally, the probability of being checked under such circumstances is very low. And judging from the surveillance footage, he has always maintained a relatively safe distance from the patrol officers, which is enough to show how cautious he is. Is that guy's mentality a little too strong? Another investigator asked. Stop talking nonsense and look at what he has done. Zhou Sun scolded. The police officers then stared at the surveillance screen. On the screen, Chen Mu was seen walking into a store selling cosmetics. After coming out, he walked into a jewelry store with a clear goal. Then enter a certain brand of electronic products store. Finally, we entered the commercial complex on the pedestrian street. The target person also disappeared. Captain Zhou, I'm afraid he has already bought a lot of cosmetics and accessories for disguise. I've been to the jewelry store he entered, and it sells wigs and the like. From this, it seems that he is planning to use disguise to fight our police. Suman raised her eyebrows. If he changes his disguise in the mall, it means that the facial information we have now will be invalid, said another investigator. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face darkened. What kind of criminal is this? When the other party is able to change faces frequently. For the police officers, this is no different from endlessly searching for a needle in a vast crowd. Go to this mall immediately and retrieve their mall surveillance. As long as he is inside, no matter how he disguises himself, we can find him. Joe Sun said. Captain Joe, it's 3 or 4 in the morning now. Also, if the other party really changes his face frequently, then several hours have passed since then. The surveillance coverage rate in Yongqing City is currently less than 70%. If he turns into places that are not covered by surveillance, then we will have to go back to the starting point. Suman bit her pink lips and said. Then what? We just do nothing. Wait for him to turn himself in. Zhou Sun shrugged it off coldly. Suman was speechless for a moment. As long as there are traces, we can find them. As long as he is still in Yongqing, we will find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Zhou Sun said sternly, go, no matter what time it is, immediately contact the person in charge of the mall and visit the stores where Chen Mu has appeared. No matter what they are doing now, immediately ask them to cooperate in retrieving the mall's surveillance. We have lost enough time and can't waste any more. Yes, Captain Joe. The sun rises in the east. Hotel Vinyl. Chen Mu has woken up from the bed. No matter how tired this body has been in the past few days. He couldn't sleep with his arms and legs open, as he was still thinking about the scene of the June 21st crime. After washing up, facing the early morning sunshine, left the hotel leisurely. There was no rush to the crime scene on June 21st. Instead, he took a taxi to the scene of the June 21st incident. As expected, we were stopped by police at checkpoints along the way and asked to see our ID cards. But after Chen Mu showed Song Qingfei's ID card, the police officer waved and let him go after confirming that there was no one hiding in the trunk. At a breakfast stall less than 2 kilometers away from the June 21st crime scene, Chen Mu sat down. I don't know when those good-for-nothings will be able to catch that devil. It's been 3 days. I heard that he escaped 3 days ago. That's right. No one is better than them at checking driver's licenses, drunk driving and helmets. The same goes for cracking down on prostitution. They catch everyone with one shot. But when it comes to catching those criminals, well, they haven't caught a single one in 3 days. I drove home last night. I was checked 6 times in a 10-kilometer journey. It took me an hour to get home. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. If they can't catch the escaped prisoner, then we ordinary people will be tormented by them endlessly, right? By the way, have you heard that before he committed the crime, wasn't he an online novelist? My daughter told me that after he escaped from the detention center, he started writing novels again, and he wrote about his escape process. I asked my daughter to find it for me last night, and it was really fucking exciting. I just don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, it would be really awesome. But he said that he was wronged. He was not the murderer of June 21st, someone framed him, and the Public Security Bureau's investigation team tortured him, and he confessed under torture. Yes, that's right. I also read the book, I'm Really Not a Criminal. Now I also think that he may not be the murderer. Otherwise, how could a madman who dared to challenge the Public Security Bureau and openly said in the novel that he would stay in Yongqing and let the Public Security Bureau arrest him not dare to admit that he was the murderer? I think it is very likely that he was tortured by those people in the Public Security Bureau to force him to confess. After all, this kind of thing is not new. Just a few months ago, the news broke that a college student was wrongly imprisoned for 15 years. Although he paid 1 or 2 million after being released, what good is a 1 or 2 million compensation for losing 15 years of youth? I'm sure they were wrongly accused, because until now I haven't heard anyone say that the family that died on June 21st had any grudges with that novel writer, otherwise it wouldn't have spread all over the city. Some people say that the guy was obsessed with writing novels and committed the crime. I think that's pure nonsense. After all, no matter how obsessed he was, he would never commit such a big crime. That's not being obsessed, but losing his humanity. Listening to the discussion of the masses, Chen Mu, who was standing aside, ate the fried dough sticks, soy milk and buns served by the breakfast stall owner without any emotion. He knew very well why those people had such thoughts or views. It's not because they have a high enough level of thinking and reasoning. It's purely because I want to review, I'm really not a criminal. In fact, he is still puzzled until now. Why did Tomato Novel Network allow I'm Really Not a Criminal to be removed from the shelves, and why didn't it ban Chenmu's author account? However, the only thing that can explain this situation is the system, this heaven-defying thing. I'm afraid the system has already intervened in the back-end server of Tomato Novel Network, making it impossible for the official Tomato Novel to take any delisting or banning action. Eat and drink enough. People around were still discussing various rumors about the June 21st case. The case, which had originally been settled, suddenly became the topic of conversation among the people of Yangqing again following his escape from prison. But they don't know. The jailbreak they were talking about was sitting next to them. Get up and pay the bill. Chenmu walked towards the scene of the June 21st case. Relying on the experience and awareness as a criminal police in the previous life. Along the way, we were observing whether the police had set up control centered on the crime scene of the June 21st case. To ensure that you don't fall. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the scene of the June 21st crime, Chenmu found a high point and scanned the surrounding environment of the June 21st case crime scene with the binoculars he carried with him. As you want. The investigators who were stationed nearby last night have disappeared. Not only that. The houses adjacent to the June 21st case were also locked and completely deserted. The weeds growing in the yard and the dust on the doors and windows undoubtedly showed the impact of the June 21st case on the surrounding residents. Apparently. After the June 21st incident happened, all the neighbors moved out and no one dared to live there anymore. 10 minutes later. Wearing a baseball cap and a beard, Chenmu cleverly avoided the few surveillance cameras along the way. With absolute caution, they arrived at the crime scene, which was not unfamiliar to them. At this time, the iron gate of the yard where the June 21st case occurred had already been locked. Chenmu took out a piece of wire and after some fiddling with it he opened it. Soon, in the desolate and chilling environment, we arrived in front of the 2.5-story Western-style building. Still using the wire, he effortlessly opened the door of the crime scene of the June 21st case and slipped in. Suddenly, an invisible and suffocating feeling came over me. However, for Chenmu, who was a criminal policeman in his previous life, this did not cause any abnormality. If this is really a remake of the crime scene in I'm Not a Criminal. So after entering the crime scene, the murderer's first target was the children's room. He first subdued the sleeping child, who was less than 6 years old, taped his mouth, and tied his hands and feet. Then I went to the elderly room and quickly sealed the old lady's mouth with sticky tape while she was sleeping. Then, I tied her hands and feet with electric wires the moment she woke up. Then he dragged the old man and the child to the master bedroom, first took away the mobile phone that the host and hostess had placed on the bedside table, then sat on the sofa in the corner of the master bedroom, and put the kitchen knife he had taken from the kitchen on the child's neck. As for the old man, he was kicked to the side of the host and hostess bed. The old man sobbing and struggling woke up the sleeping man and woman. The awakened man and woman subconsciously turned on the light and saw the child with a kitchen knife on his neck and the old man lying in front of the bed sobbing and struggling. The male owner instinctively asked in horror who the murderer was and what he wanted to do. The murderer's answer was that he wanted to test human nature and the greatness of paternal and maternal love, and threatened the hostess to tie up the host, otherwise he would cut the child's carotid artery with the kitchen knife in his hand. At the moment when the male owner shouted loudly, blood oozed from the child's neck. The male owner forgot his anger and fear and begged the murderer to give all the money and property in the house to the other party, but the murderer was unmoved and started the countdown. The panicked hostess had no choice but to do as the murderer asked. She tied up the unresisting host and taped the host's mouth tightly with the tape thrown by the murderer. After completing all this, the murderer began to pull the prelude to his inhumane madness. He asked the hostess to strangle the old lady who was sobbing and struggling on the ground with a bed sheet, under the euphemism of one life for another life. Either she strangled the old lady, or he cut the child's carotid artery. The mistress begged in vain, and in the end, she was so eager to protect her son that she strangled her mother-in-law in front of her husband and child. After that, As the hostess collapsed and knelt down to beg, the murderer threw another fruit knife from the kitchen in front of the hostess and ordered her to stab the host to death. As long as she completed this step, he would let her and her child go, otherwise her child's carotid artery would still be cut by the knife. In the desperate mood of collapse and not daring to call for help, fearing that the other party would kill the child, the murderer launched threats and inducements step by step, forcing the hostess to finally grab a fruit knife and stab her husband's heart. Watching her husband gradually lose his life with blood gushing out of his chest, the hostess's mind completely collapsed and became confused, but the devil's madness did not stop there. He took advantage of the fact that the hostess had killed her mother-in-law and husband one after another, and asked her how she would face the child who had witnessed her series of actions, how she would still live in the world, how she would let the child accept the fact that her mother had killed her father, and what kind of shadow she would bring to the child if she was still alive. Under the murderer's instigation, stimulation, and guidance, the hostess finally tied a bed sheet to the window grill, left a message saying, "Please let my child go," and chose to hang herself in a complete mental breakdown. In the end, the murderer used the quilt on the master bedroom bed to cover the child's mouth and nose and suffocated him to death. This is the content of I'm Really Not a Criminal. This is also the process of the crime that Chen Mu confessed. Because the Public Security Bureau was unable to analyze the crime process based on the information from the crime scene from beginning to end, they could only restore the case based on Chen Mu's I'm Really Not a Criminal, and finally used the great memory recovery technique to force Chen Mu to give a confession that was exactly the same as the content in the book. If there was no fingerprint, no lost hair, then this case will most likely become an unsolved case. Even if Tatsuki's novel, I'm Not a Criminal, contains the same contents as the crime scene, without fingerprints and hair, it is impossible to convict him. After all, it can be said that someone who has read the book copied the crime. Call. As the passage from I'm Not a Criminal came clearly to my mind, Chen Mu took a deep breath. Did you really restore the contents of the book one-to-one? Muttered to himself. Chen Mu looked in the direction of the children's room and strode over. Looking at the empty room, Chen Mu closed his eyes and tried to put himself into the murderer's perspective, imagining the scene of the crime. Based on the fact that the murderer was absolutely well prepared and cautious enough in committing the crime. Controlling a child under 9 years old should obviously be effortless. This also means that the probability of the murderer leaving clues in the children's room is extremely small. But even so, Chen Mu still took pictures of everything in the children's room as much as possible. Then, based on the content and plot of the novel and the scene at the time that he had imagined, he imagined the child lying on the bed sleeping, and simulated the crime process from the murderer's vision and perspective. After dragging the child who had lost his resistance out of the children's room, ran straight to the elderly room. Chen Mu pushed the door open with light movements. Imagine pulling out the tape you prepared in advance. He rushed to the bedside and pressed his lips against the old lady's. Then make the action of tying with wires. It was at this time Chen Mu was stunned. Since it is a bundle, there will definitely be knots. However, the original owner did not describe in detail what kind of knot was tied in I'm Really Not a Criminal. So, what kind of knot did the murderer tie when he tied the old lady with electric wire? This question suddenly circled in Chen Mu's mind. Then, continue with the action simulation of dragging the already tied-up old lady out of the room. In these two links, the probability of leaving traces and clues is undoubtedly very small. The case is being reenacted in my own imagination. Chen Mu dragged the old man and the child to the kitchen. Take out a kitchen knife and a fruit knife from the container of knives. Then drag the old man and the child to the master bedroom. In this process, Chen Mu looked back several times, but he couldn't think of many clues. Immediately, he had to reconstruct the case according to his imagination and drag the old man and the child out of the master bedroom. After tiptoeing into the master bedroom, he first took away the host and hostess's mobile phones. Then dragged the elderly and children into the master bedroom. Finally sat on the sofa in the bedroom. Pretend to hold a kitchen knife to the child's neck. Chen Mu stared at the empty Simmons mattress. Imagine the scene in conversation when the master and mistress wake up. Is it really perfect? Chen Mu muttered to himself. No, why would the murderer create such a case? Did he really want to create a perfect crime that would keep him out of it? But from the perspective of criminal psychology, no matter how inhumane or sick the murderer is, it is absolutely impossible for him to use such means to create a perfect case. In addition, judging from the fact that the other party was able to sneak into the crime scene easily, there is no doubt that he was fully prepared to commit the crime, and the murderer was absolutely sure that when he controlled the children and the elderly, he would not wake up the master and mistress in the master bedroom. So, the murderer knew the victim's family. After all, fiction and reality are two different things. Fiction is fiction based on logic, and is an extension of the author's thinking and settings, but reality is full of uncertainties everywhere. If the murderer just wanted to bring the original owner's novel into reality and create a perfect crime, why didn't he choose other cases in the novel? In comparison, the risk of this case is undoubtedly relatively high, and there are still many uncertainties. Chen Mu said to himself. Up to this point, he still hadn't figured out why the other party wanted to frame him. After all, if you want to solve this case, the murderer's motive is the first priority. Furthermore, if the murderer really just wanted to frame him, then since his fingerprints and DNA samples had already been obtained, there would have been no need to stage such a complicated and troublesome case of murdering the entire family. Could it be that there is some kind of connection between the murderer, the original owner, and the victim's family? Chen Mu said slowly again. Then, he used imagined images to restore a series of scenes in which the hostess strangled the old lady and stabbed the male owner to death, and finally begged the murderer to spare the child before hanging herself. In the end, the murderer suffocated the child who was less than 9 years old with a bed sheet. Chen Mu took a deep breath and walked out of the master bedroom. Although he had taken detailed photos of several rooms before, Chen Mu still came to the old man's room again. Because according to the information provided by the police, the hair that was used for DNA testing fell on the old lady's bed, and the police inferred from this that the old lady pulled the hair from the murderer's head in a subconscious resistance after the murderer taped her mouth. As for why there was only one hair, it was because the murderer cleaned up after the crime, and the one taken as the test sample was the one the murderer missed when cleaning. If the murderer had been well prepared, could a woman in her 70s really pull out the murderer's hair? He moved closer to the bed and took another close look at the sheets. Chen Mu clearly noticed that the sheets on the bed were not very wrinkled. Since it wasn't very wrinkled, it meant that the old lady's resistance at the time should have been extremely limited, or even that she was too late to resist. On the contrary, if the old lady resisted the murderer by pulling her hair, then the process would definitely leave a certain degree of wrinkles on the bed, so the wrinkles on the bed sheet would definitely not be limited to what you see now. What does this mean? There are two possibilities. One is that the murderer moved so quickly that the old lady had no time to resist or struggle. The other is that the old lady might have known the murderer and forgot to resist the first moment after seeing the murderer, thus providing the murderer with golden time to take the next step. Otherwise, if you were awakened from a deep sleep and saw a stranger, it would be impossible for you not to have a subconscious and intense reaction. So, that hair is more likely left there intentionally by the murderer. And how did the murderer get his hair? Leave the nursing home. Chen Mu came to the bathroom. His eyes were fixed directly on the wash basin. Because the fingerprint extracted by the police was on the faucet switch of the wash basin. According to the confession made by the police, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands after committing the crime, which resulted in the fingerprint that was not completely erased being left on the switch. Based on this crime scene that has already been investigated and evidence collected by the police, apart from being able to analyze that there is a certain possibility that the crime was committed by an acquaintance, there are not many clues that can be obtained. We still have to find a way to get the police's June 21st case file. Looking at Song Qingfei in the mirror above the wash basin, wearing a baseball cap and a beard, Chen Mu suddenly came up with a super crazy and daring idea. That is to find a way to enter the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Then he went deep into the city alone to obtain the files of the June 21st case. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. The reconnaissance detachment went through a night of taking turns sleeping for 2 hours. The tense atmosphere fell into an unprecedented depression. A rapid ringtone rang from Zhou Sun's cell phone. The call is from Suman. Explain. Zhou Sun, who had not slept all night, answered the fast channel. Captain Zhou, we visited the cosmetics store, jewelry store, and electronic equipment store where Chen Mu appeared. Besides being able to confirm that it was Chen-Mu in disguise, the only thing we learned was that he bought a large amount of cosmetics and a large number of various accessories. In the words of the jewelry store owner, he even thought that he was a purchasing agent for a film crew. However, since Chen-Mu did not have much communication with them at the time, their impression of him was purely that he was generous, friendly, and loved to laugh, nothing else. Suman continued, as for the mall, according to the surveillance footage inside the mall, he did enter the bathroom, but there was only footage of him entering, not coming out, so we can basically conclude that he definitely disguised himself in a new way. Hearing what Suman said, he must have made a new disguise. Zhou Sun's heart sank. This means that Chen-Mu has sufficiently advanced makeup and camouflage skills. It also means that they will most likely have to go back to the starting point of tracking. But he also knew that now was not the time to talk about this. Check. As long as he goes in, he will definitely come out. Set up a time period before and after the time he entered the bathroom for comparison and investigation. Yes. Suman didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, Zhou Sun, who was in the office of the captain of the investigation detachment, felt heavy in his heart after hanging up the phone. If Chen-Mu's technique of using makeup to achieve disguise has reached perfection, then perhaps the makeup technique of the other party's helper behind the scenes has also reached perfection. So it doesn't matter whether it's the former or the latter. Will make the difficulty of arresting infinitely soar. Time keeps passing. The sun outside the office was getting hotter and hotter. While Zhou Sun was constantly moving at high speed, repeatedly analyzing and trying to figure out Chen-Mu's inner world. I don't know how much time passed. The phone rang again. Captain Zhou, we found them. After comparing them, only one man was suspicious, and his height and build matched Chen-Mu's. After he left the bathroom, he entered the coffee shop. We saw through the public surveillance installed by the mall that he ordered a cup of coffee after entering the coffee shop, and then took out the computer from his bag and started typing on the keyboard. The brand of the laptop he saw through the surveillance should be the one he bought before. However, we have no way of knowing what he typed on the computer. He stayed in the cafe for about an hour and then left. He first took the backpack he had previously stored in the public locker in the mall and then left the mall. The road surveillance outside the mall needs to be fully replayed on the city surveillance system. Only the computers in the bureau have the viewing authority. We can't check it outside for the time being. Suman's voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Send his new face and the time he left the mall to my mobile phone. I'll go to the dispatch hall now. Zhou Sun said immediately. Yes, Captain Zhou. A few minutes later. Zhou Sun's figure appeared hurriedly in the dispatch hall. Captain Zhou. Several staff members rushed over. Immediately retrieved the city surveillance footage from the Cultural and Creative Pedestrian Street at 10:27 last night. Using the main entrance of Guangming Square as the starting point, track the person's movement path under surveillance. Zhou Sun opened the picture sent by Suman on his mobile phone and showed it to several police officers. Captain Zhou, follow me this way. Don't dare to have any doubts. A police officer responded quickly and walked quickly towards the Skynet workbench. Under his continuous instructions, the technical police at the workbench began typing rapidly on the keyboard. On a large screen spliced with multiple surveillance cameras, the Skynet surveillance footage of the pedestrian street last night was quickly replayed. Based on the information provided by Zhou Sun. Soon they quickly locked onto Chen-Mu after he left the coffee shop. I saw the other person walking leisurely on the pedestrian street. During this period, he even brushed shoulders with two patrol policemen. The psychological quality that was revealed without any abnormality was so strong that it was outrageous. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, the other party turned into an alley that was out of the surveillance camera and also away from the pedestrian street. However, just at the moment when he was about to disappear from surveillance, the other party suddenly stopped and turned his head. He smiled at the surveillance camera. Finally, he disappeared from surveillance. Damn it. Zhou Sun lowered his voice and shouted angrily. The other staff members in the dispatch hall were also filled with indignation at this time. Being a member of the public security system, through Zhou Sun's anxiety and reaction, as well as the man's mysterious smile to the surveillance camera at the last moment in the surveillance video. They would not fail to realize that this person is most likely the murderer who escaped from prison in the June 21st case. As for why the other person's appearance did not match that of the jailbreak prisoner, it is likely that some special means were used to disguise it. Captain Joe, the criminal in the June 21st case, also has the ability to disguise himself. A police officer next to Joe Sun couldn't help but ask. In our tracking, this is already his third face. As to whether this is his own ability or someone is helping him, we don't know yet. Joe Sun's words had just fallen. The phone in my pocket rang again. Hey, Suman. Captain Joe, he updated again. Suman's voice was trembling. What? Joe Sun suddenly raised his voice. He updated it again. He updated it 10 minutes ago. I'm on my way back now and will be back at the police station in 3 minutes. Suman said. Okay, I got it. Joe Sun said no more. He turned around and ran back towards the office of the investigation detachment. When riding the elevator, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and opened the Tomato novel app. Click to enter the latest chapter of the only book on the bookshelf, I'm Really Not a Criminal. Reconnaissance Detachment. Suman is back. But everyone's expressions were extremely gloomy. Obviously. I have read all the latest chapters of I'm Really Not a Criminal. However, compared to Chen Mu's naked provocation, what made them most uneasy were the many comments from readers of the novel. Fuck, he managed to escape this. Are all those security officers in Yangqing useless? It feels a bit fake. He fainted in the alley for such a long time, but he wasn't discovered by the arresting police officers. Aren't arrests of this nature always carried out under a dragnet? Don't the police always conduct a carpet search? I also suspect that this is a little bit false. As a common citizen of Yangqing, I think what the author wrote should be true. As for the level of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, I can only say 4 words, it's hard to describe. Fake. Fake ass. If you doubt the author's fiction, then you don't know Yangqing. Last year, a drug-addicted thief was caught and escaped when he was taken to the hospital for a physical examination. Yes, you read that right. A petty drug-addicted thief was able to successfully escape under such circumstances. In the end, hundreds of police officers were mobilized and the masses were mobilized everywhere to help. It took nearly 24 hours to successfully capture the drug-addicted thief. That's it. Think about it carefully. I dare not say more, for fear of being invited to drink tea. 666666, does this mean that surviving a great disaster will bring good fortune in the future? If what the author wrote is true, then Yangqing's public security is really a real good-for-nothing. Let's not discuss whether the content of this chapter is true or false. The leaders in Yangqing must be sitting on pins and needles right now. No one is discussing why this book hasn't been removed from the shelves, and why the author's account hasn't been banned. Is it because Tomato novel is being stubborn, or is there something else going on? It shouldn't be like this at all. Just those comments. There is no doubt that it was like a slap in the face of all the investigators. Anger and frustration are intertwined. But more of it is powerlessness. Captain Joe. Suman came towards him hurriedly and shouted. Check the IP address where he updates the content immediately, and continue to contact Tomato Novel and ask them what they are trying to do. The anger that had been brewing finally erupted. Joe Sun, furious, started shouting hysterically. It was at this time. The phone rang again. It belongs to Deputy Director Li Hongwei. Director Li. He moved his throat with difficulty to calm himself down a little. Joe Sun answered the call. Come to my office right now, right now. Deputy Director Li Hongwei on the other end roared angrily. Yes, Director Li. A few minutes later, Joe Sun knocked on the door of the Deputy Director's office and walked in. Li Hongwei, the second in command of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, immediately stood up from his office chair. Director Li. Joe Sun, what do you do for a living? Deputy Director Li Hongwei opened his mouth and burst into anger. Why can that damn fugitive still write novels online, and it's a so-called autobiography of his experiences. Why does that tomato novel website still allow that novel to be serialized? Is this the result of your work? Do you know how much of an impact and sensation that novel has caused? Do you know how much trouble that novel has brought to the leaders of our Yangqing? Just now, Secretary Xie, the top leader of our Yangqing, called me. Do you know what the first sentence he said was? He said that he could not believe that our small Yangqing would produce a great writer with millions of readers. Do you know what that means? They almost pointed at my head and asked me what I, the deputy director of the city's public security bureau who was in charge of the arrest operation, was doing for a living. Right now, the online discussion surrounding that novel is not just about the case itself, but has risen to a high level of doubt about the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. In particular, some Yangqing citizens have been making up stories and rumors that they are just hoping for chaos in the world. The Yangqing Public Security Bureau has already been labeled a bunch of good-for-nothings. This is not only a shame for you and me, but also a shame for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, and even a shame for the entire Yangqing. Li Hongwei cursed at Zhou Sun. Call. Take a deep breath. Zhou Sun said, Director Li, as to why that novel can still appear in the public's field of vision and be continuously updated, we have immediately contacted Tomato Novel Network and asked them to remove the novel as quickly as possible and ban the author's account to avoid causing too much impact. However, the feedback from Tomato Novel Network is that they have already banned the author and his works, and none of their internal staff have lifted the ban on the author and his works. So we highly suspect that a hacker has hacked into their Tomato Novel Network and has taken control of the backend permissions of the novel website. Currently, Tomato Novel Network is trying to crack the crack. Once the crack is successful and the permissions are regained, the author and his works will be removed from the shelves and banned immediately. However, Zhou Sun's explanation did not ease Li Hongwei's anger. What the leaders above want is a result, not a reason. Also, didn't you, Zhou Sun, say that he would definitely appear in the blind spot of the urban area that has not yet been covered by surveillance? But the fact is that not only did that guy appear under the surveillance of the Sky Eye, he also went back to his residence in the Yujing Shijia community, and finally left in a cool and calm manner. Explain this to me. Although he has not yet reported to Deputy Director Li Hongwei. But he was not surprised that Li Hongwei knew that Chen Mu had escaped back to Yujing Shijia community and finally left calmly and gracefully. After all, a Tai from the investigation detachment is the Deputy Director's nephew, his real nephew. Before, we didn't realize that he had the ability to disguise himself through makeup, so we misjudged the direction of pursuit. Zhou Sun said. Director Yan has said that we only have 72 hours at most. Now more than 20 hours have passed, so there is not much time left for you and me. Another thing is that when Director Yan gave the arrest deadline before, there was no such thing as the fugitive using the novel update to tell his own story. With the reappearance of that damned novel and the fact that countless people have been reading it, the nature of the matter has become completely different. In this case, if we are unable to successfully arrest him before he updates the novel for the third time, the higher-ups will definitely intervene. By then, you should know what that means. Li Hongwei banged on the desk with his fist. It can be seen how dissatisfied and uneasy this deputy director is with the current arrest process. I'll try my best. Zhou Sun shrugged and gritted his teeth. It's not about trying our best, it's about making sure. If we fail to arrest him, the troubles waiting for our Yangqing Public Security Bureau will increase. Even with the heated discussions among netizens, especially the various boasts of Yangqing local netizens on the internet, Yangqing will undoubtedly be pushed to the forefront and will attract the attention of the whole society. If the situation unfortunately develops to that point, then neither you as the investigation team leader nor I as the deputy director will have to think about our positions anymore, said Li Hongwei. Just as Zhou Sun was being scolded with great frustration. Chen Mu won another 10 bonus points by publishing the latest content on a regular basis. We have arrived at a hotel in a building diagonally opposite the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. After successfully checking in as Song Qingfei, Chen Mu pulled the curtains, leaving only a relatively hidden corner for vision. Then he took out his telescope. He just kept his eyes on the Yangqing Public Security Bureau across the street. That's not what he wants to see. Instead, he wanted to target the investigator named Atai. The investigator who repeatedly used high-intensity, memory recovery techniques on himself during the interrogation stage. Public Security Bureau Investigation Brigade. In the frontline office. Zhou Sun, who came out of the deputy director's office, never told Li Hongwei his suspicion that the wrong person might have been arrested in the June 21st case. He returned to the detachment before he could even open his mouth. Su Men came hurriedly. Captain Zhou, we found the IP address. The other party used a scheduled release. The IP address is in the coffee shop on the pedestrian street. The other party set up the scheduled release last night. In addition, we have contacted the Tomato Novel Network. They said that they still cannot crack it. In other words, the book, I'm Not a Criminal, cannot be removed from the shelves, and the author account named Chen Mu cannot be banned either. Zhou Sun was slightly stunned when he heard this. The impatience he had felt before seemed to have left him. He hummed lightly. Just now he said slowly, in that case, let's not worry about the novel for now, let's sort it out again. Speaking of. Zhou Sun strode to the blackboard in the case review area. Chen Mu's original true appearance, as well as his two subsequent disguises, were all posted on the blackboard. Su Men, let me talk and you take summary notes. Zhou Sun glanced at Su Men. The latter quickly stood in front of the blackboard and picked up the writing pen. If Chen Mu's escape was normal at the beginning, then it became abnormal after he entered the rental house 503 at number 176 Maima Street. Why did he expose his escape experience to the public? Why did he provoke the police in this way? This is a question. Secondly, after he escaped from the detention center, he has demonstrated his excellent anti-reconnaissance awareness. Even in the first 48 hours of his escape, he appeared in the surveillance cameras very rarely. But why are we able to track him down again and again after he disguised himself? Could it be that he, who has always been cautious, thought he was able to conceal himself enough and thus let down his guard? Or did he deliberately leave clues for us? Just imagine, if he left Maima Street and found a surveillance blind spot to disguise himself, the police would undoubtedly continue to be blind. But he left clues for the police to track him, and the police tracked him back to Yijing community, and then tracked him to his original residence. Was he careless or did he do it on purpose? After that, after he left the community, he completely failed to demonstrate his anti-detection awareness and frequently exposed himself to the city's surveillance. If he was too arrogant and thought the police couldn't find him, then why did he go to the bathroom immediately after entering the mall and then come out with a new look? Also, after putting on a new look, he leisurely walked into the coffee shop and sat there for an hour. What on earth did he want to do? Have you ever thought about it? After Zhou Sun's words, all the investigators frowned and fell silent. After a moment, an investigator said, Captain Zhou, are you saying that he did all this on purpose? He deliberately left clues for us police and let us police know what he did. Yes, he did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Otherwise, with his anti-reconnaissance awareness and the strong reasoning ability he demonstrated in the book, I'm Really Not a Criminal, he would never have made the mistake of exposing himself to the police, because with his anti-reconnaissance awareness, this could have been avoided. Zhou Sun said sternly. Could it be that he thinks that after he disguises himself, the police won't be able to do anything to him if they don't have access to his latest appearance? Another investigator asked. I say again, if he was just being arrogant, then why did he have to disguise himself and put on another face after entering the restroom on the mall's pedestrian street? Zhou Sun asked again. Could it be that he did all this just to provoke us? Another investigator shouted. Zhou Sun did not answer this question. Turning to Su Men who was standing by, he said, Su Men, pull up the surveillance footage of the pedestrian street at 10:39 last night. That was the last scene where Chen Mu disappeared from the surveillance footage. Find it and print it out. I don't know what Zhou Sun's intention is. But Su Men still quickly responded and ran to the computer. After a round of knocking, when she saw the last image left in Chen Mu's surveillance, in an instant, her delicate body suddenly straightened. This was followed by a surge of anger on her pretty face. But she was in no hurry to say anything. He suppressed his anger and captured the last moment of Chen Mu under surveillance, then printed it out and handed it to Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun casually pasted the picture to the top of the blackboard. That was Chen Mu's playful smile as he looked at the surveillance camera. Son of a bitch. Damn it. This bastard. Next second, The investigators shouted angrily. This is a provocation. A naked provocation. This bastard is declaring war on us. An investigator clenched his fists impatiently and angrily. If it weren't for that last smile he gave to the surveillance camera, I would have thought that he was purely provocative. However, in that last smile he gave, it was no longer just a matter of provocation. It was more of a sign of having achieved a certain goal. It also reflected that he guessed that we would capture his whereabouts and track the scene. He was leading us by the nose. We had completely fallen into his rhythm before. Zhou Sun said. Captain Zhou, what is his real purpose? Suman asked subconsciously in surprise. Make use of the time difference. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. Gaining time advantage, several investigators shouted in unison. Yes, if it weren't for the missing telescope, I might not be so sure. But based on the high probability that the telescope was taken away by him, it is basically certain that he was trying to gain time difference, to disrupt our rhythm, and to make us focus on monitoring and tracking him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have returned to the crime scene of the June 21st case now. Zhou Sun said with a complicated expression. What? He went back to the crime scene of the June 21st case. The investigators were shocked. It's very likely. He guessed that after we found out that the telescope was missing, we would realize that the surveillance around the crime scene of the June 21st case had been exposed, and would withdraw the surveillance that wasted time and energy. In order to prevent us from having time to conduct further analysis, he deliberately exposed us to surveillance and let us fall into the rhythm he had set, so as to lead us by the nose. He even calculated that when our tracking and analysis reached this step, he would have successfully achieved his goal of returning to the crime scene of the June 21st case. Zhou Sun continued in a deep voice, this is also the reason why he disguised himself and went to the coffee shop after entering the mall, because this would cost us a lot of time in comparison and investigation. By the time we confirmed his new face, he had already won the time difference. For example, now, it is already noon, but we are still tracking at 10:39 last night. Captain Zhou, you shouldn't have asked us to withdraw our surveillance of the crime scene of the June 21st case. It was almost dawn, and Arteist, who had only slept for 2 hours, shrugged and said. If you don't retreat, he will find you with his reconnaissance awareness. In that case, he will not fall into the trap. Zhou Sun hasn't spoken yet. Suman couldn't help but argue, besides, if we can confirm that he has returned to the scene of the June 21st case, this may not be a bad thing for us. At least it may give us a new direction to pursue him, instead of being trapped in his rhythm and being led by him like a headless fly. Why did he repeat the scene of the June 21st incident? To admire his previous insane masterpiece. To enjoy the sense of accomplishment that comes from destroying humanity. Scout Arteist snorted. Obviously he never thought that Chen Mu would return to the crime scene. Have you ever thought that maybe, he is not the real murderer of the June 21st case? At this time. Old Detective Lin Guodong uttered these words slowly. Little did they know that once these words were spoken, Arteist was the first one to get angry. Old Lin, what do you mean? Fingerprint comparison, DNA test, identification by people who saw the murderer before and after the crime, etc., etc., even he himself gave a confession in the end. It can be said that the evidence is irrefutable. And yet he still doesn't reveal the real culprit. Lao Lin shrugged and said disapprovingly, what's his motive? Isn't it his motive to indulge in his own creative world and create a perfect crime? And he himself admitted that he just wanted to create a perfect case to provoke the police. Atai refuted. In order to provoke the police, he used words to rehearse the crime process in advance in his novel. Is that what you mean? Lao Lin said. Isn't it? It's just that he didn't expect that he would accidentally leave fingerprints and hair that wasn't cleaned up. Otherwise, this would be a perfect crime. Even if we highly suspect that he is the murderer, there is no evidence to further prove it. After all, he can just say that someone must have read his novel and imitated the crime. Atai said. Then let me ask you, since he is aiming for a perfect crime with high IQ, and the other party has fully demonstrated in the content of the novel that he has a certain degree of anti-reconnaissance awareness and sufficiently cautious reasoning logic, under this background, would he really leave his fingerprints on the faucet switch of the sink because of carelessness? Would he really make such a basic mistake? Lao Lin said. But this still couldn't convince Artaist. Then he sneered, Lao Lin, so what you mean is that we have wronged him? Did we arrest the wrong person? I just want to express my opinion, nothing else. Lao Lin forced a smile and shook his head. Captain Zhou Sun, who had not tried to stop Lao Lin and Atai from arguing, finally spoke up at this time. That's enough. After Zhou Sun said this, only then did Atai take back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Suppose he is really wronged, then he has only one purpose in returning to the crime scene of the June 21st case, and that is to see if there are any clues and traces that can clear himself of the charges. However, we have conducted many investigations and collected evidence at the crime scene of the June 21st case, and the possibility of missing any clues can be said to be very small. In this case, if he wants to prove his innocence, which direction do you think he will start from? Zhou Sun asked. Captain Zhou, do you also think we have arrested the wrong person? Do you think we have handled a false case? Do you think he is not the murderer? Listening to Zhou Sun's words, Artaist became more and more anxious. If this is really a false accusation, then his life is basically half ruined. Because the one who tortured Chen Mu the most cruelly was him. It was also he who tortured Chen Mu to the point where he had to follow his guidance and confess some details of the crime. Therefore, if Chen Mu is finally proven to be innocent, he must have confessed under torture. Then Atai would be useless. Even if Deputy Director Li Hongwei was his uncle, he could not be saved under the background that the whole network was focusing on and discussing Chen Mu's autobiographical experience of escape. Apart from making this assumption and using it as a new direction, is there any better option for us to do now? He currently possesses superb camouflage and disguise skills, coupled with his anti-reconnaissance awareness. The success rate of tracking and arresting him through surveillance is undoubtedly very low. Only by finding the direction of his movements can we narrow the tracking and arrest circle. Zhou Sun explained lightly. The other investigators all looked serious after hearing Zhou Sun's words. Besides being solemn, there was also a hint of worry on his face. It's very simple. If Chen Mu was really wronged, not only Captain Zhou Sun, but all of them will suffer the consequences. So after Zhou Sun made this assumption, everyone's brain went blank. At this time, veteran detective Lin Guodong also spoke slowly and appropriately to ease the atmosphere. Captain Zhou, let everyone take turns to rest for a while. Ever since Chen Mu escaped from the detention center, everyone has hardly had any rest, especially last night. The most they slept was 2 hours. Even an Ironman can't stand it at this rate, let alone work. Doesn't he know that their leaders only gave them 72 hours? He knows. But he also knew that based on what Chen Mu had shown, it was absolutely unrealistic to arrest Chen Mu in the remaining 2.5 days. In this case, it would be better for everyone to have a good rest, conserve their energy and prepare for a protracted war. Okay, leave half of the team on duty, and the other half go back to have a good sleep, and then take over at 8 p.m. The people who stay behind will continue to monitor and see if they can find any new findings through monitoring. They will also conduct new visits and investigations around the scene of the June 21st case to see if there have been any suspicious persons in the past, and try to determine if Chen Mu has returned to the crime scene. Zhou Sun thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Captain Zhou. Soon. After discussing with each other, the investigators decided on a list of those who would stay behind and those who would go back to rest. Captain Zhou, do you hope that the other party is wrongly accused, or do you hope that the other party is the real murderer? After the investigators dispersed, veteran detective Lin Guodong came up to Captain Zhou Sun and whispered. If possible, I hope we really have caught the wrong person. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will continue to commit crimes. Zhou Sun's eyes trembled. Lin Guodong nodded slightly, seemingly thinking about something. Then he asked, Captain Zhou, if he is really wronged, what would you do next if you were him? He must be trying to find a way to clear himself of suspicion. Zhou Sun said subconsciously. Based on the circumstances of the June 21st case, there is no other way to clear suspicion than to find the real murderer. However, I believe many people do not want the murderer to be someone else, said Lin Guodong. Hear this. Zhou Sun's face trembled violently. Captain Joe, perhaps you are willing to bear the price of a false conviction, but not everyone is willing to bear it. If Chen Mu is really wronged, it will surely make many people unable to sleep. After all, Chen Mu's autobiography of escape written into the novel has caused a big enough impact. In this case, even if he is really arrested and brought to justice, I'm afraid it won't be us who will try him. Lin Guodong said meaningfully. Zhou Sun was stunned for a moment. In the hotel opposite the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Or maybe it was because he was a criminal police in his previous life. Chen Mu, with his professional qualities, kept staring at the gate of the Public Security Bureau with a telescope from beginning to end. Finally, Arteist, whose figure is not much different from his, appeared. It was at the same time that Arteist appeared from the Public Security Bureau office building. Chen Mu quickly left the hotel room. He quickly walked to a car parked on the roadside parking space downstairs of the hotel. This was Song Qingfei's broken car that had been parked outside an old and dilapidated residential area for a long time, gathering dust. The second-hand car dealer was only willing to pay 3,000 for it at most. While borrowing Song Qingfei's ID card, Chen Mu drove the car away. In the car, Chen Mu got in the car and raised his binoculars. Keep a close eye on the vehicles leaving the sheriff's station. Not long. Arteist, driving an SUV, appeared in the telescope's field of view. Seeing this, Chen Mu, who had already locked onto the other vehicle, immediately started the car slowly and followed. Although he did not agree with the other party's professional level, thinking that the other party was still a member of the reconnaissance detachment, Chen Mu still used his anti-reconnaissance and tracking skills to the extreme while following him all the way. Perhaps it was because Atai's residence was less than 5 kilometers away from the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. So we didn't encounter any security personnel setting up checkpoints along the way. 10 minutes later, Arteist's SUV drove into an underground parking lot in a residential area. But Chen Mu, who was following far behind, did not follow in. Instead, he drove the car to the opposite side of the road, got out of the car, took the bag, and intentionally or unintentionally avoided surveillance and entered an alley. When you come out again, he has changed into a white shirt and a black suit. He looks exactly like an insurance specialist. Then he walked across the road and came to the community that Arteist had just driven into. Maybe the community is not a high-end one. This also allowed Chen Mu to arrive at the underground parking lot inside the community smoothly without any obstruction. After a normal circle, soon, Arteist's SUV was also seen. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chen Mu nodded and dialed 114. After a burst of automated voice, Chen Mu entered the artificial passage. Hello, 114, how can I help you? I just accidentally hit an SUV with license plate number South QYY 626, but I can't contact the owner. Can you help me contact the owner? I'll wait for him here. Chen Mu said. Hello, are you talking about South QYY 626? Yes, Nan QYY 626. Chen Mu said again. Okay, please wait a moment, I will contact you here. After a few polite words, Chen Mu hung up the phone. Then, based on the parking location of the SUV, he chose the nearest elevator and walked in. As expected. Soon, the elevator that originally stopped on the 3rd floor went up to the 25th floor. Wait until you go down from the 25th floor to the underground parking lot. Arteist, sleepy-eyed and in pajamas, walked directly out of the elevator. He passed by Chen Mu directly. Chen Mu walked into the elevator calmly as the other person walked past him. However, he did not go to the 25th floor immediately, but just pressed the elevator button for any floor at random. After going up to the floor I pressed, I took a quick look and realized that it was a layout of 2 elevators and 3 households. He immediately took the elevator to the 1st floor, walked out of the elevator, and then left through the community gate in a swagger. For him, this trip was mainly to determine where Arteist would live, and there was no rush for anything else. The other side. Atai was woken up by a call from 114 just as he was falling asleep. He rushed to the 1st floor and found that his car was parked in the same place and was safe and sound. Although I was confused, I didn't think too much about it. After all, it's not uncommon for someone to make a mistake with the license plate. Plus, he was very sleepy, so he just cursed a few times and went back home. And Chen Mu. After leaving the community, I had a leisurely lunch in a shop outside the community. By the way, I also helped buy the orders for a few elderly migrant workers who were doing greening planting near the community. Seeing that now more than an hour had passed since he lured Arteist out, Chen Mu, who was a criminal policeman in his previous life, knew very well that Atai must have fallen asleep again by now. After all, in this special period, they definitely don't have much rest time left, and they definitely won't waste it. Since one needs to swipe a card to enter through the main gate, Chen Mu chose to enter through the underground parking lot. With the previous scouting, Chen Mu was also familiar with the route this time. Go directly to the 25th floor where Arteist's unit is located. The layout is 2 elevators and 3 households. There was a shoe rack at the door of one of the houses. Based on the shoes on the rack, Chen Mu immediately ruled it out. As for the other 2 households, one of them had those fresh decorations with the room number marked on the door, and a kawaii sticker on the wall that read, "Delivery man, please hang the food here," which were also eliminated by Chen Mu. Finally, Chen Mu fixed his eyes on the empty space outside the door, which was also extremely simple 2503. He calmly took out the lockpicking tools. Ignore the surveillance camera at the top of the corridor. In the case of blocking the action with the body, Chen Mu started to talk quickly. Not long. A slight clicking sound was heard. The door that was not locked was opened by Chen Mu. Slip in. Chen Mu didn't look around the house. Go straight to the master bedroom. His brutal fighting skills that had won him many awards in the police academy and police force competitions in his previous life made him not worry at all about facing Atai, who was still awake. Because even if they met head-on, he was confident that he could defeat the opponent, but that would be a little troublesome. Fortunately, his movement did not wake up Arteist, who had fallen asleep. He quietly entered the master bedroom and came to the bed, looking at Arteist, who was sleeping soundly. Next second, Chen Mu couldn't help but recall the memory of the original owner being tortured, recalling the severe tortures that Arteist used on himself. For a moment, Chen Mu almost couldn't hold back and punched him. Suppress the memory of the injustice and anger suffered by the original owner. Chen Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. He raised his hand and pushed the sleeping Atai. Hey, Tai Ge. Brother Tai, wake up. Being pushed by Chen Mu, Arteist suddenly woke up. Wait until you see an extremely unfamiliar face in front of you. Who are you? In the subconscious call, Atai suddenly jumped up and was about to pinch Chen Mu's neck. After all, as an investigator, he knew very well what the other party's appearance meant. But Chen Mu had obviously predicted his reaction long ago. Just at the moment he jumped up, Chen Mu, who had been prepared, punched him right below the chest, right at the stomach. Arteist, who had just been awakened and whose mind was still in a mess, had no time to defend himself from the sudden punch and subconsciously bent his waist due to the pain. The back of the neck was thus directly exposed to Chen Mu. Next second, Chen Mu raised his hand knife and chopped down at the exposed back of Atai's neck from top to bottom. In an instant, Atai's body flipped over and immediately fell onto the bed, and he fainted. Looking at Arteist, who had fainted, Chen Mu calmly went to the living room to find 2 extension cables. He then returned to the bedroom and tied Arteist's hands and feet behind his back. After making sure that the binding structure makes it absolutely impossible for the other party to break free, only then did Chen Mu take out the makeup tools from his bag. He disguised himself to look like Atai. Not long, a face that looked particularly similar to Arteist appeared, although it is far from being difficult to distinguish. But if you don't look closely, it will undoubtedly be difficult to recognize. After all, when this skill comes out of the system and is prefixed with the word God level, it is no longer comparable to the so-called top makeup techniques in life. He looked at the face in the mirror with satisfaction, which had a high probability of being able to get away with it. Chen Mu raised the corner of his mouth. Then he found the smelly socks that Arteist had changed, pried open his mouth and stuffed them in. In order to prevent the other party from making any noise after waking up, Chenmu even used bed sheets and quilts to restrict the other party's range of movement, so as to prevent the other party from making any noise and arousing suspicion from the outside world. After finishing these, then find a set of clothes from the other person's closet and change into them. Finally, pick up the other person's cell phone and car keys. After looking around and not seeing any relevant documents, Chenmu thought that they should have been left in the car, so he left with satisfaction. Underground parking lot. In Arteist's SUV. Chenmu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, took out his cell phone. Clicked on the instant messaging software. Clicked into the conversation column of an investigator through the record of the conversation content. Is Captain Joe in the bureau now? Chenmu entered the text and sent it. As for the reconnaissance team leader Zhou Sun, he still wanted to avoid him as much as possible. The other party replied quickly. You're not asleep yet. You have to come over to take over the shift at 8 p.m. Don't oversleep, or Captain Joe will get mad again. I know. Is Captain Joe in the bureau now? Imitating Atai's writing style as best as possible, Chenmu asked again. I just left the scene of the June 21st incident. I have to go out and do some interviews soon. What's going on? Why are you looking for Captain Joe? As fate would have it, Atai mistakenly thought it was about the telescope and did not dare to look for Zhou Sun directly, so the other party did not suspect that Atai came to him to ask whether Captain Joe was in the bureau. No, that's fine. Hurry up and take a rest. I'm still waiting for you to take over my shift. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to go out on the field first. Good. Put down your phone. Chenmu took a deep breath. After turning around and looking at the documents on the passenger seat, a faint smile appeared on his face. Start the car. Drive out from the underground garage. Go straight to Yongqing Public Security Bureau. Wait until you can drive the car into the sheriff's bureau smoothly and without any obstruction. Chenmu's heart couldn't help but tighten. No matter how strong your mental qualities are. Even if you were a criminal police in your previous life. Thinking of my current status as a wanted criminal. Thinking about my current crazy behavior, which is almost like seeking death. Still can't help feeling nervous. Taking deep breaths continuously. As my heart gradually calmed down. Then he opened the car door and walked towards the office building of the investigation detachment. The journey was uneventful. Based on the experience as a criminal police in the previous life. Under that keen, insightful analysis, Chenmu arrived at the archives room very quickly. Brother Tai. The staff in charge of the archives room greeted Chenmu, who was walking over. Although Arteist's abilities have always been criticized privately in the reconnaissance detachment. But the other party has an uncle who is the deputy director. So looking at the entire reconnaissance detachment, most people will still greet us with a smile. Well, let me retrieve the files of the June 21st case. Chenmu pretended his voice was hoarse and coughed twice after he finished speaking. I originally wanted to care about what was going on with Arteist's voice. But I heard the other party talking about the June 21st case file. The civilian police officer quickly asked, the June 21st case file. Didn't Captain Joe ask Brother Wang to come and take it away yesterday? Swoosh. I heard that the file was taken away by Zhou Sun. Chenmu's expression changed slightly. Then he said, okay, I'll ask Captain Joe first. Having said that, Chenmu turned around and left while the other party was confused. Has the file arrived at Zhou Sun's office? As he walked, Chenmu frowned and muttered to himself based on his experience. Just give up and leave. Or should I dare to escalate the risk and go to Zhou Sun's office to get the files? After a brief consideration, Chenmu still chose to take the risk. After all, if he doesn't have the contents of the file, it would be extremely difficult for him to find the real culprit of the June 21st case within a month's deadline. Call. Let out a breath of foul air. Chenmu walked towards the frontline office of the investigation detachment with a stern face. Atai, why are you back? Brother Tai, aren't you going back to rest? I saw Arteist from a distance. The investigators from the general office immediately asked in surprise. I had a dream right after I went to bed. After I woke up, I thought of some clues. After I told Captain Zhou about it, he asked me to come back and confirm the contents of the file. Chen Mu maintained that extremely hoarse voice. What's wrong with your voice? What's going on? A colleague asked immediately. It's okay. It happened like this after I woke up from sleep. It must be because I didn't sleep well. Chen Mu forced a smile. Be careful. He smiled and hummed hoarsely. Chen Mu, who had already locked onto Zhou Sun's office, walked quickly towards the investigation captain's office with his heart in his hands. As soon as you enter the office, his breathing suddenly became rapid and he walked towards Zhou Sun's desk. Really? The file of the June 21st case is right on the desk. Knowing that time was running out, Chen Mu quickly took out his cell phone. He quickly flipped through the pages of the file and took pictures of everything on it. 10 minutes later, Chen Mu put away his phone and closed the file again. He pretended to be calm and walked out of Zhou Sun's office. Atai, are you done? The investigator who was busy outside saw Atai walking out of the office and couldn't help but say. Well, I'll call Captain Zhou and tell him about the situation. A hoarse voice and a faint smile should be made. Chen Mu took out Atai's cell phone and pretended to make a call. At the same time, he quickly walked towards the elevator. Immediately after his departure, suddenly, an investigator suddenly reacted. Why does it feel weird? Feeling weird? What's going on? Someone asked immediately. If they want to check the contents of the file, does Captain Zhou have to ask Atai to come over? Can't he just give us a call and let us check it? Isn't this just like taking off pants to fart? Said the suspicious investigator. Hey, are you new here? Don't you know our royal relative? Who knows? He may use this as an opportunity to seek credit, the previous investigator joked. Come on, stop being sarcastic. Captain Zhou already has a prejudice against him because of the telescope incident. Maybe he wants to be more positive in order to eliminate Captain Zhou's prejudice against him, said another investigator. Well, why are you making it sound so sarcastic? It was just a joke, the previous investigator responded hastily. However, several people racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. The wanted criminal Chen Mu whom they were desperately tracking down. He was so bold as to disguise himself as Atai, and appeared in front of the reconnaissance detachment so openly, and appeared in front of them so calmly, and then left calmly after finishing the task. Leave the reconnaissance detachment office building. Not daring to stop at all for fear of unexpected events, Chen Mu walked quickly towards Artaist's SUV. Then he quickly started the car and drove away from Yangqing Public Security Bureau. From the time he showed up at the sheriff's office until he left, the whole process took more than 30 minutes. Whenever Zhou Sun came back during this period, or other investigators noticed something unusual, then there is a high probability that you will fall flat on your face. It was only after leaving the Public Security Bureau that Chen Mu realized how crazy he had become. But there is no other way, this step must be taken. To some extent, it is no longer realistic to expect the Yangqing Public Security Bureau to clear one's name. After all, this concerns the careers and destinies of too many people. The SUV returned to the parking lot of the community where Artaist lived. Chen Mu threw his cell phone, car keys, and other things directly on the passenger seat. Then, with Artaist's face on his face, he swaggered out of the community and finally disappeared from the city's surveillance cameras. There was northwest rush to drive back Song Qingfei's broken car parked outside the community. He turned into the surveillance blind spot again and restored his appearance as Song Qingfei, and then slowly returned to the broken car that even dogs couldn't drive through different routes. Then he returned to the hotel room opposite the Yangqing Security Bureau. Just as Chen Mu returned to his hotel room, across the road, Zhou Sun also returned to the investigation brigade of the Public Security Bureau. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou. See Zhou Sun. A group of investigators stood up and shouted. Any new findings over there? Zhou Sun nodded expressionlessly and asked. No. Several investigators shook their heads with complicated expressions. Then an investigator asked, "Captain Joe, what's the new clue from Atai?" Little did they know that once these words were spoken, Zhou Sun was stunned immediately. What the hell? New clues from Atai? Didn't Atai say that he had thought of some clues and reported to you, and then you asked him to come back and check the contents of the June 21st case file, said the investigator. Swoosh. Zhou Sun's face changed instantly when he heard this. Artaist reported the clues to him. He asked Atai to come back and check the contents of the June 21st case file. You mean, Atai just came back and entered my office to check the contents of the June 21st case file? Zhou Sun asked while moving his throat. Ah, yes, he said it was you, Captain Zhou, who gave in. After seeing that Zhou Sun's face looked strange, the investigator seemed to realize something and responded with a slightly pale face. Damn it. Zhou Sun said this anxiously and angrily. He rushed into the office like crazy. On the desk. Fortunately, the files of the June 21st case are still there. Unfortunately, such a conspicuous position will definitely not escape the other party's eyes, so the contents of the June 21st case file have most likely been photographed by the other party. How long has he been in my office? Running out of the office, Zhou Sun asked loudly. Yes, about 10 minutes. The several investigators who stayed in the office were all panicked at this moment, obviously aware of the problem. However, Zhou Sun listened for more than 10 minutes. His face couldn't stop shaking wildly. 10 minutes. This is undoubtedly enough for the other party to take pictures of the June 21st case file from the first page to the last page. Check the surveillance right now, he is definitely not Artaist, definitely not. While roaring loudly, Zhou Sun panted and dialed Atai's cell phone number. But I called several times in a row, but no one answered. At this time, the surveillance was also called up. They were outside the Public Security Bureau building, inside the Investigation Brigade office building, and in the elevator. Captain Zhou, the surveillance footage is out, an investigator said with a trembling voice. Zhou Sun immediately swallowed and rushed over. From Artaist's SUV driving into the sheriff's station. Go to Atai and enter the office building of the investigation detachment. Then he went to the archives room at Atai, and then to the frontline office of the investigation detachment, and entered the office of the Captain Zhou Sun. Finally, take the elevator and leave calmly. This series of action trajectories were all presented in the surveillance playback. Captain Zhou, is he really not Artaist? Suman, who had not rested yet, said with a choked voice beside Zhou Sun. She really couldn't imagine how bold the other party had to be to pretend to be an investigator and enter the Public Security Bureau, and then go deep into the captain's office of the investigation detachment to steal the files. If you are accidentally suspected, you will be unable to escape. And the other party was so bold as to go deep into the enemy territory alone. This is no longer called walking on a tightrope, this is called courting death in the absolute sense. Atai never called me at all, and there was no such thing as me asking him to go back and check the contents of the June 21st case file. Even if he really thought of some new clues that needed to be checked against the file contents, would I ask him to make a special trip back to check? Are the on-duty personnel in our investigation detachment just wooden men for decoration? Zhou Sun said, panting. As soon as these words came out, the investigators who let the wanted criminal Chen Mu slip away right before their noses were trembling with fear. Go to Atai's residence right away. If nothing unexpected happens, something must have happened to him. Zhou Sun said again urgently. Although he had some prejudice against Atai, he was, after all, a member of the reconnaissance team and his subordinate. Several investigators immediately responded and ran away in a hurry. Captain Zhou, Atai graduated from the police academy. With his skills, how could he be controlled by Chen Mu? Beside Zhou Sun, Suman frowned. I'm afraid we'll have to find Atai to answer this question. Zhou Sun said with a shrug. Captain Zhou, you said he wouldn't have given Artaist to. Suman didn't say anything further. But the meaning is already very clear. However, Zhou Sun immediately shook his head. No, the possibility is very small. After all, his purpose is just the files. Is he really not the real murderer of the June 21st case? Even Suman began to waver at this moment. Because no matter from which angle you look at it, the other party's actions seem to be contrary to the real murderer of the June 21st case. Just like now, if the other party is really the real murderer of the June 21st case, is it necessary to take such a big risk to steal the case file? Facing Suman's question when she was hesitant, Zhou Sun's eyes struggled. At least now there is no evidence to prove that he is not the real murderer of the June 21st case. In a hotel room opposite the City Security Bureau, Chen Mu held a telescope and watched the investigators who rushed out of the investigation detachment office building and headed straight for the police car. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. "Have you reacted yet?" whispered softly. Chen Mu put down the telescope. Then he took out a pen, paper, and cell phone and went to the work desk in the hotel room. Start to integrate the contents of the June 21st case file. From the circumstances of the victim's death, to the forensic identification results, to the presentation of traces at the scene and some evidence extracted from the scene. The police conducted an investigation into the victim's family's social relationships. Then there are the testimonies of witnesses who saw the suspect's blurry figure before and after the incident. Etc., etc., etc. Chen Mu read them all carefully. He tried to find clues related to himself from the social relationships of the victim's family. But it seems not. Because none of the names above are familiar to me. At last, he stared at the knots with which the victims, the old lady and the child, were tied. Fisherman's knot. Knots are not uncommon in life. From some details on the knot, it is not difficult to see that the other party is quite skilled in this fisherman's knot. How did you get my hair and fingerprints? Why did you frame me? What good will it bring to you to frame me? Or do you have some deep hatred towards me? Besides, if you just wanted to frame me, I'm sure you wouldn't use such means to harm the victim's family. So, what kind of deep hatred do you have with the victim's family? You dragged me into this because the victim's family and I have offended you, or is there a three-way feud between you, the victim's family and me? But the problem is, I don't even know the victim's family. Also, the telescope in my study happened to be pointed at the angle of the crime scene of the June 21st case. Was it really a coincidence, or was I being guided in some invisible way? Finally, do you know mine? Yes, you should know me. You must know me, otherwise you would never murder me in this way. After all, you could have left this case unsolved, but you didn't. You insisted on letting me take the blame and put me to death. How much do you hate me? Put down the paper and pen. Looking at the things I wrote and drew, Chen Mu muttered to himself with a frown on his face. My mind began to recall the network of interpersonal relationships deep in the original owner's memory. From classmates to friends. From relatives to family members. Even some random acquaintances or neighbors, including delivery boys and courier boys, were all included in his inclusion. Accompanied by the emergence of faces and big and small events. He was totally clueless in the chaos. After all, he had always been optimistic and cheerful since he was a child and had hardly any grudges with anyone. Although there were some disputes and conflicts, they were eventually reconciled. Moreover, those were minor matters that were not enough to make the other party go to great lengths to create such a case to frame him. After a while of filtering, Chen Mu substituted the fisherman's knot into his memory, trying to find those who were skilled in tying the fisherman's knot in the depths of his memory, but in the end he still got nothing. It seems that we can only dig deeper into the victim's family's past. The murmur fell. Chen Mu looked at the piece of paper with the basic information of the victim's family. Tang Wenxiu, 45 years old, a Chinese teacher in the second grade of Yangqing No. 3 Middle School. Wei Wenhui, 39 years old, a nurse at Yangqing Second People's Hospital. Ma Shufan, 71 years old, former employee of Yangqing Welfare Home. Tang Haoyu, 8 years old, a student in Class 3, Grade 2, Yangqing No. 1 Primary School. Which one of you has the problem? Chen Mu murmured again, since there is nothing strange to be found based on the many records in the files, we have to dig deeper into each one. Collect the paper and tear it into pieces. Chen Mu took it into the bathroom and flushed it down the toilet. Then he left the hotel room again. Living in a hotel for a long time is not a good idea. Not to mention whether it is inconvenient or not, the most important thing is that places like hotels are too easy to be investigated by the police. It is better to be safe than sorry, so Chenmu feels that it is necessary to find a place to stay first. And it has to be a relatively high-end and classy place, so that it is not so easy to be checked. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Captain Zhou, we're at Atai's house. Zhou Sun received a call from the investigator who went to Atai's residence. Speak. Zhou Sun said in a deep voice. When Atai was asleep, someone unlocked his house and broke into it. After the other party came to the bedroom, they first woke him up. Then when he wanted to take him down, the other party punched him in the stomach. At the moment when he instinctively bent over in pain, the other party chopped him on the back of the neck with a knife, making him faint. He didn't know what happened after that. He only knew that when he woke up, his hands and feet were tied behind his back and a sock was stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't shout. The detective on the other end of the phone stammered. There is no doubt that this is a shameful thing. As an investigator, and an investigator of the City Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment, he was unexpectedly sneaked into his home and controlled in a matter of seconds. If this were to get out, the entire investigation detachment and the entire Yangqing Public Security Bureau would be brought to shame. Did he see the other person's appearance clearly? Zhou Sun resisted the urge to curse. He asked after taking a deep breath. There are surveillance cameras installed in his home, and the footage has been retrieved. Atai has never seen his face, but when he came out of Atai's bedroom, he had disguised himself to look almost the same as Atai. In other words, the man who appeared in our investigation detachment and went deep into your office, Captain Zhou, was him. He is undoubtedly the wanted criminal Chenmu. At the end, the investigator's tone became struggling. Okay, got it. After a moment of silence. After saying this, Zhou Sun hung up the phone. There is absolutely no place to vent my anger. How could an investigator from the city's Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade be successfully controlled by a wanted criminal who broke into his home? Thinking that the other party would update his escape process into Zhou Sun's novel, he had already foreseen that the Yangqing Security Bureau and the investigation detachment would once again be pushed to the forefront and be labeled as good-for-nothings. Just at this moment, the phone suddenly rang again. Deputy Director Li. See this caller note. Zhou Sun turned his face away and took a deep breath. Then pressed the connect button. Hey, Director Li. Come to my office. This time, Deputy Director Li Hongwei's tone was extremely calm. But it was precisely that excessive calmness that made Zhou Sun's heart skip a beat. Okay, I'll go over now. With dark circles under his eyes, Zhou Sun had to hurry to the Deputy Director's office in the administrative building. As soon as I entered the door, then I saw some extremely unfamiliar faces. Director Li, what is this? Zhou Xiwenqing raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Let me introduce you to it. Li Hongwei came over. He said with a somewhat unnatural expression, these people are all from the provincial government. This is Professor Su Hualin, a provincial criminal investigation expert. This is Comrade Gao Mingyue, a provincial criminal psychology expert, and this is Comrade Lin Dong, a provincial technical specialist. Deputy Director Li, you are too kind. I am not an expert. I am just helping Professor Su. Gao Mingyue, who looked heroic and youthful, smiled. But Zhou Sun on the side was dumbfounded. From the province. How long has it been since Chenmu escaped from the detention center? It's only 72 hours at most. The higher-ups are intervening now. Are the higher-ups too distrustful of us? Zhou Sun couldn't help but frown and said something. Zhou Sun, how can you talk like that? Do you have any discipline? Li Hongwei scolded immediately after hearing the voice. Rebuke is rebuke. But there was no blame in Deputy Director Li Hongwei's expression. Obviously, he was secretly dissatisfied with the arrival of the three people. As for the fact that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau spent a lot of time and effort but failed to successfully capture the wanted criminal Chenmu, he had nothing to say about the people from the province. But the question is, how long has it been? 72 hours. So we send people to intervene. How much do they lack trust in the capabilities of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau? Gao Mingyue, who was standing by, heard and understood what the Yangqing deputy director and the investigation team leader meant. I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. Deputy Director Li, Captain Zhou, I think I have to say that the province did not send us here because they doubted the ability of your Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Instead, the impact of the novel, "I'm Really Not a Criminal," has made the province start to pay attention to it, so I took the initiative to ask the higher-ups to come and assist, and also brought Professor Su and Lin Dong here. This is the situation, this is what happened, you don't have to think too much. Assist. These two words made Zhou Sun's expression even uglier. Doesn't the meaning remain the same? To put it bluntly, it was just to prevent the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation detachment from being too embarrassed. The other party came to their small county-level city with a provincial title. Could they dare to hold the dominant power in their hands and let the other party play a supporting role? If that's really the case, then you're extremely stupid. I understand Zhou Sun's heart and know what he is thinking at this moment. Gao Mingyue smiled and said, Captain Zhou, I would not have volunteered to do this, but, considering that I am also from Yangqing, and Chen Mu and I were high school classmates, I feel that I need to volunteer. What? You're from Yangqing? You and Chen Mu were high school classmates. Deputy Director Li Hongwei and Zhou Sun exclaimed at the same time. Yes, I'm from Yangqing, a native of Yangqing. I left Yangqing when I went to college. And Chen Mu was my classmate for 3 years in high school. I have a certain degree of understanding of him. Well, how should I put it? At least I know him better than you do. Gao Mingyue said. Hearing this, Li Hongwei and Zhou Sun looked at each other. That invisible feeling of rejection seemed to be much less all of a sudden. This prison break incident has already caused a very significant impact with the emergence of that novel, and that impact is still growing and spreading, so I think we should not waste time. At this time, criminal investigation expert Su Hualin showed his vigorous and decisive personality with a serious face. It would be best to hold a simple case analysis meeting now, so that we can learn more about this case in detail. Yes, but since our reconnaissance detachment has been working non-stop for the past few days, the team members' spirits and bodies can't bear it, so only half of the personnel are on duty at the moment, and the other half have gone back to rest. It doesn't matter whether you are willing or not. A higher-ranking official can crush others, not to mention that the other party is more than one level higher than Zhou Sun, so at this time Zhou Sun can only cooperate with the other party. It doesn't matter. Having you as the investigation team leader is enough, said Su Hualin. Okay. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. Then let's get started now. 20 minutes later. In the case analysis meeting room of Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Several leaders of the Public Security Bureau headed by Deputy Director Li Hongwei, several investigators headed by Zhou Sun, and Su Hualin, Gao Mingyue, and Lin Dong from the province. They sat together in the conference room. As for the head of Yangqing Public Security Bureau, Director Yan, he left Yangqing for investigation yesterday after issuing a deadline order for the arrest. In the conference room. Not a lot of nonsense. After Chen Mu escaped from the detention center, investigation team leader Zhou Sun narrated and reviewed a series of arrest operations and plans by their Yangqing Public Security Bureau, and the corresponding surveillance video was also played on the big screen. This gave Su Hualin, Gao Mingyue, and Lin Dong a more comprehensive understanding. Although from the moment Chen Mu left the rental room 503, number 176, Mima Street, they fell into the opponent's trap and were led by the nose, and played one trick after another, Zhou Sun did not hide any of these and narrated them all in the review. However, several leaders headed by Li Hongwei were embarrassed. What is Zhou Sun doing? Isn't this describing the incompetence of our Yangqing Public Security Bureau in front of the people from the province? He also has superb makeup skills, even to the point where he can achieve makeup that's close to disguise. After listening to what Zhou Sun said, Su Hualin frowned immediately. Right. Nodding and speaking, Zhou Sun pasted several photos of faces used by Chen Mu on the blackboard beside him. This one is his real face. This is the face he used when he sneaked into room 503, number 176, Mima Street. This was the face he used when he sneaked back to his residence in Yujing Shijia community and later appeared on the pedestrian street. This is his face when he came out of the restroom in the shopping mall on the pedestrian street. He stayed in the coffee shop in the mall for about an hour with this face, then left and finally disappeared from the surveillance range. This is the disguised face he wore when he entered the ecological park and sneaked into the home of our investigation team member A Tai. Jo-sun hadn't finished speaking yet. Lee Hongwei, the deputy director, couldn't hold it in any longer. What did you say? He sneaked into the home of our scout team member. Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue also became extremely solemn in an instant. How bold is he? Another public security bureau leader shouted angrily. Jo-sun continued expressionlessly, there are even more daring ones to come. He sneaked into our investigation team member A Tai's home, controlled a Tai who was sleeping at the time, tied him up and gagged him, disguised himself as a Tai, then drove a Tai's car to our Yangqing Public Security Bureau and went deep into our investigation office area. Without anyone noticing anything unusual, he swaggered into my office under the pretext that I asked him to check the 6.21 case file to verify the contents. As expected, he had already taken photos of the contents of the 6.21 case file and took them away. The words fell. With a snap. Jo-sun posted a photo of Chen Mu disguised as a Tai on the blackboard. Several leaders of the Public Security Bureau were terrified and filled with endless anger. Director Lee, this matter was discovered not long ago, so I didn't have time to report it to you before you called me to your office. Jo-sun turned and said to Lee Hongwei. Then he took the remote control and pressed the big screen again. This is the series of surveillance videos after he drove Arteist's SUV into the sheriff's bureau. Everyone in the conference room looked at the surveillance video on the big screen. And in this gap, Jo-sun then posted the latest photo of a Tai, which was taken half an hour ago, on the blackboard. Wait until the surveillance video on the big screen is finished playing. Jo-sun spoke seamlessly. This is what he looks like after disguising himself as A Tai, and this is what A Tai himself looks like. By comparing these two photos, we can undoubtedly see how good his makeup and disguise skills are. Mingyue, does your high school classmate have this ability? Criminal investigation expert Su Hualin looked at the two photos which had a similarity of 80 to 90% and frowned deeply. He turned to look at Gao Mingyue and said. Gao Mingyue also had her brows furrowed. Because she had never heard that Chen Mu had this skill. Gao Mingyue shook her head. During college and after graduation, I met him a few times at parties, but I never noticed that he was wearing any makeup, and I never heard of how advanced his makeup skills were. Su Hualin thought thoughtfully. He then began to express his own opinions. If the disguises and makeup he used several times before cannot rule out the possibility that someone assisted him, then based on his appearance before and after being in the criminal investigation team member's home, it is undoubtedly certain that he has extremely advanced makeup skills. With his ability to change his appearance at will, coupled with his anti-reconnaissance awareness, the probability of using surveillance to track and arrest him is surprisingly small. Once we can't identify and arrest someone based on their appearance, we only have fingerprints and DNA to confirm their identity. However, since they have the ability to disguise themselves and change their appearance, it wouldn't make much sense to collect fingerprints and biological samples from the entire city's population for comparison. Besides, collecting fingerprints and biological samples from the entire city's population is not realistic. In that case, we have to change our thinking from the root cause. That is, why did he give up the opportunity to escape from Yangqing? Why did he stay in Yangqing to provoke the police? Did he really think that he could perfectly fool the police without exposing himself? Or did he stay in Yangqing to clear himself of the crime? To clear himself of suspicion of being the perpetrator of the June 21st case? Any criminal, or even anyone, has a motive for doing anything, so we must first find out what his motive is for staying in Yangqing. As soon as Su Hualin finished speaking, a leader of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau immediately said, Professor Su, is there a possibility? He doesn't want to leave Yangqing. But he can't leave Yangqing. At present, all the entrances and exits of Yangqing are being checked. If they cannot produce their ID cards, or their appearance does not match their ID cards, or their ID cards are forged, or even when the police dogs detect suspicious smells, they will be taken back to the Public Security Department for further inspection. Under this kind of dragnet, it is definitely not an easy task for him to leave Yangqing. Based on what he has done, do you think it would be difficult for him to get an ID card? If he gets an ID card and then disguises himself according to the portrait on it, will he be at risk of being caught by the police checkpoints? After all, at a checkpoint of this scale, the most the police can do is to check the identity and the carriage, and there is absolutely no way they can conduct more investigations and inquiries, right? Of course, maybe a police dog could come in handy, but I've read his novel, I'm Not a Criminal, and based on what he wrote in it, I personally think he should be able to get rid of the police dog's sense of smell. Su Hualin said so. The head of the Public Security Bureau frowned and fell silent. So, I say the same thing again. If you want to catch him, you must predict his next action. Only by determining what he wants to do next can you establish an effective direction for pursuit. Otherwise, given his superb makeup skills, you will just be led by him like a headless fly. Su Hualin continued, and now, there is a direction in front of us, that is the June 21st case. Whether it is that he mentioned many times in the novel that he was innocent and wrongly accused, or that he disguised himself as an investigator to enter the Public Security Bureau to steal the June 21st case files, these signs all show that he wants to investigate the June 21st case himself to clear his name. This is the best direction for us to pursue him, and it is also the only direction at present. However, after hearing about the June 21st incident, many investigators could no longer sit still. This is especially true for Deputy Director Li Hongwei. He immediately said in a resounding voice, "Professor Su, I think this is all a smokescreen. He is the real murderer of the June 21st case. There is no one else. This is a solid case with irrefutable evidence. There is no possibility of injustice. Speaking of the June 21st case, could you provide us with the files of the June 21st case?" Su Hualin didn't say anything to Li Hongwei, he just shook his head and smiled. Can. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth, glanced at Deputy Director Li Hongwei, and responded. Then I'll leave it to Captain Zhou. Soon. Zhou Sun took the June 21st case file that was locked in the office drawer. No participants were asked to recuse themselves. Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue just flipped through it. Not long. The two of them frowned. Seeing this, the investigators and leaders of Yangqing Public Security Bureau, especially Li Hongwei, felt their hearts skip a beat. It's obvious. If the wrong person was arrested in the June 21st case, it was truly an unjust case in which a confession was extracted through torture. Then, with Chen Mu's prison escape and the huge impact of the novel, I'm Really Not a Criminal, as it re-updates and serializes his escape experience, it will be a disastrous consequence for them. I don't know how much time passed. The silence was so great that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone present had different thoughts. Gao Mingyue, who had just glanced over the entire file, spoke. He spoke before Professor Su Hualin could do so. The fingerprint comparison and DNA test results from the lost biological samples, plus the fact that the telescope in the other party's study was facing the crime scene, and that someone saw and identified him before and after the crime, and that the other party could not provide any alibi, are indeed enough to convict him. As for the motive for the crime, he was not content with making up the case in the novel, and wanted to create a high IQ perfect crime in reality. From the perspective of criminal psychology, this is also in line with the motive for the crime. Hearing what Gao Mingyue said, Deputy Director Li Hongwei couldn't help but feel relieved. The investigators are no exception. Only the old detective Lin Guodong felt disappointed and shook his head secretly. Another piece of waste. If that's the case, can we rule out the possibility that Professor Su just mentioned? Deputy Director Li Hongwei said immediately. Little did he know that Gao Mingyue remained noncommittal. He said slowly, don't rush to rule out that possibility. There are some examples of schizophrenia among criminals. If the other party has schizophrenia, then it makes sense why he claimed in the novel that he was tortured into confessing, and stole the files to try to clear his name. Because in his subconscious mind, he doesn't think that he was the one who committed the crime, even if he did commit the crime. There are some precedents among criminals with schizophrenia. If he had schizophrenia, he should have shown some signs during his detention over the past month, but the fact is that his mind doesn't seem to be abnormal at all. The old detective Lin Guodong really couldn't help it. What the hell is this? Is this also related to schizophrenia? It's complete bullshit. However, regarding Lin Guodong's point of view, The leaders and investigators of Yangqing Public Security Bureau undoubtedly agree with this. They all turned to look at Gao Mingyue. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't care about it. He explained with a faint smile, split personality disorder is latent. It does not mean that it will manifest itself within a certain period of time. In other words, it is random. It is often possible that another personality in the body will be stimulated when it is stimulated. For example, when he writes a novel, when he immerses himself in the world he has created, he will lose himself invisibly and put himself into that fictional world, and then uncontrollably stimulate the second personality in the body. Hearing the other party's seemingly impeccable statement, Lin Guodong was speechless for a moment. Even if he still firmly believes that the so-called schizophrenia is pure nonsense. That's all Gao Mingyue said. Then, Li Hongwei, deputy director of the Chaoyang City Public Security Bureau, said to Zhou Sun, captain of the investigation team, Deputy Director Li, Captain Zhou, I would like to study the file of the June 21st case with Professor Su. Is that convenient? Zhou Sun subconsciously looked at Li Hongwei again. With the other party nodding slightly in helplessness, Zhou Sun had no choice but to agree. Then he asked, since Comrade Gao and Professor Su think so, what should we do next? Taking the June 21st case as the direction, since he wants to investigate the June 21st case himself, he will definitely not be able to avoid the interpersonal relationships of the deceased's family during their lifetime, such as the names that appeared in the files. He should find a way to find those people. Gao Mingyue answered first. You mean we should keep a close eye on those who provided information to our police on the June 21st case? Zhou Sun raised his eyebrows. The other party actually risked walking on a tightrope to steal the files. He must be looking for clues through the files of the June 21st case. So Comrade Mingyue is right. He will most likely contact those people who provided information to the police. This time, Su Hualin did not let Gao Mingyue answer first, and responded like this. Okay, we will immediately pay close attention to those people who provided relevant information to the police. Zhou Sun said expressionlessly. Let's leave it at that for now. Su Hualin nodded. At Su Hualing's voice. This analysis session will come to an end. Li Hongwei also led Su Hualin, Gao Mingyue and Lin Dong, and arranged an office for them in the Public Security Bureau building, and also arranged a lounge for each of them in the Public Security Bureau. As Li Hongwei left with a sneer. In Professor Su Hualin's lounge. Lin Dong couldn't hold back any longer. Sister Mingyue, why do I feel that the split personality disorder you mentioned is so far-fetched? You're right to think it's far-fetched. That's Mingyue's way of appeasing, or to keep the people in Yangqing Security Bureau in check. Su Hualin shook his head and smiled. What? To give a perfunctory response to those people from Yangqing Public Security Bureau. What does this mean? Lin Dong was confused. Just think about it, if Chen Mu was really wronged, and was forced to confess under torture, what would that mean for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau if it were an ordinary case? They might be able to deal with it internally in their own way. But with the sensation and influence caused by the novel, I'm really not a criminal, once it is finally determined that Chen Mu was wronged, the relevant leaders and investigators of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau will certainly not have a good time. Therefore, we must stabilize them temporarily, and we cannot conclude that this might be a wrongful case right away. Otherwise it will definitely be detrimental to the subsequent work. Gao Mingyue explained. Sister Mingyue, are you deciding that the June 21st case was a wrongful conviction, and that Chen Mu was wrongly accused? Lin Dong's eyes widened. At this time, criminal investigation expert Su Hualin spoke again before Gao Mingyuan responded. From the files, there are still many doubts about the June 21st case. I have carefully studied the content of the novel, I'm not a criminal. The author's thinking is very meticulous, and both logic and reasoning show outstanding abilities. According to the content of the novel, the author even has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. So, would someone with such a meticulous mind, good logic and reasoning ability, and some obsessive-compulsive disorder make such a basic mistake as leaving fingerprints on the faucet switch of the wash basin? In addition, through the novels he wrote, it is not difficult to conclude that he has a certain understanding of criminal investigation work and has a lot of relevant knowledge reserves. Therefore, would he not know that fingerprints cannot be washed away with water? There is no doubt that this is unreasonable. No matter how careless the other party is, it is not expected that he would make such a fatal mistake. Speaking of this, Su Hualin paused and looked at Gao Mingyue. Mingyue, are you sure that your high school classmate is not the real murderer of the June 21st case? I don't know either. But no matter if he is the real murderer or not, he is currently a wanted criminal and must be brought to justice first. Otherwise, the people of Yangqing will inevitably be in a panic. Even though many netizens have already sided with him, for the majority of Yangqing people, before the June 21st case is concluded and the verdict is completed, he is still a wanted criminal suspected of being the murderer of the June 21st case. Such a wanted criminal suspected of murder lurking in Yangqing will definitely make the people of Yangqing uneasy. Gao Mingyue exhaled and continued, but then again, in my heart, I don't want him to be the real murderer, and I also think that the probability of him being the real murderer is not high, because from the perspective of criminal psychology, I can't find any explanation that could prompt him to commit such a crime. Not to mention my understanding of him, and his cheerful, optimistic, easygoing and friendly personality. Let's just talk about the most intuitive point. If his motive for committing the crime was to commit a high IQ perfect crime, then would he have chosen such a cruel and inhumane crime with too many uncertain factors? Obviously, this doesn't fit the criminal psychology. At least, in the criminal psychology that I've come across in the past, there are no similar cases. There's another problem. In the matter of perfect crime, if it's not an ordinary revenge killing, if it's just to satisfy the extreme desires in one's heart, then often after the crime is over, there will be some artistic things left behind, or things that provoke the police. But the 6.21 case didn't have that. So for the things presented in the 6.21 case file, combined with the criminal psychology of the murderer, I'm more inclined to think that this was a revenge killing. But if it was a revenge killing, then Chen Mu would have no motive to commit the crime. Otherwise, the Yangqing police would not have given the motive of intending to commit a perfect crime. Gao Mingyue's words made Professor Su Hualin smile and nod with satisfaction. Although Gao Mingyue was not his disciple, but he had long been extremely fond of Gao Mingyue's attainments in criminal psychology. What is even more rare is that Gao Mingyue not only has outstanding attainments in criminal psychology, but also has an extraordinary talent in criminal investigation. Precisely because of this, whenever there is a need, this criminal investigation expert would always specifically bring Gao Mingyue along. Similarly, it was precisely because of this that when Gao Mingyue volunteered to come to Yangqing to assist the case and asked him to come along, he agreed. That's right. So there are many doubts in the Yangqing June 21st case, said Su Hualin. No, don't the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Detachment realize those problems? Lin Dong, who was in charge of the technical aspect, became more and more confused. Such a heinous case of family annihilation occurred in the small city of Yangqing, and 3 generations of people died. As the leader of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, he is definitely under tremendous pressure to solve the case. The relevant leaders only want to solve the case quickly and give an explanation to the people of Yangqing. Based on this background, when the fingerprints and biological samples left at the crime scene correspond to Chen Mu, and the content written by Chen Mu as an online writer in his novel, is exactly the same as the crime scene, plus there is a telescope facing the crime scene in his study at home. Su Hualin continued, under such circumstances, it is normal for the Yangqing police, who are eager to solve the case, to identify him as the murderer. As for some doubts in the case, for the leaders who are under pressure to solve the case, they are probably not worth mentioning in the face of those conclusive evidence. Isn't this too much of a joke? Lin Dong exclaimed. Is this a joke? On this issue? Neither Su Hualin nor Gao Mingyue responded. Because as far as they know, there are even more ridiculous things. After all, there was once a female detective who was very fast at solving cases and created many false and wrongful convictions. The reason was just to consolidate her own label of female detective and to climb up faster. Professor Su, what do you think we should do next? Gao Mingyue asked Su Hualin. The arrest of Chen Mu and the investigation of the June 21st case are being carried out simultaneously. If nothing unexpected happens, if Chen Mu wants to investigate the June 21st case on his own, he will definitely choose to start from the social relations of the victim's family, but it is highly likely that he will not list those people recorded in the file as the targets of the visits as you said. Su Hualin's expression became heavy. Professor Su, what do you mean? Gao Mingyue frowned. Let me ask you, if the real background of the June 21st case was a vendetta, and the murderer was not Chen Mu, then why did the murderer deliberately frame Chen Mu? Su Hualin said in a deep voice. Swoosh. Gao Mingyue was startled. If the above two assumptions are true, there are only two possibilities. One is to divert the police's investigation by framing Chen Mu, thereby achieving the purpose of escaping the crime. The other possibility is that there may be some kind of connection between the murderer, Chen Mu, and the deceased's family. At the very least, the murderer has hatred for Chen Mu and the deceased's family. I believe that Chen Mu, who was able to write the novel, I'm Really Not a Criminal, should be able to analyze this point. Between these two possibilities, I tend to lean towards the latter. So although Chen Mu will most likely start by investigating the social network of the deceased's family, it will definitely not be the social network on the file, but the social network that has not been listed outside the file. Because if it is really a vendetta, then there must be some unknown past behind the deceased's family that led to the vendetta, said Su Hualin. Professor Su, why didn't you mention these things at the analysis meeting just now? Lin Dong scratched his head in confusion. Little did he know that Su Hualin just shook his head meaningfully and did not express his thoughts. In fact, he had the same idea as Mingyue. He was worried that if the Yangqing Public Security Bureau realized that this was a false case, Chen Mu might be shot dead for resisting arrest. But these are obviously not suitable for discussion. Yangqing City. In the high-end apartment of Times Garden, which is less than 3 kilometers away from the Public Security Bureau. Chen Mu, wearing the face of Song Qingfei, went up to the 4th floor accompanied by the landlord. By the way, Xiao Song, what do you do? There are many elites in our apartment building, even police officers. Look, the person in 405 opposite 406 is our people's police, and she is a beautiful police officer. The wealthy female landlord who bought an entire apartment building to collect rent said with a coquettish smile. Forehead. Chen Mu was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? Police. He is a wanted criminal and lives across from the police. Isn't this some? Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. Chen Mu and the female landlord turned their heads to look. I saw Su Men, a female investigator from the City Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade, walking towards me with a tired look on her face. Oh, Officer Su is back, the wealthy female landlord said with a smile. Chen Mu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly at this moment. Isn't this the female investigator from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade? Hey, Sister Fun. What are you doing? After trying many times in the past to correct the way the female landlord addressed her and asking her to replace Officer Su with Xiao Su or Suman, all to no avail, Suman was too lazy to say anything anymore. Room 406 has been vacant for a while, and this handsome guy wants to rent it, so I brought him over to have a look. Come on, Xiao Song, get to know Officer Su. If you rent it, you will be our next-door neighbor. We will see each other every day, and we can help each other if we have anything. While responding, the wealthy female landlord also chuckled and subconsciously pushed Chen Mu. Hello, Officer Su, my name is Song Qingfei. Chen Mu, who kept his composure, smiled shyly and extended his hand towards Suman. Mr. Song, just call me Suman. No need to call me police officer. Besides, I'm just an ordinary employee. Looking at the hand extended by the other party, Suman raised her eyebrows slightly, but still shook hands with the other party lightly with a forced smile, and then quickly let go. Then he said to the wealthy female landlord, Sister Fun, I won't bother you from showing the house to your clients. I'll go back to my room first. Oh, good. He smiled as he watched Suman unlock the door and enter the house. The landlady then withdrew her gaze. Then he winked and whispered in Chen Mu's ear, Our Officer Su seems to be still single. If you don't have a girlfriend, this is your chance. Is this so that I can rent this house quickly? I'm just an ordinary citizen, I don't dare to pursue such a high position. Chen Mu laughed dryly. What do you mean by marrying above your station? Look at what you are saying. Between unmarried men and women, what matters is just eye contact. If they are eye contact, what's the point of having a professional relationship? The landlady said unhappily. Hey, Sister Fun, let's go look at the house first. Well, all right. The loft layout covers an area of nearly 50 square meters. All furniture and appliances are available, although it has been rented out before. But it is still maintained to be brand new. Judging from some remaining traces of usage, it is not difficult to see that the previous tenant should be a female tenant. After a quick look around, Chen-Mu signed it directly. The monthly rent is 4,500, 2 deposits and 1 payment, and the short-term contract is 6 months. Xiao Song, although Sister Fun can feel that you are a very particular person, Sister Fun still has to say something. Considering the next tenant after you quit the lease, we have to do our best to maintain the house. After all, the maintenance of the house is related to the future rental. Another thing is that we should try to reduce the number of strangers coming and going. The rest are the terms in the rental agreement. Those are not a big problem. With your handsome appearance and good conversation, Sister Fun believes in you. Seeing Chen-Mu's straightforwardness, the wealthy female landlord patted his arm with great satisfaction. However, she couldn't even think of beating her to death. The young man who made her extremely satisfied at this moment might be the criminal wanted by the whole city of Yangqing for murdering a whole family. Well, Sister Fun, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Chen-Mu grinned. Well, it's settled then. Xiao Song, you can consider what Sister Fun told you before. It is said that those who are close to water will get the moon first. Take the beautiful police officer Sue across the street. If you can catch her, you have to thank Sister Fun later. The wealthy female landlord winked again. Hee, let's not talk about those for now. Chen-Mu said quickly. Seeing that Chen-Mu looked shy, the wealthy female landlord stopped joking. After a few additional brief instructions, he moved away from 406. As the door was closed again, Chen-Mu let out a long breath. Become the next-door neighbor of the female detective from the City Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade. This was something he could never have expected. Of course. After learning that his next-door neighbor was the female detective Suman, he could have chosen to move to another place. But after weighing the pros and cons before, he still chose to make the best of it. The neighbor across the street is an investigator from the investigation detachment. Apart from the fact that it may increase the risk of exposing myself to a certain extent, other than that, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Even if you can successfully approach the other person, maybe the other person can help you a lot. It was precisely because of these considerations that Chen-Mu resolutely rented room 406. Afternoon. Chen-Mu did not stay in the room. Instead, he went out in a swagger and bought a series of daily necessities. By the way, I also bought a supporting blackboard, some erasable water-based pens, and some magnetic items. It was already night when we came back from the walk. When he moved the blackboard and other things back into the room, Suman, who had just slept for 4 or 5 hours, was just about to go out. After seeing Chen-Mu preparing to move the blackboard at the door into the room, the female detective, who had originally not intended to communicate too much with the other party, was stunned. After all, it is undoubtedly rare to place a blackboard in the home, except for families with children. And the other person obviously doesn't look like someone who has a family and lives with children. Perhaps it was due to occupational disease. Suman subconsciously pointed at the blackboard and asked Chen-Mu. Mr. Song, what are you doing? No, I'm a designer. I'm used to making preliminary ideas and recording inspirations on the blackboard, so I have to prepare a blackboard no matter where I move. Chen-Mu replied with a faint smile. Mr. Song, would it be convenient for me to know what kind of design you are doing? Suman asked habitually. Graphic design, Officer Su, if you need it, just let me know. I will provide you with the design free of charge until you are satisfied. Chen-Mu laughed. Okay, I'll find you if I need anything. After asking those 2 questions, Suman stopped talking. After all, asking further would be a bit like interrogating a criminal. In Chen-Mu's responsive and laugh, Suman turned around and walked away without thinking any more. Chen-Mu turned around with a slight smile on his face. Move the blackboard into the room inside the house. After some simple and hasty arrangement. After locking the door, he went straight to the blackboard. Once again, the June 21st case was comprehensively sorted out on the blackboard based on the contents of the file. In the end, no new breakthrough was found. It seems that we still have to start with the social relationships of the deceased's family. If this is a revenge killing to frame me, then the deceased's family must have some kind of grudge against the murderer. However, according to the police's interviews, the probability of revenge killing is obviously very low, so we still have to find a way to dig deeper into the social network of the deceased's family that is not within the scope of the police's interview. Chen Mu looked at the blackboard. Husband Tang Wenxiu, wife Wei Wenwei, mother-in-law Ma Shufan, and son Tang Haoyu. Tang Haoyu is only 8 or 9 years old. The possibility that the source of the vendetta lies with him is very small, otherwise the police would not have failed to discover it during their visit. Ma Shufan is over 70 years old. Although her neighbors have a very good opinion of her, she was an employee of the welfare home after all. Could it be that she got into trouble while working at the welfare home? Wei Wenwei is a nurse at Yangqing Second People's Hospital. The police found out through their investigation that she has always been an excellent employee of the hospital. Not only has she never been complained by patients, but she has also won many compliments from patients. Logically speaking, if the trouble was caused by her, it is very likely a dispute between her and a patient. If there is a dispute between her and a patient, the hospital will definitely provide relevant information. As for her husband, Tang Wenxiu, a Chinese teacher in the 2nd grade of Yangqing No. 3 Middle School, the police found out that although he was easygoing, he was relatively strict with students. However, he had never done anything out of line. Even if there had been corporal punishment in the past, the scale was always well controlled. Could it be that there was a situation where the situation got out of control? And the school kept it to a certain extent for the sake of the school's reputation? No, it's unlikely. For a case of this nature, the school would not dare to conceal it no matter how brave they are. Chen Mu frowned and began to analyze again. He then crossed out the word school on the blackboard. Then, we began to sort out Tang Wenxiu's life trajectory based on the files. A native of Yangqing, he entered the Guangdong Normal University in his province at the age of 20 and graduated from the Guangdong Normal University at the age of 24. He then returned to Yangqing to teach. He first taught Chinese at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. A few years later, he was transferred to Yangqing No. 3 Middle School and stayed there for more than 10 years. What about the investigation and visit to Yangqing No. 7 Middle School? In an instant, Chen Mu quickly checked the contents of the files he had taken on his mobile phone again. However, no. The police's visit was limited to Yangqing No. 3 Middle School. But think about it, that's true. The other party was transferred to Yangqing No. 3 Middle School more than 10 years ago. From the perspective of routine visits and investigations, it is impossible for the police to trace back to Yangqing No. 7 Middle School where Tang Wenxiu taught more than 10 years ago. Swish, swish, swish. Putting down his phone, Chen Mu wrote the 4 words, Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, on the blackboard. Will there be any surprises? He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself again. Chen Mu, who was unsure, took out his laptop. Open a search engine on the web. I tried to see if I could find some information about the teachers of Yangqing No. 7 Middle School on the internet, especially those academic staff with long teaching experience. After searching for a while, a name appeared in his sight. Lu Wenqing. A model teacher at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, he has been selected as an excellent class teacher many times and has 20 years of teaching experience at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. 20 years of teaching experience at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. Isn't this the person who entered Yangqing No. 7 Middle School at about the same time as Tang Wenxiu? As this name was locked by Chen Mu, he immediately looked up some basic information about Lu Wenqing at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. Thanks to the relative development of the internet age, Chen Mu was able to grasp some basic information about this middle-aged female teacher who had been a model teacher and excellent class teacher for many years. Burn that information into your mind. He then turned around and checked the situation of Yangqing Welfare Home. Unfortunately, it is different from the previous online search for Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. Because welfare homes receive relatively little attention in real life. Therefore, there is not much information about Yangqing Welfare Home. As for negative news, there is absolutely none. In front of the blackboard, Chen Mu slowly stopped thinking after making his next plan. Then cover the blackboard with a white cloth. Then he left the room and went into the kitchen. I simply cooked a bowl of instant noodles and made do with it for dinner. Then I went to the bathroom and took a shower. Finally, he picked up the notebook and went up to the bed in the attic. There is no rush to replay and code out the escape experience. Instead, I started to check out the impact and heated public discussions caused by "I'm really not a criminal" on the internet. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Bright lights. A Thai, who was controlled by Chen Mu and had his appearance copied, went deep into the Public Security Bureau and stole the contents of the 6.21 case file, returned to the detachment again. But he no longer has the same high spirits as before. He kept his head down the whole time. Obviously, this is a huge humiliation for any investigator. If it weren't for my barely acceptable psychological quality, I would be too ashamed to step into the Public Security Bureau or the Investigation Brigade again. "Atai, tell me," Zhou Sun said expressionlessly. "Captain Zhou, what did you say?" Atai gritted his teeth and dared not look the other person in the eye. Zhou Sun didn't respond. The scene then fell into dead silence. After a short moment, Artaist finally reacted and slowly swallowed his words before speaking again. "Yesterday at noon, I had just fallen asleep when I received a call from 114 saying that someone had accidentally hit my car and was waiting for me to come over to negotiate. So I went down to check, but I didn't expect to find no one there, and there were no signs of damage on the car. I thought the other party must have given the wrong license plate number when calling 114, so I didn't think much about it and immediately returned home from the underground garage. When I returned home and fell into a half-sleep, someone suddenly woke me up. It was a completely unfamiliar face. I instinctively leaned forward and subconsciously tried to subdue the other person as soon as possible, but at the moment I made a move, the other person got ahead of me and punched me in the stomach. As I bent over in reflex due to the pain, he chopped me on the back of my neck with a knife, and then I fainted. When I woke up, my hands and feet were tangled with wires, and my mouth was stuffed with socks. Then, Tayato and the others came over. In Artaist's description, Zhou Sun closed his eyes and put himself into a third-party perspective, imagining the scenes that Atai described in his mind. Captain Zhou, the opponent's punches and knife attacks are obviously well practiced. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to control the strength so perfectly like him. In addition, judging from the fact that he woke me up on purpose, he is very confident in his attacks and has absolute confidence in knocking me out. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so, because if he fails to knock me out, he will definitely be in trouble. I think no matter how brave he is, he would not dare to take such a risk. After describing his experience, Artaist quickly added something. He also implicitly revealed that he did not think, or did not want to think, that the person who sneaked into his house, knocked him out, disguised himself as him, and finally entered the investigation detachment in his appearance to steal the files was Chen Mu. You don't think that person could be Chen Mu? As Zhou Sun opened his eyes, Suman said. Yes, if it was that bastard, he wouldn't be able to have such skills. Atai blurted out. We'll soon know if it's him, said the old detective Lin Guodong suddenly. Lao Lin, what do you say? Someone asked. If it's him, this passage will soon appear in the novel, I'm really not a criminal. If it's not him, it will definitely not appear, said Lin Guodong. Hearing this, Artaist shuddered violently. His face couldn't help but turn slightly pale. If the other person is really Chen Mu, if Chen Mu really put that passage in the novel, then isn't he Artaist? As an investigator of the investigation detachment, he was not only provoked by the wanted criminal who broke into his home, but also controlled him, had his hands and feet tied up, and had a smelly sock stuffed in his mouth. Once this matter is made public on the internet, it will be more difficult to accept than killing him, and this matter will also be injected into his future life and police career, becoming a shame that can never be erased. It also means that his future career ceiling can be seen at a glance. Until this moment, Atai finally realized that if the other party was Chen Mu, why didn't he do further harm to him? Why didn't he retaliate against the means he used against him in the interrogation room? Because in comparison, retaliatory physical harm is not worth mentioning at all. This is killing people and destroying their hearts, an invisible killing and destroying their hearts. How did he know where Atai lived? And how did he know which floor and which room Atai lived in? As if knowing how heavy the topic of old detective Lin Guodong was for Atai, another detective quickly changed the subject and asked. We checked the surveillance cameras in the community. The other party first walked into the underground parking lot, and then made a call at the elevator entrance near where Atai parked his car. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be 114. He used the excuse of bumping into Atai's car to lure Atai out. It just so happened that the elevator entrance of the unit where Atai was located was the elevator entrance he chose, so he should have seen Atai coming down from the 25th floor. If Atai didn't come out from the elevator entrance of the unit, then I think he would follow Atai and confirm the floor where Atai is. The investigator who had gone to Atai's home to check on him after Chenmu sneaked into the investigation building and stole the files continued, as long as we determine the floor of Atai's unit, it won't be difficult to confirm which room Atai lives in, because there are 3 households on 2 elevators. The other 2 households have obvious family housing features outside the front door of one household, and the feminine features of the other household are particularly obvious. The front door of Atai's house is too simple, so it's not difficult to lock it. As for how he knew that Atai lived in Palm Garden, I think he should have followed Atai. At this point, the investigator smiled bitterly. But even if we can confirm that he has followed Atai, it doesn't mean much to us in terms of clues. After all, with his anti-reconnaissance awareness and disguise, even if we can lock him down, it will probably be in vain, just like the previous times. Did not participate in these discussions. Captain Zhou Sun raised his hand to brush away his messy bangs, then let out a breath with a stern face. Then he frowned and looked at Atai. Are you sure he is very skilled? And he woke you up on his own initiative, but he made you lose consciousness and fall into a coma with just a punch and a knife. Captain Zhou, do you suspect I made it up? I could hear the doubt in Zhou Sun's words. Atai gritted his teeth and said, even if I want to make up a story, I won't make up such a story. This is not an honorable thing. On the contrary, it is extremely shameful. Although Chenmu is not a weak scholar, he is a writer who stays at home all day writing online articles. It is not realistic to say that he has such skills. Zhou Sun said. So I said he is not that bastard. His shots are extremely professional. Like I said just now, he also has absolute confidence in his shots. Otherwise, he would not dare to wake me up before shooting. This is definitely not something that bastard can do. Artaist said anxiously. If it wasn't him, how do you explain that he had already changed into your appearance when he left your house? In addition, his height and body shape are consistent with Chenmu, and after disguising himself as you, he went straight to our investigation detachment to steal the 6.21 case files. Based on these conditions, who else could it be besides him? Could it be that he has an accomplice? And an accomplice with almost the same height and body shape? If that's true, doesn't it mean that his disguise and appearance were all assisted by that accomplice? At the end, the tone of the old detective Lin Guodong was full of sarcasm and ridicule. If he has an accomplice, then whether it's his disguise, the intrusion into Tomato Novel Network, or sneaking into my house to control me, it all makes sense, doesn't it? Artaist retorted. The old detective Lin Guodong shook his head with an indifferent expression and stopped arguing with the other party about the issue. Zhou Sun frowned again. Although Chenmu has an accomplice and the claim that the two of them took turns to replace each other is far-fetched. But at this point, this statement cannot be completely ruled out as a possibility. But if that is true, then arresting Chenmu will undoubtedly become more difficult. You guys go ahead and discuss this first, I'll be out for a while. Standing up from his chair, Zhou Sun turned around and walked out. Captain Zhou, I'm with you. Upon seeing this, veteran detective Lin Guodong immediately stood up. Zhou Xuanwei was stunned. He nodded without saying anything more and walked quickly. In the elevator. Captain Zhou, you are going to look for Gao Mingyue, right? Lin Guodong said as he pressed the button for the first floor. Yes, she said she and Chenmu were classmates, and asked her whether Chenmu had the possibility of such skills. Zhou Sun did not hide anything. Don't you think the possibility is very small? Lin Guodong said. Do you suspect that what Atai said is not true? Zhou Sun whispered. I only know that he definitely doesn't want that person to be Chenmu. If it really is Chen Mu, then he will probably be engraved on the pillar of shame. As an investigator from the investigation detachment, he was sneaked into his home and controlled by a guy who stayed at home and wrote online articles. This will definitely become a stain in his law enforcement career that can never be erased, said Lin Guodong. Zhou Sun was stunned when he heard this, accompanied by the ding sound of the elevator door opening. I didn't respond to what Lam Kwok Tung said. He walked quickly towards the building where Gao Mingyue was. Not long. Knocked on Gao Mingyue's door. Captain Zhou, what are you doing? After opening the door and seeing it was Zhou Sun, Gao Mingyue was stunned. Comrade Mingyue, is it convenient for us to go in and talk? Zhou Sun said. Well, come in. Gao Mingyue smiled and led the two into a small one-bedroom suite. Captain Zhou, do you want to discuss something with me? After Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong sat down, Gao Mingyue spoke first. Comrade Mingyue, you and Chen Mu were classmates in high school, and you will get together after graduation. Do you think it is possible that Chen Mu has outstanding skills? Zhou Sun said. Captain Zhou, do you mean the ability to control an investigator from the reconnaissance detachment? Gao Mingyue smiled faintly. These words made Zhou Sun's face suddenly look ugly. Because the fact that Atai was taken control of by someone who broke into his home was not only a shame for Atai, but also a shame for their investigation team. If this gets out, the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade will definitely be labeled as a bunch of good-for-nothings. Without waiting for Zhou Sun to respond, Gao Mingyue continued, he liked sports very much in high school, and he was pretty good at basketball, but we went our separate ways after graduating from high school. As for his college life, I definitely have limited knowledge. I only know that he has been fascinated by books about criminal investigation since college. But one thing is for sure, since he ended up writing online novels, and they are criminal investigation online novels, then he must have a very broad knowledge reserve. Based on this broad knowledge reserve, plus his meticulous thinking, I believe he should be able to subdue an ordinary investigator who is fast asleep. From the perspective of criminal psychology, if he wakes the other person up first and then takes action, what kind of mentality is this? Zhou Sun asked again. Swoosh. Gao Mingyue glared. Wake up and then take action. You mean that Chen Mu sneaked into the home of the investigator named Atai and woke him up before taking action? Gao Mingyue said. Yes. Zhou Sun did not hide it. Gao Mingyue raised his eyebrows and fell silent with a serious expression. After a moment. During Chen Mu's interrogation, the investigator named Atai must have tortured him a lot, right? Zhou Sun said nothing. This kind of thing must not be told to others. When Gao Mingyue saw Zhou Sun's reaction, she immediately understood what was going on. That makes sense. This is revenge, a revenge that wants to nail the other person to the pillar of shame. It's a far more extreme revenge than physical harm. Gao Mingyue paused. Then he said, Captain Zhou, since you can come here to ask me these questions, it means that in your previous investigation, Chen Mu should not have learned any fighting and sanda in those training institutions, so you are puzzled by how he was able to sneak into the home of the investigator named Atai and control him, right? Yes, because it's unreasonable. According to Atai, after he woke Atai up, when Atai subconsciously wanted to subdue him, he took the initiative to punch Atai in the abdomen, and then when Atai instinctively bent over in pain, he chopped Atai's neck with a knife, directly making Atai unconscious. If he hadn't practiced, it would be impossible. Zhou Sun said. You should have read his book, I'm Really Not a Criminal. Although there is not much content about fighting in it, it is very realistic and incisive. Among them, there is what you said about hitting the stomach first and then chopping the back of the neck with a knife. These have appeared in the novel. It is not difficult to see that he should have looked up a lot of relevant information. If he is interested in these, it is entirely possible for him to practice privately. This is why I did not raise any questions when you mentioned at the analysis meeting that he sneaked into the investigator's home and subdued the other party. After all, in my opinion, this possibility exists. Gao Mingyue said. Is there a possibility that he has an accomplice? Zhou Sun asked. Accomplice. Gao Mingyue laughed. Is the accomplice that Captain Zhou is talking about someone who possesses almost divine makeup skills, superb hacking skills, and outstanding skills. If there really is such a person, do you think he would take such a risk to become Chen Mu's accomplice? And if there really is such a person, wouldn't you have found any clues when you were investigating Chen Mu's interpersonal relationships? Also, I forgot to mention at the analysis meeting that Chen Mu learns very quickly. People who can draw inferences from one example are already excellent, but his upper limit is far beyond that. If he hadn't focused on studying, I believe he would have been able to enter a 985 university in the college entrance examination. But even if he didn't focus on studying, he could easily get into a 211 university. This shows his invisible talent. So, I would rather believe that he taught himself makeup and hacking skills that can make fakes look real and that he has good skills out of interest. I don't believe he has accomplices, and I don't believe anyone dares to be his accomplice, because the idea of accomplices is too far-fetched in my opinion. However, Gao Mingyue had just finished speaking. The old detective Lin Guodong couldn't help but follow. Compared to the claim that he has an accomplice, the claim that he suffers from split personality disorder and committed the June 21st case, when his second personality was activated, is even more far-fetched. Hearing what Lin Guodong said, Zhou Sun and Gao Mingyue were both stunned. Oh. Since you think it's far-fetched, why didn't you give further comments on it at the analysis meeting? Or do you think that the real murderer of the June 21st case might not be Chen Mu? A brief moment. Gao Mingyue, who had recovered as before, stared into Lin Guodong's eyes and smiled faintly. Lin Guodong was speechless for a moment. There are some things he can tell Zhou Sun. But it is absolutely not allowed to tell anyone other than Zhou Sun, or it is not appropriate to tell anyone. He captured the information he wanted from Lin Guodong's facial expression. Gao Mingyue teased further, if Chen Mu was wrongly accused, then the impact of this case will be too much for both the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and your investigation team. I believe that you volunteered to intervene in the arrest of Chen Mu, but I'm afraid it's not entirely out of the desire to bring Chen Mu to justice, right? Zhou Sun said in a stern voice. The reason why he came here was not just to find out whether Chen Mu could have any outstanding skills. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to test Gao Mingyue's intention and purpose in volunteering to come to Yangqing. And from the answers Gao Mingyue just gave, he seemed to have an idea in mind. However, how could Zhou Sun's little tricks be hidden from Gao Mingyue, a psychology expert? It was precisely because she saw through Zhou Sun's inner thoughts that Gao Mingyue gave those answers. After all, if they wanted to help Chen Mu get rehabilitated, it would definitely not be enough for her, Su Hualin and Lin Dong to do it alone. So she was thinking in her heart whether she could find a few reliable people in the investigation detachment, and then arrest Chen Mu while re-investigating the 6.21 case. But what she never expected was Zhou Sun, the team leader of the investigation team, and Lin Guodong, the most experienced detective in the team, will take the initiative to come out. Captain Zhou hasn't answered my question yet, Gao Mingyue said with a smile. If this is really a false case, I will not hesitate even if the consequence is that I have to take off this police uniform or even pay a greater price. Because compared to the price I paid, based on the nature of the June 21st case, the other party will face being sentenced to death and losing his life unjustly. If this situation really happens, and the other party really dies because of a false case, let alone whether I can still wear this police uniform or whether I am worthy of wearing this police uniform, I will never live in peace for the rest of my life, let alone tranquility. Zhou Sun said righteously. Captain Zhou, do you think there is a possibility that Chen Mu was wrongly accused? Gao Mingyue asked aggressively. This time, Zhou Sun's face trembled and he didn't answer. Gao Mingyue took advantage of the situation and said, Captain Zhou, as the captain of the investigation detachment, do you think there are any doubts in the June 21st case? A higher-ranking official can crush people to death. Before Zhou Sun could say anything, the old detective Lin Guodong took the lead and said cryptically with a wry smile and shaking his head. He immediately changed the subject and said, if that's the case, then why did expert Gao give the theory of split personality at the analysis meeting? I just said it's possible, it's not certain, right? Gao Mingyue smiled faintly with profound meaning. When it comes to this, how could Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong not understand what Gao Mingyue meant? So this was said deliberately to paralyze everyone and prevent them from feeling uneasy and worried. So what does expert Gao think? Lin Guodong said. If Chen Mu is to be arrested, the June 21st case must also be re-investigated. I wonder if you two dare to re-investigate the June 21st case. Gao Mingyu stared at Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong. Not many people are willing to accept, and not many people can accept that June 21st was a false case. Lin Guodong gritted his teeth with a complicated expression. So I'm asking you two, not the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Gao Mingyu said. Secret investigation. Lin Guodong said. Yes. At least until there is relative evidence showing that Chen Mu may not be the real murderer of the June 21st case, or before Chen Mu is successfully captured, we cannot let other people know that the June 21st case may be a false case. Gao Mingyu said. Hearing this, Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong couldn't help but tremble in their faces. Is this, worrying that Chen Mu will be shot dead because of the arrest? But they both soon felt relieved. After all, they had thought about this before. That's why Lin Guodong whispered to Zhou Sun in private when he began to waver in his stance on the June 21st case. That's why Zhou Sun didn't tell his superiors about his thoughts. Times Garden apartment building. Chen Mu didn't know that his old classmate Gao Mingyu had become involved in his case. Sitting on the Simmons mattress in the attic, leaning against the wall. With the notebook on his lap, he read the book reviews, chapter reviews, and paragraph reviews of I'm Really Not a Criminal. Although some doubts have emerged, some people suspect that his so-called escape experience is fabricated and nonsense. But there are still countless people who believe in him and regard him as an idol, and their comments are full of admiration. Even when there are questioning comments, there will be responses from all kinds of fanatical fans. In contrast, the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Brigade have been completely labeled as good-for-nothings. In addition, many local book lovers in Yangqing have disclosed various black materials of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau in the book review area. This undoubtedly pushed the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and even the Yangqing government to the forefront of public opinion, and for a time they became the target of public criticism. Look at the negative information that is popping up like mushrooms after rain. Chen Mu seemed to be able to imagine how uneasy the leaders of the Yangqing Security Bureau must be at this moment. This also means that the intensity of arrests will be infinitely increased. Chen Mu had clearly sensed this, because even though it was late at night, the sound of sirens could still be heard from outside from time to time. But what he didn't know was, countless people with criminal records or bad backgrounds have already cursed his ancestors. Because of this incident, and because of the repeated carpet-style investigations by the Yangqing police, many fugitives or people with ulterior motives were arrested. From the day he escaped from the detention center to now, all the detention centers in Yangqing are almost overcrowded. Just when Chen Mu was about to quit the comment section of I'm Really Not a Criminal, a comment that was posted 6 hours ago with no likes or replies made his pupils shrink. I didn't expect that you could escape from a place like that, but so what? Your fate is doomed, hee hee. Look at that comment that was posted 6 hours ago. Chen Mu's breathing suddenly became rapid. Was this sent by the real murderer who framed me in the June 21st case? Yes. His intuition told him that it must be that bastard. Suppressing the anger in my heart, Chen Mu, who had completely merged with the original owner, forced himself to calm down. Leave a comment below. Is that you? After replying, continue to refresh the comment column. A few minutes later, the person who posted the comment responded to his question, is that you? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. From that series of ha-ha, it was not difficult for Chen Mu to imagine the other party's extreme madness and distortion at this moment. Immediately, he quickly typed a reply, wait, I will find you out myself. This time Chen Mu didn't have to wait too long. Less than a minute. The other party responded again. Hee hee, 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 hee hee. After the extreme madness, the screen was filled with laughter, which seemed to reveal endless contempt, ridicule, and disdain. Just when Chen Mu was about to reply. As soon as I clicked reply, a prompt popped up saying that the comment had been deleted. This made Chen Mu suddenly feel dazed. Then the corners of his eyes trembled violently. This moment, He was absolutely certain. The other party is definitely the murderer of the June 21st case. In that surging anger, Chen Mu couldn't help but recall his memories again. He tried to see if he could dig out from deep within his memory some acquaintances that he might be suspicious of. However, as one name after another emerged, and as one name after another was excluded, in the end, still nothing was gained. He could not find any motive or reason for those acquaintances deep in his memory to frame him. In an increasingly chaotic and irritable mood, Chen Mu had to force himself to take a deep breath to calm himself down. Wait until things slowly calmed down. Only then did the Word document in the notebook open. 10 fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard. I believe that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would never have thought that I would return to my previous residence, or rather, they would never have thought that I would dare to return to my previous residence. Looking at those plainclothes officers outside my residential complex, I didn't feel panic or fear, but excitement. Yes, it's exciting. What could be more exciting than a wanted criminal swaggering past the police? But I have to be thankful that they didn't bring a police dog, otherwise I would have to give up my plan to sneak back to my residence. In the study, I discovered that they had not taken the telescope away as evidence. Yes, it was the telescope they used to prove that I had committed the family murder. The angle was right at the telescope at the crime scene. I have to say, this was a particularly low-level dereliction of duty mistake. Standing in front of the telescope, I tried to look out to see if there was anything new to discover. But I found a few cars parked scattered around the crime scene. It seemed that some plainclothes security guards were squatting there. The faint light from time to time in the cars showed that the police must have guessed that I might return to the crime scene. This time they were right. I did have a plan to return to the crime scene, but I believe that when the police tracked me back to my own residence and took away the telescope in the study, they should know that I have discovered their plan to wait for me to fall into their trap. In this case, they will most likely withdraw their personnel to avoid wasting unnecessary police force. After all, they are sure that I will cancel the operation after discovering their intentions. But they will not expect that this is exactly what I want. This is why I took the telescope, because it will undoubtedly provide me with the best opportunity to return to the crime scene. After leaving the residence, perhaps because I enjoyed the excitement too much, I walked past those plainclothes officers again. Perhaps because I had experienced it before, this time I no longer felt any nervousness. All I felt was excitement. It was so exciting. With the funds for escape, I did not avoid the city surveillance. After all, I had to leave them the final clue so that they could focus on tracking me and not have time to think about whether I would dare to risk returning to the crime scene. So I chose the night market, walked around the night market and entered the mall. Well, in order to increase their workload, I immediately went to the bathroom and disguised myself in the bathroom. After I came out, I went straight to the coffee shop in the mall and stayed there for about an hour. I did nothing but type. Well, the content of the chapter you saw before was written by me in the coffee shop, hee hee. When they tracked me down and saw me disappear in the surveillance footage on the pedestrian street and turned my head to smile at the surveillance camera, I think it was around noon the next day. By that time, I should have successfully returned to the crime scene as I wished. I just wonder how the people in our Public Security Bureau would feel when they see the content of this chapter. Hee hee hee. Not sleepy at all. Chen Mu became more energetic the more he coded. I just wrote down everything that happened yesterday. It includes how to lure a Thai out and determine which floor he lives on, how to control and subdue him, how to sneak into the Yangqing Security Bureau, and the subsequent process of obtaining the contents of the file. All are coded one by one. However, he did not write down the things that happened later, such as his analysis of the June 21st case files, and he did not mention the fact that he left the hotel and found a place to rent a house to stay. Chen Mu does not intend to present this part of the content in the novel. First of all, there is his own analysis of the June 21st case files. If he writes it down truthfully, it will inevitably provide direction to the police, which will do him more harm than good. As for finding a place to rent a house to stay, putting aside the fact that the female investigator from the Municipal Bureau lives in 405 opposite him, if he really reveals this part, the Yangqing police will definitely conduct a citywide search based on the date, and they will definitely find him. If he is taken back to the Public Security Bureau to collect fingerprints and DNA, he will be ruined. Although the system requires you to describe your escape experience relatively realistically, it does not require it to be presented completely without any omissions. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Chenmu stop typing on the keyboard, turned off the computer and went to sleep. And at this time in Yangcheng, police cars can still be seen everywhere. Either the red and blue police lights are flashing, or the sirens are whistling from time to time. To all the security personnel in Yangcheng, this is still a sleepless night. The next morning, the update is completed as the previously set chapters are released in a scheduled manner. Chen Mu, who had just finished washing up, also received a system notification sound. 10 points. It's arrived again. That's 40 points in total. There are still 2 days left before the one-time redemption of 60 points can be enabled. He began to look forward to what kind of surprise it would be. I simply cooked a bowl of noodles for breakfast. Chen Mu just opened the door. I saw Su Men, a female investigator who looked haggard and tired. "Officer Su, did you just get off work?" There was no avoiding Su Men. On the contrary, Chen Mu asked in surprise. Out of politeness, Su Men forced a smile and nodded. "You are working too hard. But it's understandable that the wanted criminal named Chen Mu is still at large and has been provoking the police time and time again. It's normal for you to be under a lot of pressure at work. But no matter what, you have to take care of your health. You look so haggard," Chen Mu said with a faint smile. But Suman didn't want to say too much to a neighbor she just met yesterday, especially about the police. He smiled politely again. Suman changed the subject. "Mr. Song, are you going out?" "Yes, let's go out," Chen Mu responded calmly. "Okay, then I won't delay Mr. Song." AI. The sound fell. Chen Mu went in the opposite direction from Su Men in a measured way. But I had only taken a few steps. Su Men's phone rings. Chen Mu subconsciously slowed down his pace. I heard Su Men, who was about to open the door behind me, suddenly shout in surprise and anger. "What?" He updated it again. Hearing this, Chen Mu lowered his head slightly. The corners of his mouth raised in an extremely subtle arc. "What does the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau do? How dare you? Even the protagonist in a novel wouldn't dare to do this." Awesome. They are heading towards the God of Escape realm. Where's the police dog? Doesn't the Yangcheng Public Security Bureau have a police dog? If there was a police dog, wouldn't this be the end of it? As for the police dogs, is there something wrong with their IQ? If he saw a police dog, would Mushin still approach it? With his anti-reconnaissance awareness, coupled with the fact that he has been on the run for a few days and a heavy rain in Yangcheng, the role of the police dogs has undoubtedly been greatly weakened. Unless they are at close range, it is difficult for the police dogs to lock onto the scent. What kind of disguise does this require to pass by a plainclothes officer without anyone noticing anything unusual? This is ridiculous. That's because you haven't seen those masters of disguise. You can search online and see that they are completely different people. You can't even recognize them when they stand in front of you. My idol is so awesome. He dared to go back to his residence under such circumstances. This is definitely a slap in the face of the Yangcheng police. I am convinced. I bow down to them. To what extent must his mental quality and courage be against the sky? Would God, send me your location and I will immediately airdrop over to deliver you thousands of miles away, so you can pick the fruits. Mushin came to my house and spent half of my cosmetics worth more than 2,000 yuan. The clothes I bought for my brother were also worn by Mushin. Woohoo. He didn't even leave me contact information so that he can compensate me later. I hate him so much. At Miss Ewer, it's your honor. At Miss Ewer, in the future. Are you sure the wood god will like you? All over the country. Countless book lovers saw the update information of, "I'm really not a criminal," pop up on the Tomato Novel app. I clicked on it immediately. Then came the overwhelming 99+. The wind direction in all the comment sections seems to have become distorted. Regarding this wanted prison escapee who was so arrogant that he dared to serialize his escape experience. The tone of the comments section seems to be leaning towards admiration or love. As for those indignant voices of criticism, they were all directed at the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. He angrily cursed the incompetence of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, cursed the Yangqing Public Security Bureau for being useless, and cursed the Yangqing Public Security Bureau for being a complete bunch of good-for-nothings. At this time in the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, all the police officers who read the latest chapter of I'm Really Not a Criminal and read the comments were gritting their teeth and their faces were livid. A surge of shame hit my heart. Almost everyone wanted to cut Chen Mu into pieces. But unlike those angry police officers, Gao Mingyue, Su Hualin, and Lin Dong seemed much calmer. Lin Dong, can you track him down? Reconnaissance detachment. Gao Mingyue asked with a frown. It still doesn't work. I've never seen this way of tampering with IP. Not only does it bypass all defenses, but it also makes all defenses default and follow instructions. In addition, it is extremely provocative. It first goes around the world and then returns to Yangqing. Lin Dong said bitterly as he kept typing on the keyboard in front of the computer. So where is the final location? Asked an investigator. Do you want to check the office of the top leader of Yangqing municipal government? Lin Dong asked. What the hell? IP location in the office of the top leader in Yangqing. This. Everyone clenched their fists. This is too much. What's the situation at Tomato Novel Network? Can we crack the intrusion and block the novel? Zhou Sun asked Lin Dong. Although removing I'm Really Not a Criminal from the shelves is only a temporary solution to the problem to some extent, the other party can just change the platform and start over. But given the current impact caused by I'm Not a Criminal, it is obvious that the other party cannot be allowed to continue. As for the follow-up, we will talk about it another time. The technicians from Tomato Novel Network are still unable to regain the authority. The technicians dispatched by the local authorities have already intervened, including me who participated remotely, but we still failed. The other party's methods are things we have never seen before, and they are extremely weird. Lin Dong shook his head and doubted his own frustration. If he just couldn't crack the code and regain the privileges, he might not have done that. But the problem was that he couldn't even figure out how the other party did it. Even after he intervened remotely and learned everything he needed to know, he still had no clue in the end. The only thing that could ease his frustration was that not only he couldn't figure it out, but even the technical staff of Tomato Novel Network and the local official technical experts were at a loss as to what to do. The other end. After leaving the Times Garden apartment where I rented, Chen Mu drove Song Qingfei's broken car straight to Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. But it did not drive directly into No. 7 Middle School. Instead, it stopped outside the school. Instead of getting a police uniform to enter the school, just go find Lu Wenqing directly. For safety reasons. He chose to sit back and wait. Holding a telescope, he kept a close eye on the driving seats of vehicles entering and exiting. However, squat from morning to afternoon, nothing was gained. Fortunately, I was a criminal policeman in my previous life and had done a lot of surveillance work, so I could still endure the boredom. Finally, it was almost time for school to end in the afternoon. Lu Wenqing then drove the car slowly out of No. 7 Middle School. Seeing this, after waiting for a while, Chen Mu followed. Relying on the familiarity with the road shape, Chen Mu also made full use of his anti-reconnaissance awareness. 10 minutes later, Lu Wenqing parked his car in a roadside parking space next to a residential building. He then got out of the car and walked into the residential building, which was already quite old. Teacher Lu, do you live here? Chen Mu murmured softly. There is no rush to proceed to the next step. He drove away in Song Qingfei's broken car. Next I have to consider getting a police uniform and contacting Lu Wenqing. However, how to get police uniforms is still a problem. Although you can buy it through some channels online. But there is no guarantee that the seller may see that the shipping place is Yangqing and report it. Although this possibility is not high, he still doesn't want to take the risk. After all, Yangqing is too popular now. So, go to Palm Garden Community again. Go to Brother Tai's house again. When he opened the closet in the other person's bedroom, he saw a police uniform inside. But I didn't think carefully at that time and forgot to take the clothes with me. when this thought popped up in Chen Mu's mind. For a moment, even he was frightened. This is simply courting death. But then again, if this succeeds, what will it mean for Arteist? If the time comes, I will include this paragraph in the novel. What will be waiting for Arteist? The investigator was twice sneaked into the home by a wanted criminal. It's exciting just thinking about it. The reason why Chen Mu had such a crazy idea. It's not that the ignorant are fearless. Instead, he was certain that the fact that he had sneaked into a Thai's home and controlled him had definitely not been leaked to the Public Security Bureau, and the Palm Garden community where a Thai was located certainly had no way of knowing about it. Even if the investigation team has retrieved the community surveillance footage, they will definitely try their best to minimize the impact without the knowledge of the Palm Garden community property management. In this way, it also means that the community will not strengthen the so-called security if it is unaware of such an incident that has occurred in the community. As for Atai, or the investigation team, will they pay closer attention to the Palm Garden community? No, absolutely not. No matter what they do, they will never think of a counterattack. As for Arteist, will he replace the door locks and strengthen the lock core to prevent similar incidents from happening again? Maybe, but the other party probably doesn't have the time or energy to change the door lock. But then again, if this plan could be implemented perfectly, it would obviously not be suitable for being written into a novel. Although it is exciting to write about the escape experience, this is after all burglary, so it is not worth it. After determining the idea and plan, Chen Mu drove straight to the vicinity of Palm Garden community. It's the same routine as last time. First stop far away on the periphery. Then avoid the surveillance and go into those alleys. When he came out again, he had a different, more ordinary face. Look at the policeman rushing past. There was no excessive fluctuation in my heart. Then he walked quickly towards the Palm Garden community. Still choose to enter from the underground garage. But this time he was stopped by the security guard. What do you do? I'm from a real estate agency. An owner wants to sell his house. Come and check out the house's condition. Chen Mu smiled generously. He took out a cigarette and flicked it from the bottom of the box, and then he stretched out a cigarette to the other party. Here, brother, have a cigarette. The security guard who originally wanted to continue questioning saw that the other party gave an explanation in a harmless tone and even handed him a cigarette. He immediately swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, the other party doesn't look like someone with bad intentions. So he reached out and took the cigarette that popped out of the other person's cigarette box. Next second, Chen Mu was very knowledgeable and quickly took out his lighter to light it up. Come on, brother, I'll light it for you. For a moment, this made the security guard feel a little flattered. His tone softened a lot. Why don't you go in through the main door? The owner said he was waiting for us in the basement. I originally drove here, but my tire flattened at the intersection and my colleague was changing it. I didn't want to keep the owner waiting for a long time, so I came here first. Chen Mu said with a shy smile. Okay, go ahead then. The security guard said proudly, waving his hand while holding a cigarette. Hey, okay bro. He bowed slightly. Chen Mu walked quickly to the underground garage. Then he went straight to Arteist's parking space with ease. The parking space marked with the license plate number South QYY 626 was empty. Arteist's SUV was noticeably absent. Combining his experience as a police officer in his previous life, Chen Mu knew that at this critical moment, the investigator's time at home was extremely limited. Enter the elevator and press the button for the 25th floor. Pull the tool out of your pocket. Chen Mu poked into the keyhole skillfully. As a criminal policeman in his previous life, he knew how to use tools to open locks. After being imprisoned, he further improved this skill out of boredom. For this reason, such a door was not a problem for him at all. After sneaking in and taking a quick look to confirm that there was no one in the room, Chen Mu quickly walked towards the bedroom. When he opened the clothes, the police uniform was clearly inside. Chen Mu quickly took it out and stuffed it into his backpack. Then leave quickly. The whole process, from his entry to his departure, took less than 3 minutes. At most, it was just over 2 minutes, or even less than 2 minutes. Hey, Why did you come out so soon? Entrance to the underground garage. The security guard asked in confusion when he saw Chenmu walking out. The owner said he had to go out for something and asked me to come back tomorrow. Chenmu smiled bitterly and shook his head with pretended helplessness. Ah, what a wasted trip. Hey, I'm used to it. Without waiting for the security guard to respond, he quickly said, Brother, I'm leaving first. My colleague probably hasn't changed the tire yet. I'll go help him. With a friendly wave from the security guard, Chenmu took big steps forward. Re-enter the alley along the same route. After some trouble to restore Song Qingfei's appearance, he also replaced the original backpack with another one. After returning to Song Qingfei's broken car, start driving again. However, didn't wait to drive far. After a left turn, the scene of the police setting up a checkpoint ahead suddenly came into view. In an instant, Chenmu's heart skipped a beat. Nothing else. There were some camouflage items in the car. And there is Arteist's police uniform. If those disguises could help him get away with it. Where is Arteist's police uniform? There is no doubt that this cannot be explained by any excuse. Chenmu never expected to encounter this kind of surprise inspection. It's not that he didn't think it through. But the probability of a surprise inspection on a main road in broad daylight is too low. But there was no chance to turn the vehicle around now. If you force yourself to turn around and flee, no, the chances of success in this case are arguably zero. What to do? A trace of panic surged from Chenmu's heart. Next second, just as he was trying to create a series of rear-end collisions to see if he could avoid the crisis that was already approaching, there was a loud bang. Chenmu looked suddenly at the rearview mirror. I saw an SUV behind me make a sharp U-turn. He forcibly pushed aside a car that was in the left turn lane, then sped away in the opposite direction like crazy. Beep. When this scene came into the sight of the police officers conducting the random inspection, no more time to check. They quickly boarded a convertible with SWAT printed on it and chased after the fleeing SUV. The remaining police officer took out a walkie-talkie. While waving at the vehicles to hurry up, he shouted anxiously into the intercom, a suspect has been seen driving away on Xinqing 2nd Road, heading towards Xinfeng Street, with the license plate number South QZ096U. I repeat, a suspect has been seen driving away on Xinqing 2nd Road, heading towards Xinfeng Street, with the license plate number South QZ096U. Chenmu, who had no way to avoid it and was about to create a chain rear-end collision to try to get a chance to escape, never expected that such a magical assist would come at the critical moment. Is this just luck or just a tough fate? Although there is a certain probability that creating a chain rear-end collision can give oneself a chance to escape, the backpack in the trunk of the car will definitely be opened by the police later. In this way, even if he managed to escape the disaster, the identity of Song Qingfei would be completely ruined, and he would no longer be able to stay in the Times Mingyuan apartment building. Without a doubt, this would obviously be another troublesome matter. However, this is the key node. But God gave him such an assist. Captain Zhou, we've received news that a suspected suspect drove his car and rammed other vehicles during a checkpoint on Xinqing 2nd Road, heading towards Xinfeng Street. Investigation Detachment's case handling area. An investigator hurried over and reported. A suspected suspect crashed his car and fled during a police raid. Has the wanted criminal Chenmu surfaced? Is it Chenmu? All of a sudden, many investigators became excited. This does not mean that the vehicle that escaped during the inspection must be Chenmu's. But it was during the police's days of investigation and raids. The criminals or those people with bad consciences in Yangqing have either been caught or have gone into hiding. Even some petty thieves dare not commit crimes again. In this context, when faced with a police inspection, the first thing they would think of is Chenmu. I don't know whether it is Chenmu or not, but the other party will definitely be caught. There is absolutely no possibility of escaping the encirclement, said the investigator. Hearing this, a long-lost gleam of light flashed in the eyes of all the investigators. Little did they know that at this moment Gao Mingyue was pouring a basin of cold water on their heads. No need to think, it definitely can't be Chenmu. Swoosh. Everyone's expression froze. They all looked at Gao Mingyue. With Chen Mu's brain, do you think he would do such irrational behavior under that situation? Doesn't he realize that the consequence of such behavior is tantamount to walking into a trap? Gao Mingyue said. If it's really him, then what other choice does he have? Will he just surrender? An investigator said immediately. You're right. If he doesn't have an ID card, his only option is to surrender. But, do you think he doesn't have a legal ID card? He can even sneak into Investigator A Tai's home and the office of the captain of the Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment. If he wants to find an ID card to cover himself, is it difficult? Professor Su has already talked about this issue before. So, if he has an ID card and the portrait matches the one on the ID card, why would he run? Why would he expose himself in this way and invite arrest with a very slim chance of escape? Gao Mingyue asked with a faint smile. The investigator immediately turned off the engine upon hearing this. Do what you need to do. We need to continue following up on this incident of a car crash and escape with the intention of evading inspection. No matter if the other party is Chen Mu or not, we need a result. Zhou Sun on the side clapped his hands. Yes, Captain Zhou. After the investigators responded and got back to work, Su Hualin looked at Zhou Xuandao. Captain Zhou, let's talk in the conference room. Okay, Professor Su. After the words fell, Zhou Sun glanced at the old detective Lin Guodong. Then Su Hualin and Gao Mingyue set off. The two of them went to the office. Professor Su, Expert Gao, we can't continue to act like headless flies. As soon as you enter the meeting room. Zhou Sun spoke up immediately. Then what? Su Hualin smiled faintly. If Chen Mu has obtained a legal ID to cover himself, he will definitely not spend his escape sleeping in the open air. After all, he should not be short of money now. Zhou Sun said. So what? Su Hualin asked. Without waiting for Zhou Sun to answer. Then, carry out continuous carpet checks in all hotels and inns, including rental houses, to check whether the guests are wearing makeup. If a man is found wearing makeup, will he be asked to remove his makeup or be taken back to the police station for investigation? This is not a solution. Zhou Sun said. The question is it possible not to alarm him? As long as he is aware of the police's intention and we give him enough time, this action will be meaningless. Can such a large-scale operation really be done quietly? If he is alarmed and chooses to hide, it will be even more difficult to find him in Yangqing, which has a population of several million. Su Hualin said in a deep voice. Professor Su, we can't just do nothing, can we? We can't just keep staring at the social contacts of the victim's family who appeared in the June 21st case file, waiting for Chen Mu to show up on his own initiative, can we? To be honest, I don't think he will go find those people, because it doesn't make much sense. We have asked everything we should ask, and they have said everything they should say. Lin Guodong said. Chen Mu will take the initiative to show up. Su Hualin said, based on his behavior of stealing the files of the 6.21 case, let's make an assumption. Suppose he doesn't think he is the murderer. Suppose he wants to investigate the 6.21 case in depth to find the real murderer and clear himself of the charges. Then he will inevitably make the following decisions. First, why did the murderer kill the victim's family? Second, why did he frame him? Most of the time, there are only a few types of murders. Revenge killing, love killing, money killing. Love killing and money killing can be basically ruled out, so the only possibility left is revenge killing. Since it is revenge killing, there must be a causal relationship. Of course, it can also be said that the other party randomly selected the target to commit a perfect crime to satisfy his perverted desire for killing, but based on the known information, this possibility is undoubtedly very low, because based on my previous experience in investigating cases, the characteristics of the 6.21 case do not meet the requirements. Su Guolin shook his head. And in my psychological profile of the murderer, many characteristics of the June 21st case do not fit the psychology of that perverted desire to kill. Gao Mingyue added. However, during the investigation into the victim's social relations, we have ruled out the possibility of a potential vendetta, said Lin Guodong. Have you ever thought about a possibility that your visit was not in-depth enough? Maybe you overlooked some people during the visit. Another point, in the files of the 6.21 case, there is no record of visits and investigations on the life trajectory of the deceased Tang Wenxiu before he taught at Yangqing No. 3 Middle School. There are no records of visits and investigations on Yangqing No. 7 Middle School where he first taught and Nanyuan Normal College where he studied. As for the deceased Wei Wenwei, you also did not conduct visits and investigations on her school and classmates before she entered Yangqing Second People's Hospital as a nurse. Su Hualin said in a deep voice. Those were from more than 10 years ago. Lin Guodong exclaimed. Assuming that Chen Mu is not the real murderer of the June 21st case, assuming that the real murderer of the June 21st case is someone else, assuming that the June 21st case is a revenge killing, then based on the murderer's crime process, there is no doubt, that is extreme hatred, hatred engraved in the bones. There are many cases where people lie dormant for many years under extreme hatred before taking revenge. Gao Mingyue said. If this isn't a vendetta, then we. Zhou Sun hasn't said anything yet. Su Hualin was about to say in a serious tone, based on my many years of criminal investigation experience, the June 21st case is more than 95% a vendetta. Zhou Sun's face trembled. In other words, in your opinion, the possibility that Chen Mu is not the real murderer of the June 21st case is more than 95%. Su Hualin shook his head slightly, his expression instantly becoming extremely solemn. No, 100%, he is 100% not the murderer. 100% not the murderer. Although the possibility that Chen Mu was not the murderer had long been lingering in Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong's minds. But the 100% certainty that came out of Su Hualin's mouth at this time still made their bodies shake. Capture the reactions of both people. Su Hualin didn't seem to care at all. As I just said, delve into the social relations of the victim's family. There is no need to refer to those in the previous files. Focus on investigating those that you have ignored before, thinking that it is too long ago or for other reasons that there is no need to dig deeper. In addition, Chen Mu's social relations must also be re-examined. If 6.21 was a vendetta, then the fingerprints and hair found at the crime scene were a frame-up. Since the other party was able to obtain Chen Mu's fingerprints and hair, it means that they must know Chen Mu and have a deep hatred for Chen Mu, but that hatred has never been revealed in the past, but is hidden deep in their hearts. It's all for a chance to frame someone, a chance to make Chen Mu bear the death penalty for the June 21st case, the real murderer of the family annihilation case. Listen to what Su Hualin said. Lin Guodong couldn't help swallowing his words. Professor Su, how do you explain the telescope that appeared in Chen Mu's study, which was facing the scene of the June 21st case? Chen Mu personally admitted that he bought it himself, and there is a purchase record. As for the angle of the telescope, it has not been moved. These were admitted before he was severely, well, he admitted them at the beginning. Even though he had long felt that there was something fishy about the June 21st case, and suspected that Chen Mu might have been framed. But Lin Guodong still asked this question. How to explain this question is secondary. The most important thing is that when you arrested him, you had already completed the evidence collection and evacuation of the crime scene. Although some murderers like to return to the crime scene to watch the busy scene of the police and enjoy the twisted and perverted sense of accomplishment, after the police complete the basic work and evacuate, almost no murderer will be interested in the crime scene. Therefore, based on the possibility that Chen Mu is the murderer, from the perspective of criminal psychology, he will take the initiative to move away from the camera after enjoying that sense of accomplishment. This was not the answer from Su Hualin, but the statement given by Gao Mingyue. So the telescope's angle pointing at the scene of the June 21st incident is just a coincidence. Lin Guodong said again. It may be a coincidence, or it may not be a coincidence, but this issue is not particularly important at the moment. What is important is to quickly dig deep into the social relationships of the victim's family that you have not yet visited, as well as Chen Mu's interpersonal network. Su Hualin said. Professor Su, I have another question that I can't figure out. If the telescope was a coincidence, it means that the murderer did not consider pointing the telescope at the crime scene. If this is the case, why is the real murderer so sure that we will convict Chen Mu based on the fingerprint and hair that we planted? Lin Guodong said. You have to ask yourselves this question. Even if the telescope did not exist, based on the content of Chen Mu's novel, his fingerprints and DNA, the testimonies of witnesses who vaguely saw the murderer's back and his back under surveillance, and the fact that Chen Mu could not provide any proof of his alibi, based on all this, would your Yangqing Public Security Bureau convict him? Su Hualin asked in return. This. Lin Guodong's expression became complicated. But more of it is shame. A tragic case of the annihilation of an entire family, involving 3 generations, including a teacher, a nurse, a few-year-old child, and an elderly man who had retired from an orphanage. Such a heinous and cruel case is bound to cause a sensation in the entire Yangqing. They are under pressure to solve the case as soon as possible to avoid it being posted on the internet and attracting the attention of the whole society. The time given to them to solve the case will definitely not be much. Therefore, they, the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, must give an explanation to the people of Yangqing and to their superiors as soon as possible. In this context, based on the evidence, even if they wanted to delay and take it one step further, the leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would not let them do so. And the facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Let's act as soon as possible. After seeing the files of the June 21st case, Chen Mu will most likely proceed in the direction Professor Su mentioned. We must get ahead of him. As long as we can get ahead of him, we will have a great chance of taking advantage of the situation. Gao Mingyu said. Good. Zhou Sun brushed his messy bangs with a serious expression. He turned around and left the meeting room directly, and Lam Kwok Tung followed closely behind. Chen Mu sighed. After escaping from the danger, he quickly returned to Times Garden apartment. After putting away the things used for disguise. Then, he folded up the things needed for makeup as a tie and restoration as Song Qingfei in advance and put them in a small bag. He immediately used the small home printer he bought yesterday to print out a tie's police ID, trimmed it, and stuffed it into a document holder that looked like a police ID, which he also bought yesterday. Yes, when he was driving Arteist's car, he was careful and took a careful photo of the other party's police ID. I just didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Then he took off his shirt, folded up Atai's summer police uniform and his police ID with tape and wrapped them around his body. Then put on your loose black top. In this case, unless he encounters a policeman searching him on the road, he can handle it easily. After all the trouble. It was already dark. This time when I left, I didn't meet the female detective Suman again. Driving Song Qingfei's broken car. Chen Mu first drove to the residential building where Lu Wenqing had parked his car before. After seeing that the other party's car was still parked there, continue driving around to the other side of the residential building and enter the surveillance blind spot. Because he had already disguised himself according to Arteist's appearance. This time, Chen Mu didn't spend too much time and successfully replicated the face that was 80% similar. After changing into Arteist's summer short-sleeve police uniform, he went straight to the residential building where Lu Wenqing lived. As soon as I came downstairs, several old ladies who were sitting downstairs to enjoy the cool air looked at Chin Medeo with great nervousness. Comrade police, has someone committed a crime here? Grandma, don't be nervous. There aren't so many people committing crimes. If someone really committed a crime, I wouldn't be the only one here. Haha, ask where Teacher Lu lives. Chen Mu said with a harmless smile. Teacher Lu? Are you talking about Wenqing? Asked an old lady. Oh, yes, it's Teacher Lu Wenqing. Chen Mu nodded quickly. Comrade police, what do you want to do with Wenqing? It's nothing, I just want to ask her about something, that's all, don't think too much about it. It seemed that Chen Mu's smile was too peaceful and friendly. The old ladies finally relaxed. Wenqing lives on the 5th floor. Look, the room on the right. An old lady turned around, looked up at the residential building and gestured to Chen Mu. After getting the desired information, Chen Mu smiled and said a few words of thanks before walking into the residential building. 5th floor. Double doors, neat stainless steel grill-style exterior door edges. Chen Mu pressed the doorbell. Wait a minute, it's coming. A middle-aged woman responded from inside. Not long. The inner door opens. Lu Wenqing, dressed in plain clothes and wearing sunglasses, exuded a scholarly air. He had a particularly strong sense of professional directness as a teacher when he saw a policeman standing outside the door. He was stunned for a moment. Police comrade, what are you doing? Chen Mu smiled and showed his police ID. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm from the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. This is my police ID. I want to get some information from you. Is it convenient for me to come in? From the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. Lu Wenqing's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. Subconsciously, he looked at the police ID that the other party showed. Okay, please come in. After instinctively confirming the information on the police ID, Lu Wenqing opened the door and welcomed Chen Mu in. Officer He, please sit down first. I'll pour you a glass of water. No, you're welcome, Mr. Liu. After sitting down, Chen Mu quickly declined. Well, all right then. Lu Wenqing responded with a faint smile and then sat down. Just when she was about to ask what the other party wanted to know from her, Chen Mu saw the suitcase in the middle of the living room, and some daily necessities waiting to be packed nearby. He immediately pointed to the suitcase. Teacher Liu, are you going out? Well, my mother-in-law is not in good health, so I asked for leave from school and plan to go back with my husband to accompany her. Lu Wenqing forced a smile. When he said this, a sense of heaviness was revealed behind his forced smile. Then he didn't wait for Chen Mu to continue. Changing the subject, he asked, Officer He, what information do you want to know from me? Teacher Liu, I want to ask you about Tang Wenxiu. Chen Mu stopped beating around the bush and asked directly. Little did Lu Wenqing know that after hearing this name, my body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She was obviously aware of the tragic murder that happened to Tang Wenxiu's family and was quite touched. Hasn't the murderer been identified? Officer He, why do you still need to know all this? The fleeting emotional fluctuations calmed down in an instant, said Lu Wenqing. Nothing else, just want to add some information. Chen Mu smiled slightly and continued, Teacher Liu, according to the background check we conducted on Tang Wenxiu before, he taught at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School for a few years before he taught at No. 3 Middle School, and you happened to enter Yangqing No. 7 Middle School at that time, so I wonder what your relationship with him is like. Are you asking about the period when he taught at No. 7 Middle School, or after he was transferred to No. 3 Middle School? Lu Wenqing said. Well, please tell me everything if it's convenient. Chen Mu said. Lu Wenqing lowered his eyebrows. When he taught at No. 7 Middle School, I had a good relationship with him. But after he was transferred to No. 3 Middle School, we hardly interacted with each other. In the following 10 years, we had no contact at all. Officer He, why are you asking this? Teacher Liu, don't think too much about it. It's nothing else. It's just what I just said. I'm just adding some relevant information. Without giving Lu Wenqing any time to think, Chen Mu asked again, Teacher Liu, can you please tell me why you had such a good relationship when you were in No. 7 Middle School, but after he was transferred to No. 3 Middle School, you had almost no contact with each other? Logically speaking, the friendship between you teachers should have continued, after all, you are all in the same city. Listen to what Chen Mu said. There was also a hint of bitterness in Lu Wenqing's expression that seemed difficult to express. How? Catching Lu Wenqing's subtle changes, Chen Mu asked. No, it's just that Officer He's words reminded me of many past events. There was no need for Chen Mu to ask further questions. Lu Wenqing took the initiative to say, I remember that he and I entered Yangqing No. 7 Middle School in the same semester. Of course, there were not only him and I back then, there were also several new teachers. However, Mr. Tang was shy and introverted at the time, and he didn't like to talk much, which made it difficult for him to integrate into the big family of our No. 7 Middle School. So later I thought about trying to change his personality. After forcing him to attend some of our private dinners and camping activities several times, his personality gradually changed. Although he still doesn't like to talk much, he is at least not so shy and introverted. In the next 1 or 2 years, he actively participated in any activities organized by our No. 7 Middle School teachers. Although he doesn't like to talk, he is the most gentle and gentlemanly of all the male teachers in No. 7 Middle School at that time, and also the most humble and polite. This made me feel a little bit good about him, but it was just a good feeling. I didn't think about taking the initiative, so the relationship between us was the same as usual. That ordinary colleague relationship lasted until the third year when he entered Yangqing No. 7 middle school to teach. I remember that night. It was windy and rainy, and I had a cold and a fever and was lying in the teacher's dormitory. I was too uncomfortable to go to the classroom to teach the students in the evening, so I thought of calling him and asking him to come over and help me. I never thought that he didn't go to the classroom, but came to my dormitory to visit me. When he found out that I didn't have those antipyretic and cold medicines in my dormitory, he turned around and left without saying a word. At that time, I didn't know what he was doing. It was not until he came back an hour later, dripping with antipyretic and cold medicines, that I realized that he went out in the rain to buy medicine for me. I said I could just lie down for a night and cool down physically and I would be fine. I asked him why he had to do that when it was windy and rainy outside. He said he couldn't bear to see me suffer. I was stunned by what he said at the time. He was always a man of few words, but after I was stunned, he took the initiative to confess his love for me and said he liked me. He had always liked me but just didn't dare to tell me. It was also from that night that we became a couple, but we didn't make our relationship public. It was his idea. He said he didn't want other teachers and students to tease him or talk about him behind his back. I didn't think much about it at the time and agreed. So, we started our secret relationship. We were the same as always in school, and we were inseparable outside of school. But after half a year, I couldn't stand pretending to be in a normal relationship in front of others, so I proposed to make it public, but he was hesitant. In short, he just didn't want to make it public. At that time, I was so angry that I suggested returning to a normal colleague relationship. That way, we wouldn't have to pretend. He was silent for a long time, and finally asked me to give him some time. Although I didn't know what he had in mind, I agreed to give him a month. If he still didn't want to make it public after a month, then there was no need to continue. Lu Wenqing slowly recounted those past events, as if he was also lost in memories. However, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows slightly again and again inadvertently. Although he was surprised that Lu Wenqing and Tang Wenxiu had such a past. But the information Lu Wenqing provided did not seem to be enough to give him any clues. But it's okay anyway. Chen Mu still didn't interrupt Lu Wenqing, thinking that he would wait for her to finish speaking before making his own comments. In the following month, he asked me out a few times at first, but I refused, saying I would wait until he made a decision. But I didn't expect that he never contacted me again. He didn't even send me a message or call me. Not only that, he seemed like a different person, as if he had returned to the way he was when he first arrived at No. 7 middle school. Although he was still polite and modest, he smiled less often. He even refused to participate in many private activities among teachers with various reasons. At first I thought he changed because I broke up with him, and I felt guilty at the time. But just when I was about to soften my heart and talk to him, he took the initiative to find me and break up with me, saying that he wanted to focus on his work for the time being, and he said that his application to transfer to Yangqing No. 3 middle school had been approved, and he would be there soon. Under his firm attitude, I did not try to persuade him to stay and agreed to his proposal to break up. So the relationship that could have been legitimate but was so shady ended. Not long after, he was transferred from No. 7 middle school to No. 3 middle school, and we almost lost contact because my strong personality at the time did not allow me to take the initiative to contact him. Moreover, since he left No. 7 middle school, whenever the teachers in our No. 7 middle school wanted to invite him to a gathering, he would always refuse with various reasons. Gradually, everyone stopped bothering each other. Later, I met my current husband, started a new relationship and got married. I had no reason to contact him. Of course, a few years later, he got married and had children, so there was no need to bother each other. But no matter what, when I learned that he was murdered, and that his entire family was murdered, I still found it hard to accept it. Not to mention our past relationship, we had been together for several years, so every time I think of his murder, I still feel extremely sad. What Lu Wenqing said before could not make Chen Mu feel moved. But this is what I am saying now. However, it made Chen Mu's heartbeat speed up at a certain point. Why did Tang Wenxiu suddenly become like a different person? Just because Lu Wenqing asked to make their relationship, which should have been open and aboveboard, public? No, that's too far-fetched. You know, according to Lu Wenqing's account, even after Lu Wenqing gave the ultimatum, Tang Wenxiu was still thinking about asking her out. In this situation, can I become a different person just because I was rejected by Lu Wenqing? Is it worth it? Obviously not. It would be understandable to say that Tang Wenxiu seemed like a different person after Lu Wenqing officially proposed over. The problem is that at that time Lu Wenqing only asked Tang Wenxiu to make their relationship public. Was it necessary for him to do that? Also, after being transferred from number 7 middle school, why did he resist interacting with his former colleagues there? Was it because of that incident with Lu Wenqing? Was it that serious? Or should I say, after being transferred to number 3 middle school, does Tang Wenxiu want to completely break away from the past? But the problem is, why would he want to get rid of it? Another point is what Lu Wenqing said, Tang Wenxiu seemed like a different person at that time. Why did Tang Wenxiu seem like a different person at that time? Without a doubt, it was just a matter between him and Lu Wenqing. It would never be. After all, Lu Wenqing didn't want to break up with him completely at that time, but only made a reasonable and not excessive request to make their relationship public. Besides, it was impossible that he avoided those people from number 7 middle school because of his relationship with Lu Wenqing, which had never been made public from the beginning to the end. So, did something happen during that process? Did something happen that caused Tang Wenxiu to change so much? In an instant, Chen Mu seemed to have touched the edge of the clue. Because when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Teacher Lu, during the period when you felt that Tang Wenxiu was like a different person, did he have any abnormal words and deeds? I don't mean what you said, that he seemed to have returned to the time when he first arrived at number 7 middle school, but some words and deeds that made you feel strange and puzzled. Chen Mu asked. This. Lu Wenqing frowned and thought. Although she didn't know why the other party asked these questions. But thinking of the other party's identity as a police officer, she didn't doubt it too much. After a moment of reminiscence. Officer He, if you ask that, I remember something. You say. Chen Mu held his breath instantly. He has never believed in those feudal superstitions, but during that time I accidentally found a lucky charm in his pocket. Is this what you call abnormal? Lu Wenqing said. A person who doesn't believe in superstition suddenly carries amulets. And is he in the stage of, like a different person? This is not only abnormal, it is too abnormal. Chen Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart. Anything else? Let me think about it. Lu Wenqing racked his brains. After a short moment. Also, once when we were all going camping in a car, a sheep ran out on the way. He, who was sitting in the front seat, suddenly started to yell nervously. The driver smiled and told him to stay calm because it was still far away. After that, he never participated in subsequent activities again. Hearing this, Chen Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this post-traumatic stress disorder? Chen Mu seemed to have grasped the clue and asked, can teacher Tang drive? He has a license, but as for driving, I've never seen him drive, and at that time, there were very few people who owned cars. Lu Wenqing said. Teacher Lu, do you still remember the approximate date? Chen Mu asked again. What date? That's the approximate time when you felt that teacher Tang had become a different person. That's also the approximate time when he stopped texting or calling you after you rejected his invitation. It was the May Day holiday, which was a 7-day holiday at the time. I remember clearly that he wanted me to visit his hometown the day before the holiday. After I refused, he never contacted me again. He came back after the holiday and he was like a different person. Chen Mu nodded as if he was thinking about something. Lu Wenqing could no longer hold back and asked, Officer He, why are you asking these questions? No, I just asked about teacher Tang's past and provided some additional information on the case. Chen Mu smiled and continued to use this excuse to perfunctorily answer. Officer He, speaking of that case, the murderer has escaped, right? Lu Wenqing's hands were clenched on his thighs, and in the corner of Chen Mu's eye, he could see that his knuckles were turning white. It can be seen how much this model teacher hates the murderer of the June 21st case. Well, I can't reveal the details to teacher Lu, but don't worry, our police will never let any bad guy go. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, the police will definitely arrest him and bring him to justice. Chen Mu said righteously. Times Garden Apartment. After coming out from Lu Wenqing, Chen Mu immediately changed his clothes and returned to the apartment. Then he went straight into the room. In front of the blackboard, he quickly wrote the information clues obtained from Lu Wenqing on the blackboard. Based on his experience as a police officer in his previous life, it can be concluded that Tang Wenxiu definitely experienced something that he could not and dared not tell anyone during the May Day holiday more than 10 years ago. After marking out the relevant clue information one by one, Chen Mu sat down on the lazy five-finger sofa in front of the blackboard. Looking at a series of information on the blackboard, his brows gradually furrowed. Tang Wenxiu, what did you experience during the May Day holiday? Is breaking up with Lu Wenqing related to your experience during the May Day holiday? The amulet that Lu Wenqing mentioned, is it you who have never believed in ghosts and gods and you want to pray for peace out of a guilty conscience? How guilty are you to the point of wanting a person who doesn't believe in evil to carry an amulet with him for safety? Also, Lu Wenqing mentioned your abnormal reaction during the camping trip. Is this post-traumatic stress disorder? If so, is it related to your May Day holiday that year? The occurrence of stress disorder in that situation, does it mean that the bad things you experienced during the May Day holiday were related to the car? Was it related to the car accident? Did your transformation before and after come from the car accident that you had during the holiday, and was it a car accident that caused you post-traumatic stress disorder? Lu Wenqing said that you had already passed the driving test. It was understandable that you had a license but no car in that era. But more than a decade later, when cars have been fully popularized and entered thousands of households, why didn't your family have a car? Is it because of frugality? No, your mother Ma Shufan has a pension, your wife is a hospital nurse, and you are a teacher with nearly 20 years of teaching experience. With your income level, do you need to be so frugal that you can't even afford to buy a car? Also, the police learned from their visit that you are an easygoing and friendly person, but is it necessary for an easygoing and friendly person to cut off contact with those teachers and colleagues at number 7 middle school? Abnormal, everything is so abnormal. After some analysis, Chen Mu stood up and walked to the blackboard. Write them down again separately. Amulet. Car. Suspected post-traumatic stress disorder. May Day holiday. When you are done, circle these words. Then, leave some distance between them and write the word murderer. Finally, draw an arrow after the word murderer pointing to the circled words. If Tang Wenxiu really caused a car accident back then, if the June 21st case was a revenge killing, then the car accident that happened to Tang Wenxiu that year might be the source of this revenge. But the problem is, if that's the case, how could it be linked to me? How could the murderer also list me as a target for revenge? How old was I at the time? Or do you think you have any actual connection with the murder of Tang Wenxiu's family? Is it simply because Tang Wenxiu's family and I are both on the murderer's hate list, so the murderer framed me to take the blame? In order to get revenge and divert the police's attention so that he can escape. Chen Mu couldn't figure out this problem. But this question is not important for now. The important thing is to find out the real culprit of the June 21st family murder case and clear your name. With the clues obtained from Lu Wenqing, Chen Mu was no longer in a hurry to investigate the other party's mother Ma Shufan and his wife Wei Wenwei. He even did not intend to investigate other people, besides Lu Wenqing, who had had social interactions with Tang Wenxiu in the past and had not been visited by the police. After all, the information provided by Lu Wenqing had given him a glimmer of hope. Let's first figure out what happened to Tang Wenxiu during the May Day holiday that year. Think of this. Chen Mu looked towards the blackboard. Sinyi County. This is Tang Wenxiu's hometown. It is nearly 100 kilometers away from Yangqing City. It can be said to be the most marginal jurisdiction in Yangqing. Moreover, the economy is at the bottom among the 6 counties in Yangqing. Fortunately, Sinyi County still belongs to Yangqing. Otherwise, according to the system task regulations, you cannot leave Yangqing. Then he really didn't know how to start. I have to go to Sinyi. Chen Mu murmured in a low voice with a deep gaze. No words were spoken that night. After establishing your plan. During the remaining time, Chen Mu was more focused on recording his escape experience. He was constrained by the fact that he could not reveal the fact that he rented a house to avoid being searched by the police throughout the city, and he could not make public that he had started investigating the June 21st case to avoid alerting the real culprit. To this end, to fill this gap to gain system points, Chenmu had to rack his brains to blur the image based on relative realism. It was not until late at night that I slowly fell asleep. The next morning, just as Chenmu opened the door and prepared to leave for Sini County, then I saw the female detective Suman moving things out of the house breathlessly. "Officer Su, what are you doing?" Chenmu asked in a nasty tone. "Get ready to clean up the things in the house and make some space," Suman replied. "Do you need help?" Chenmu asked with a chuckle. The words, "no need," came to my lips subconsciously. Suman swallowed it back in front of the pile of junk. Slightly embarrassed, he hesitated. "Is it convenient?" "It's convenient, of course it is convenient," Chenmu said shyly. "Okay, help me downstairs and I'll find someone to clear it away later, okay?" I originally wanted to find a mover, but it was too early and I couldn't find anyone. It looked annoying, so I thought I would do it myself. Suman moved her throat a little embarrassedly and gave an explanation at the same time. "The main problem is that there are several cabinets that are no longer in use. Even though I have disassembled them myself, they are still a large pile and they are heavy." "Sure, come, I'll help you move it down." Having said that, Chenmu got started directly. The 7 or 8 trips back and forth made him sweat. Fortunately, after each trip, he would go outside to get some fresh air to prevent his makeup from being smudged. After many times of makeup and disguise, his skills have become more and more superb. Unless you look very closely at his face, it is almost impossible to find any traces of makeup. After all, the god-level makeup skills granted by the system are themselves an effect that is enough to make the fake look real. Therefore, his only worry was that excessive sweat penetration would cause flaws to be exposed. "Mr. Song, thank you for your hard work." After Chenmu helped move all the things outside the door of 405 downstairs, more than an hour has passed. Looking at Song Qingfei, whose clothes seemed to be slightly wet with sweat, Suman felt bad. "It's a small matter, Officer Su, you're too polite." Without any intention of taking credit and getting closer to him, Chenmu said, "Is there anything else that needs to be moved down, Officer Su?" "No, that's all, thank you," Suman said quickly. "Okay, I'll go first." Return with a sunny smile. Chenmu turned and left. This was completely beyond Suman's expectations. Originally, she thought that Chenmu would take the opportunity to ask her for a phone number or add her as an instant messaging friend or something. After all, apart from the halo of her identity as a detective police officer in the municipal bureau, she has always been very confident in her appearance. Although she cannot be said to be the kind of stunning beauty that can overwhelm the whole country, her face without makeup is better than countless women. For this reason, she has been approached many times in the past. Some people would give up the idea after knowing that she is a police officer, but many people would rush to approach her after knowing her identity as a police officer. Well, to put it nicely, it's called trying to get close to her. To put it bluntly, it's called licking, the kind that makes her extremely disgusted and disgusted. However, based on her few contacts with the other party, she could clearly feel that the other party was not the type of person who would be pressured by her identity as a police officer. In this way, the other party would rather waste his time and help her go through this, and there was a high probability that after the matter was over, he would also try to flirt with her and ask to add her as an instant messaging friend. After all, most people want to make a few police friends, right? But the other party just left after finishing his work. This made Suman a little surprised and stunned. "Mr. Song, wait a minute." Looking at Chenmu's departing back, Suman suddenly cried out softly. "Huh? What happened to Officer Su?" Chenmu turned around and smiled blankly in confusion. "I'll treat you to a meal some other day as a way of thanking you for today." Suman forced a bright smile. "This small favor is not worth Officer Su's meal." Chenmu shook his head and refused with a smile. "I'm not used to owing others," Suman said seriously. "Well, since Officer Su said so, then when Officer Su is free, he can treat me to some crayfish at the food stall downstairs," Chenmu said. Sure, said Suman. Okay, then I'll leave first and talk to you when Officer Su is free. Grinning with big white teeth, Chen Mu turned around and walked away without saying anything more. Little did he know that it was exactly the look of a grin. However, Suman couldn't help but be stunned. Like. Seems a little familiar. But when I thought about how much work the other party had done for her. In addition, I have met so many different kinds of people. For a moment, Suman laughed and shook her head without thinking about it anymore. He turned back to the room and closed the door. Leave the apartment. Chen Mu immediately started Song Qingfei's broken car and drove towards Sini County. He encountered 3 checkpoints on the way, and without exception he passed them all smoothly under the identity of Song Qingfei. 2 hours later. Entered Sini County. Because Sini County is nearly 100 kilometers away from the urban area. In addition, all police searches are conducted around the urban area and the area radiating outward from the city center by 10 to 20 kilometers. So in the relatively backward Sini County, Chen Mu didn't see any police along the way. When they were about to arrive at the village where Tang Wenxiu's hometown was. In the car. He transformed himself into artiste once again and put on artiste's police uniform. After all, only with the identity of a policeman can he inquire about the situation more conveniently and reasonably. Although the police also visited the village committee in the June 21st case file, the police did not conduct further investigation into the matter because Tang Wenxiu's family had moved their household registration to the urban area many years ago and they only came back to pay homage during the Qingming festival every year. They had not returned for more than 10 years, not even during the New Year or other festivals. But based on the information provided by Lu Wenqing, Chen Mu still wanted to start from the village committee. In front of the village committee. When Chen Mu got out of the car in police uniform, the village committee cadres who saw through the window that the other party was a policeman immediately hurried out. Comrade police, what are you doing? A middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair in his 50s or 60s quickly threw away the half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. He hurriedly came up to Chen Mu and said, I'm from the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. Let's get some information. Chen Mu showed his police ID. Then he put it away and said seriously. The attitude is completely different from the one he used towards Lu Wenqing before. Because he knew that in front of these grassroots village cadres, majesty had a greater deterrent effect than politeness. Ah. Someone in our village has committed a crime, said the middle-aged Mediterranean man. Without answering this question, Chen Mu asked in a deep voice, who among you is the leader of the village committee? I am the director of the village committee, Tang Wenshong, the middle-aged Mediterranean man hurriedly said. Well, Director Tang, let's go in and talk. Tuck the handbag under your arm. Chen Mu was the first to walk into the village committee's office building, whose walls had long been modeled. Several village cadres looked at each other. Then he followed in without any further hesitation. This time, facing the enthusiasm of the village cadres, he poured water. Chen Mu no longer refused. But I didn't drink it. Comrade police officer, what do you want to know? The village chief asked nervously. There is a traffic accident case that needs to be traced. I hope you can answer truthfully without any cover-up mentality. Chen Mu said. What? Traffic accident case? Hey, police comrade, someone in our village had a traffic accident, the village director exclaimed in surprise. Has anyone in your village been involved in a major traffic accident in the past few years? Chen Mu asked. Hearing this, the people in the village committee were even more confused. What is going on? The village director scratched his head and said, well, it's only in the past few years that people in our village have started buying cars, and I've never heard of anyone having an accident while driving a car. Are you sure? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows. If the inferences I made based on the information provided by Lu Wenqing were correct, then it is very likely that Tang Wenxiu had been in a traffic accident during the May Day holiday 15 years ago. But Chen Mu was not sure whether the villagers would know about those things. After all, from what Lu Wenqing said, it was mentioned that Tang Wenxiu, who did not believe in ghosts and gods, even carried an amulet with him. It was obvious that if his guess was correct, then the accident caused by Tang Wenxiu would be serious, and even involve human lives. Under such circumstances, Tang Wenxiu is very likely to handle the matter on his own in order to escape punishment. In this case, there will be no chance of getting effective information from the village committee. So Chen Mu came here just to try his luck. I was thinking, maybe I could actually get him to dig out some useful information. After Chen Mu asked in a deep voice and raised his eyebrows. The village committee members once again looked at each other and pondered. Seeing this, Chen Mu further said, "Did anyone in your village have a traffic accident more than a decade ago? More than 10 years ago? More than 10 years ago, our village was extremely poor. Who had a car?" A woman responded with a smile upon hearing this. But just as she finished her words, a middle-aged man who was also in his 50s or 60s seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, a voice started shouting, "No, there was someone in our village who had a car back then. It was Tang Qinghui. Tang Qinghui's family had a car. More than a decade ago, yes, Tang Qinghui's car had an accident. It was driven by that kid Tang Wenli and hit someone." Swoosh. When I heard this, the hairs on Chen Mu's body immediately stood up. Although it's not Tang Wenxiu. But confirming that such a thing existed undoubtedly made the road ahead brighter for Chen Mu. "Tell me about Tang Qinghui and Tang Wenli," Chen Mu said. "Tang Qinghui was one of the first people in our village to venture out, and he is also the richest man in our village." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, another man in his 40s immediately said sarcastically, "He is a nobody in the village. Has he ever made any contribution to the village with all the money he earned? A few years ago, we wanted him to donate some money to build hardened roads in the village so that his car could go in and out more easily, but he kept putting it off. Every year during the Qingming festival, he said he would do it next year or the next year. It's been more than 10 years since the next year, and in the end, isn't it the government that built the hardened roads for our village? Speaking of Tang Qinghui, this grandit, I get so angry. He may be rich, but he is not from our village. He is a foreigner now." "Foreigner?" Chen Mu asked. "Of course not. First it was the city people, then the foreigners. They had already moved their household registration to the city a long time ago. They only come back during the Qingming festival. They no longer consider themselves as Pingyao village residents. A few years ago, they even immigrated to a foreign country. Now, they don't even come back to visit the graves during the Qingming festival. They have directly cut ties with Pingyao village. Although he didn't come back to sweep the graves, he also wanted his ancestors to bless him. Every Qingming festival, he asked Tang Wenxiu to send him roasted pork, bread and other things after the ancestor worship ceremony to eat abroad. This time even Tang Wenxiu's family is dead. I wonder if there is anyone who will help him sweep the graves, or send him roasted pork," said the other party. Tang Wenxiu. I heard the other party say the 3 words Tang Wenxiu. Chen Mu could no longer suppress his gaze and widened his eyes. Tang Wenxiu. Suppressing the sudden surge of emotions deep in my heart, Chen Mu called out in a provocative voice. "Oh, yes, it's Tang Wenxiu whose family was killed in the city before," the men responded. Chen Mu then asked, "What is his relationship with the Tang Qinghui you mentioned?" The other party explained, "Our village names people according to their generation. The Qing generation and below are the Wen generation, so Tang Wenxiu calls Tang Qinghui uncle, but he is not his biological uncle. How should I put it? Tang Wenxiu's father and Tang Qinghui are cousins, so when the two families visited the graves during the Qingming festival, they would sweep some of their ancestors' graves together. But later, when Tang Qinghui's family immigrated abroad and never came back, even Tang Wenxiu helped sweep Tang Qinghui's father's grave." It fell right after the other party's explanation. Other members of the village committee also echoed, "Speaking of which, although Tang Qinghui is stingy and has made no contribution to the village, he has helped Tang Wenxiu's family a lot. At least, I heard that he helped Tang Wenxiu's family get urban household registration." Just as these words came out, the middle-aged man in his 40s immediately sneered, "If it weren't for Tang Wenxiu's grandfather helping that old guy Tang Qinghui in the early years, would Tang Qinghui be where he is today? Isn't it just helping him get a city hukou? What's that?" I heard these people from the village committee talking more and more off topic. Chen Mu quickly stopped them to prevent them from running further away. Let's talk about that guy named Tang Wenli. You said he was in a car accident while driving Tang Qinghui's car more than 10 years ago. Yes, this matter was a hot topic at the time. After all, someone died, said village director Tang Wenzhong in a deep voice. Human life. These two words once again made Chen Mu's adrenaline surge. Do you remember the approximate time when this incident happened? Chen Mu asked. Approximate time? Let me think. Village director Tang Wenzhong scratched his bald head. But before he could remember, a village official asked first. It seems, it was the May Day holiday that year. Village director Tang Wenzhong immediately understood and said, yes, it was Labor Day more than 10 years ago. At that time, we had a 7-day holiday and my children were also on holiday at home helping with farm work. That morning, word spread among the fields that Tang Wenli had killed someone with his car and was arrested by the police. May Day. We met again. Now all that's left is the year in which the incident occurred. With the suddenly accelerated heartbeat and breathing, Chen Mu quickly confirmed the year with the other party. Among the village committee members, they were talking to each other. The final answer made Chen Mu's hair stand on end again. Because the incident happened in the last year that Tang Wenxiu taught at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, which means, it was the year when Lu Wenqing said that Tang Wenxiu seemed to have changed. Although according to everyone in the village committee, it was Tang Wenli, not Tang Wenxiu, who had the car accident. But for Chen Mu, it is not yet time to study this issue. As long as you know that your reasoning has been confirmed to a certain extent, it means that a breakthrough has begun to appear. How much do you know about the incident in which Tang Wenli hit someone with his car? Chen Mu asked. We have only heard about those things, and we are not sure whether they are true or not. Tang Wenzhong thought for a while and said. Just tell me what you have heard. Chen Mu said. It is said that Tang Wenli was driving Tang Qinghui's car that night when he was returning home from the town and accidentally hit a woman riding a bicycle. Some people said that the woman should not have died at the time, and could have been saved if an ambulance had been called in time, but some people said that the woman was knocked more than 10 meters away and died on the spot. Some people also said that Tang Wenli was drunk at the time, but I think it is unreliable that Tang Wenli drank. If he drank, there must be someone drinking with him, but there is no news that he drank with anyone. But it doesn't matter anyway. Tang Wenli later stayed in prison for 3 years. Tang Wenzhong said. According to what you heard, did anyone see Tang Wenli hit someone? Chen Mu asked. That. I don't know. I haven't heard about that, but the place where Tang Wenli bumped into someone is not remote, so it wouldn't be surprising if someone saw him at the time. Speaking of this. Tang Wenzhong paused, smiled bitterly and said, Comrade Police, we just heard about it. If you want to know more, just go to our local public security office. That car accident caused a loss of life, and the police are here. Chen Mu nodded. Stop for now and know when to stop. Then he asked, tell me about Tang Wenli. Tang Wenli. This kid has a miserable life. His parents died early, and he was raised by his grandmother. His life was extremely difficult in the early years. Fortunately, the villagers would help him and his grandmother from time to time, especially Tang Wenxiu's family. Since the two families were neighbors, they took good care of them. When Tang Wenli grew up and stopped studying, he went to the city to work for Tang Qinghui. It was Xufan who helped him work for Tang Qinghui, that is, Tang Wenxiu. I heard from others that it was Ma Xufan who sympathized with him and went to find a job for Tang Qinghui's wife. Tang Qinghui and Grandit belonged to Grandit, but I heard that he didn't treat him badly. However, after he worked for Tang Qinghui for a few years, his grandmother was in poor health, so he stopped working for Tang Qinghui and stayed at home to take care of his grandmother. Well, this is fate. He stayed at home to take care of his grandmother for probably only 2 or 3 months, and then the old lady passed away. Not long after we took care of the old lady's funeral, the car accident happened. After saying this, Tang Wenzhong couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Chen Mu asked, is Tang Wenli still living in the village? No, he's gone a long time ago. After he finished his 3-year jail term, he went to work for Tang Qinghui. After Tang Qinghui's family immigrated abroad, we didn't know what Tang Wenli did. Although he would come back to sweep the graves every Qingming festival, when asked where he made his fortune, he would say with a smile that he worked as a laborer outside. But judging from his appearance, he shouldn't be living a good life, otherwise he wouldn't be still a bachelor in his 40s. Said Tang Wenzhong. Chen Mu frowned and nodded. In my mind, there is already a relatively clear thread waiting to be sorted out. This trip to Sinai County. I came to the right place. The next step would be to find the victims who died in the car accident that year. It is based on the fact that your own assumptions and reasoning are valid. No doubt that will be a further breakthrough. Think about it. Chen Mu finally asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. Director Tang, do you know where the victim who was hit by Tang Wenli was from? Obviously. If the other party's consciousness was a little stronger. You can sense something is wrong from Chen Mu's questions. After all, if you want to know these things, you can just call the local sheriff's department to find out the specific details. Is it necessary to ask them? But Chen Mu couldn't care less about that now. Compared to taking huge risks, go to the local sheriff's department to find out. As a fake policeman, his best option is undoubtedly to extract information from Tang Wenzhong and others. Fortunately, these grassroots village committee cadres do not have the awareness to detect anything unusual. But that's true. Just because of Chen Mu's police uniform and the police ID he showed. It was enough to make them throw away all their vigilance. And then there is. In their opinion, the questions asked by the other party were not enough to make them alert. The female village cadre immediately responded. It seems to be from Sichuan Handan village. After saying this, the female cadre looked at the others uncertainly. Yes, they say it's from Handan village over in Sichuan. Several cadres echoed the response. After confirming which Handan it is, Chen Mu stood up as there was nothing else to ask further. He extended his hand to the village director Tang Wenzhong. Okay, Director Tang, thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Village director Tang Wenzhong shook hands with both hands repeatedly, with a flattering smile on his face. Well, that's it. I'm leaving now. Hey, let me see you off. Under the respectful gaze of Tang Wenzhong and his party, Chen Mu drove away quickly in the broken car with a fake license plate. Director, why do you think the city bureau's investigators are here to investigate these things? A village cadre asked belatedly. You ask me, who should I ask? They are from the municipal bureau's investigation team. Are they going to tell us their purpose? Tang Wenzhong rolled his eyes at the other person. Could it be that something happened again like the one when Tang Wenli hit someone? Another village official said. Never mind him, that's not something we should worry about. Tang Wenzhong shook his head. He put on an official halo, put his hands behind his back and turned back to the village committee office. After leaving Pingyao village, Chen Mu drove non-stop towards Handan village using the navigation on his mobile phone. It's about 20 kilometers of road. After 40 minutes, we successfully entered Handan village. Also went straight to the village committee. As soon as I heard that Chen Mu was from the municipal bureau's investigation team, the enthusiasm is even greater than that of the Pingyao village committee. Officer He, what do you want to know? After Chen Mu was refused cigarettes, he put away the official authority that he had just used to scold his subordinates. The gray-haired village director asked with a shy smile. I'm looking for you to find out about a traffic accident case that happened more than 10 years ago in which the victim was a villager from your village. Chen Mu said seriously with a stern face. A dozen years ago. Was the victim in a traffic accident case a villager from your village? Under these two information, the head of Handan village immediately blurted out, Officer He, are you talking about Li Guilan? Li Guilan. Chen Mu didn't know the other person's name. The reason I said that was to wait for the other party to say it on their own initiative. What? Director Ma already knows who it is before I even tell you. Do you have such a good impression of him? Chen Mu smiled. Unexpectedly, this scared Director Ma, who loved watching detective dramas. At that time, he choked up and hurriedly defended himself, Officer He, don't think too much. The main thing is that in all these years, our Handan village has only had one villager die in a car accident. Apart from Li Guilan, and that was more than 10 years ago, there must be no one else. Director Ma, don't panic, I don't mean anything else. Chen Mu smiled just right. Hey, I hope you don't mean anything else, I hope you don't mean anything else. Director Ma then hurriedly forced a smile. However, after being treated like this by Chen Mu, his original psychological rhythm was completely disrupted. Director Ma, tell me about Li Guilan's family situation. Chen Mu said. Huh? What? Li Guilan's family situation? Director Ma was confused. How? Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat when he realized something was wrong. Director Ma hurriedly explained, Li Guilan's family situation has long been erased. There is no information at all. What do you mean? Chen Mu asked. Look, when Li Guilan got into a car accident, her husband Ma Hongming, who I don't know if he wanted to extort money or had a mental problem, insisted that the person who hit and killed his wife was not the poor boy who was alone. He also said that his wife could have been saved, but she died because the other party didn't call an ambulance in time. He also said that the other party must have bribed the traffic police team and the police to make such a decision. At first, he kept going to the Public Security Bureau and the traffic police to make trouble. At first, we thought that he might have been mentally traumatized by the loss of his wife, so they didn't do anything to him. But he became more and more excited, like a madman. Finally, because he made too much trouble, they arrested him and detained him for a few days. I didn't expect that after he was released, he asked the villagers to sign and fingerprint him every day, saying that he would appeal and sue the city and the province. But who would sign a petition for him to go to the city to appeal for this kind of thing? So we tried to persuade him to accept the reality, but it didn't work. He left his 2 daughters at home and rode his motorcycle to the city to appeal. But before he got to the city, he fell down a hillside due to the slippery roads caused by the rain and died. As a result, his 2 daughters have become orphans. At the end, Director Ma sighed deeply. After all, we are all brothers in the village. Why do you say that he went to the Public Security Bureau and the traffic police team to make trouble just to extort money? Chen Mu frowned. Because the old guy Ma Hongming shouted at that time that this matter would not be over unless he was compensated with 800,000 yuan. The old guy used to be a gambler, and he was almost going to sell everything he had. But he didn't think about it. At that time, 150,000 yuan was enough to build a 3- or 4-story building with decoration. How could people pay him so much compensation? Besides, the other party's car was still insured. I guess he knew that the owner of the car that hit his wife was very rich, so he wanted to make a big deal out of it and extort money. Of course, it's not just me who thinks so, everyone thinks so. Director Ma said embarrassedly. Regarding Li Guilan's death in a car accident and Ma Hongming's death in a bicycle fall, do you know any other follow-up? Chen Mu asked. Follow-up? Let me think. Director Ma's eyes twitched repeatedly. There is no follow-up, but I heard that Ma Hongming's sister, is also a married woman from our Handan village. It seems that she sued the owner of the car that caused the accident that killed Li Guilan, but she didn't win the case. On the contrary, this lawsuit reduced the original car accident compensation. What happens next? Chen Mu asked. After that, Ma Hongming's 2 daughters were taken care of by his sister for a few months. Due to health reasons, she could no longer take care of the 2 children, so she asked the welfare home to take them away. However, I heard from the villagers that the 2 children did not stay in the welfare home for long before they secretly ran away. We haven't heard anything about them since then. What's Ma Hongming's sister's name? Do you know where she lives? Chen Mu thought for a moment and asked. Officer, he wants to find her to find out more. She can't be found. I heard that she died of illness a few years ago. But she was also miserable. After she got married, she was kicked out by her husband's family because she couldn't have children. Then, so many things happened one after another in her parents' family. Alas, she was also a miserable person. Director Ma sighed. Is there anyone else at Ma Hongming's house? No, his grandfather's generation only had 1 son, and his father's generation also had 1 son. Then his father gave birth to him and his sister, which means that the old couple had passed away before those things happened. Otherwise, How could they accept the fact that the old people had to bury the young people one after another? Hear this. Chen Mu's brows furrowed. This was different from the clues he had obtained in Pingyao village that had allowed him to see the light. The information he got in Handan village this time made him feel difficult. The clues have reached this point. If the June 21st case was a revenge killing, then the close relatives of Ma Hongming and Li Guilan would undoubtedly be the next suspects. But the problem is, the only people related to Ma Hongming and Li Guilan seem to be two girls who ran away from the welfare home more than a decade ago. As for the June 21st case, according to the police's investigation results at the scene of the crime, it can be determined that it was a male who committed the crime. What's the problem? Or was it that my initial suspicion and reasoning were wrong? No, it won't. His intuition told him that he had reached the edge of the truth. Tang Wenxiu, Tang Wenli, Tang Qinghui. Li Guilan, Ma Hongming's sister, and Ma Hongming's two daughters who were taken away from the welfare home and then ran away secretly. This is what I gained from my trip to Sinai County. However, it seems that he has mastered a lot of information and can organize a series of information into a relatively complete context. But in fact, the next breakthrough seems to be stuck. Tang Wenxiu is dead. Tang Qinghui and his family immigrated abroad. Li Guilan and Ma Hongming died more than 10 years ago. Ma Hongming's lonely sister also died of illness a few years ago. Throughout the information chain, the only ones left alive were Tang Wenli and Ma Hongming's two daughters. It is even hard to say whether Tang Wenli is dead or not. After all, he was one of the important people involved in the car accident that year. If the June 21st case was a revenge killing and was related to the car accident that year, then it is still a big question whether the murderer would find Tang Wenli. As for Ma Hongming's two daughters, if they want to find information about each other, the only direction seems to be the welfare home that took them in at that time. But the problem is that more than 10 years have passed, and the welfare homes in such small places have probably been disbanded long ago. But out of reluctance, Chen Mu still wanted to try to see if he could get some information related to the welfare home from Director Ma. Director Ma, Ma Hongming's two daughters should have been taken in by your local welfare home. I wonder if that welfare home is still in existence. Welfare home. That welfare home has been closed long ago. Director Ma shook his head. What was the name of that welfare home? Do you know what the leaders or relevant staff of the welfare home were called at that time? Chen Mu asked again. The welfare home is called Sinai No. 3 Welfare Home. As for the staff of the welfare home, they came to our village to ask for the detailed information of the two children, and I was the one working with them at that time, so I still have some impression of them. But I only remember the director, I can't remember the others, said Director Ma. What's the dean's name? I think her name is Huang something, Huang. Huang Yuzhu, yes, it's Huang Yuzhu. Is she from your local area? Can you find her? Chen Mu asked. She is from our local area. We used to communicate in the local dialect. But as to where exactly she is from, I'm not sure. Director Ma shook his head. However, just when Chen Mu was feeling extremely disappointed, Director Ma seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, no, I can ask around." What do you mean? The disappointed heart suddenly became restless again, and Chen Mu hurriedly said, My daughter works as a clerk in the town government. I forgot why she brought up the orphanage one time. I remember she mentioned that the director of the orphanage later went to work at the town women's federation. Officer He, please wait a moment. I'll go ask my daughter. Speaking of. Director Ma immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. And he turned on the speakerphone right in front of Chen Mu. Hey, Xiaoyi. Dad, what's going on? I'm at work. No, the investigators from the Municipal Security Bureau came to our village committee to learn about the situation of Ma Hongming's two daughters. During the conversation, they talked about the welfare home. The police comrade wanted to find Huang Yuzhu, the former director of the welfare home. I remember you seemed to say that after the welfare home was closed, Director Huang Yuzhu went to work in the Women's Federation of the town government, right? Director Ma asked in a serious voice. Director Ma's daughter hesitated. Yes, but she retired last year. She was quite puzzled at this moment. As an investigator from the city bureau, if he wants to find Huang Yuzhu, is it necessary for him to ask her father? But when she thought about her father's warm-heartedness that varied from person to person, she felt relieved. I estimated that in all likelihood it was my father who offered to help with the inquiry. How can we find her? Chen Mu subconsciously asked before Director Ma. I'm not sure about that, but she seems to live in Yuanfeng Garden in town. Director Ma's daughter thought about it and replied with a little surprise. How can we find each other? Can't we just find it by notifying the sheriff's department in town? But in the end, I was just stunned and confused, and didn't think too much about it. Well, thank you for your cooperation. I could hear the confusion in the other person's astonishment. Chen Mu stopped asking any more questions. The other party smiled and responded politely before ending the call. Director Ma, thank you for your cooperation. Chen Mu stood up, chuckled and held out his hand. Of course, of course. But Officer He, you are investigating the matter of Li Guilan and Ma Hongming, right? Director Ma couldn't help himself after repeatedly holding Chen Mu's outstretched hand. Director Ma, as the head of the village committee, don't you know even the basic rules? First, he praised Director Ma, and then Chen Mu was playing tricks on him. At first glance, Director Ma, who was full of enthusiasm, quickly smiled and said, I understand. It is not appropriate for the public security organs to disclose the situation when handling a case. I was too talkative. Okay, let's go first. Hold up the briefcase. Chen Mu left Director Ma's office with confidence. Ma Hongming's two daughters said that they ran away secretly not long after being admitted to the welfare home. It seems that even if we find the director of the welfare home, Huang Yuzhu, it won't mean much. After setting the route to Yuanfeng home in town on the mobile phone navigation, Chen Mu, who was holding the steering wheel and stepping on the accelerator, couldn't help but mutter to himself. Based on my previous analysis and reasoning, the information originally obtained from Pingyao village seemed to be about to bring the chain of events to a close. However, the information given by the village chief of Handan village made the bright road ahead seem to dim again. Although the system gave him 1 month. But the problem is that during this month, he not only has to investigate the June 21st case, but also has to deal secretly with the police. Even though he looked down on the capabilities of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, as the incident of his prison break became more and more serious, there was no guarantee that the higher-ups would send people to intervene in the arrest. In this way, even if he has mastered God-level makeup skills, he can't rest easy. This inevitably caused him to fall into a state of anxiety. After all, before he could find out the real culprit of the June 21st case, and clear his name, he not only faced the risk of being arrested, but also had a certain chance of being shot dead. Because as long as I die, the June 21st case will be settled for the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Based on the controversial voices caused by my resumption of the serial, I'm really not a criminal, it can be seen that the leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau will definitely not sit still, so the result of my arrest and execution is probably the result that the other party is most willing to see. Think about this. Chen Mu unconsciously stepped on the accelerator. At this time in the sky, the setting sun has gradually faded, and the countdown to night has begun. When we arrived at Yuanfeng home in the town, it was completely dark. The light from thousands of houses has nothing to do with prosperity. But compared with Pingyao village and Handan village, it seems like two different worlds. On the road in front of Yuanfeng home, what surprised Chen Mu was, Yuanfeng home is not a residential community. The mottled walls reveal a sense of the vicissitudes of time. At first glance it looked like at least 20 years. The name sounds no different from a residential area. But in reality there is only one building, and it is only 7 stories high. At first glance, I estimated that there were only 2 households on each floor. The large iron gate with faded green paint stood open. A little old man in security uniform was sitting at the door, listening drowsily to opera on the radio. Well, the other party's existence is more like a formality. However, for Chen Mu, this was undoubtedly what he was most happy to see. Get out of the car. Walked over with big strides. The old security guard who was feeling sleepy after dinner saw a police officer coming towards him. He was suddenly startled and quickly stood up from the chair. He saluted Chen Mu, "Comrade police officer." Chen Mu, trying hard to hold back his laughter, raised his hand and greeted him back. He asked directly, "Hello, Miss Huang Yuzhu lives here, right?" Huang Yuzhu. "Oh, yes, she lives here, her home is in 301. There was no need for Chen Mu to ask more questions. The old security guard was shocked. Then, with a curious look on his face, he asked, "Comrade police, what's going on?" "Fine." Smile. Chen Mu ignored him and strode in. It's an old building, so there's definitely no elevator. Chen Mu went straight up to the third floor on the narrow staircase where white paint on the wall fell to the ground. In front of room 301. Unable to find the doorbell, Chen Mu had no choice but to reach out and knock on the door. Soon, a woman wearing an apron saw through the peephole that it was the police outside and quickly opened the door. Huang Yuzhu, who had shoulder-length curly hair and looked quite elegant, spoke first. "Comrade police, what are you doing?" "Dean Huang Yuzhu, right? I'm from the Municipal Bureau's Investigation Brigade, and I'd like to find out more about the situation from you." Chen Mu chuckled. The call of Dean Huang Yuzhu made Huang Yuzhu suddenly dazed. Then, after Chen Mu showed his police ID, he quickly welcomed Chen Mu in. "Officer He, wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen and turn off the fire first." As soon as she entered the room, Huang Yuzhu hurriedly apologized with a smile. "Well, go ahead, Dean Huang, there's no rush." "Okay, Officer He, please sit down first." After Chen Mu sat down, Huang Yuzhu also hurriedly took off her apron, turned off the fire on the kitchen stove, washed her hands, and hurried out. "Officer He, you came here to ask me about the welfare home, right?" Before Chen Mu could speak, Huang Yuzhu, who was sitting next to Chen Mu, asked with a smile as soon as she came up. Chen Mu couldn't help but smile subconsciously when he heard that. "Oh. Why did I come to you to find out about the welfare home?" "Just because you call me the director, the welfare home has been closed for more than 10 years, and I haven't been the director for more than 10 years. Now there are not many people who call me the director." "Officer He, tell me, what do you want to know?" His graceful and elegant performance is completely different from that of the two previous village directors of Pingyao Village and Handan Village. Huang Yuzhu smiled. "Okay, then I won't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Director Huang, when you took office as the Cine Third Welfare Home, your welfare home accepted a pair of sisters from Sichuan Handan Village, right?" Chen Mu said. Little did I know that when I heard the words, "a pair of sisters from Sichuan Handan Village." Huang Yuzhu, who had been wearing a dignified smile a moment ago, immediately lost the smile on her face. What replaced it was an indescribable complexity and a vague sense of guilt and self-blame. "Officer He, why are you asking this?" Without directly answering Chen Mu's question, Huang Yuzhu asked back. "Dean Huang, it is not appropriate to reveal too much to you at the moment. You just need to provide me with some relevant information from that year," Chen Mu said with a gentle smile. After Chen Mu's answer, Huang Yuzhu was slightly startled. Then he let out a deep breath to show his understanding. "Speaking of the sisters, they left the deepest impression on me because I blamed myself. I blamed the welfare home for not doing a good job of counseling them after we took them in, and that some staff members at the welfare home at the time failed to provide them with enough care. I also blamed the welfare home for being careless and not being able to take good care of them, so that they ran away secretly after less than half a year in the welfare home," Huang Yuzhu said with great seriousness. It's obvious that he's not pretending, but is expressing his remorse from the bottom of his heart. "What happened later? Did your welfare home go out to look for him?" Chen Mu asked. "We did look for them. I even went out to look for them for half a month. Although many people said they had seen the two children, we still couldn't find them. One of them was 8 years old, and the other was 6 years old. How could children of such young age survive wandering around outside?" I was about to cry but couldn't hold back the tears. Seeing this, Chen Mu reached out to the paper box on the table, took out a few tissues and handed them to the other party. Huang Yuzhu thanked him for taking the tissue and stopped sobbing. She continued, When I thought about the possibility that they might have met some bad guys or something, I didn't dare to think about it anymore. During the time when the two sisters ran away, I had nightmares every day. Every time I woke up, I felt endless remorse. Later, I asked all kinds of people to help me find them, but to no avail. Over the years, I have never been able to get over that incident, so much so that I still often dream about the two sisters. Only when I know that the two sisters are living a good life now, can I let go of the heart that has been hanging for more than 10 years. So I also asked my son, who is a police officer in the Cine branch, to help me find them. Huang Yuzhu raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, after hearing that the other party's son was a police officer, Chen Mu was suddenly startled. Hold. Did this fake policeman enter the home of a real policeman? In an instant, Chen Mu began to have a strong desire to leave. Because once the other party's son, who is a police officer in the Cine branch, comes back, there is a high probability that he will be exposed. Nothing else. Because according to regulations, whether the police are investigating a case or making a general visit to a home, there must be 2 or more people involved. Just for this reason, it would be difficult for him to get away with it. Once the other party becomes suspicious of him, the probability of his fake investigation not being exposed will be very low. No matter how strong his mental quality is, no matter how much experience he has in dealing with things, in front of that fake police ID, everything will be in vain. Dean Huang, do you have a photo of the sisters? Chen Mu, who had already made up his mind to evacuate as soon as possible, asked quickly. Yes, I took photos of the two sisters after they entered the orphanage, and I have kept them all the time. No need for Chen Mu to say more. Huang Yuzhu quickly got up and went back to her room. Chen Mu instinctively looked outside with trepidation. Fortunately, Huang Yuzhu didn't delay too much. The photos were quickly taken out. That's a photo of two sisters. Although more than 10 years have passed, Huang Yuzhu has preserved it very well. President Huang, I have to take a picture, Chen Mu said with a forced smile. Well, Officer He, take the photo. Chen Mu took out his cell phone and quickly took a picture of this. Then he stood up and said, Okay, Dean Huang, let's stop here for now. If there is anything I need to ask, I will contact you later. Okay, Officer He, please write down my phone number. If you find the two sisters, please be sure to let me know so that I can put my heart at ease after being worried for more than 10 years. Huang Yuzhu quickly stood up. Okay, please provide me your mobile phone number. Even if he didn't want to waste time, Chen Mu had to be dragged on by the other party for a while longer. Wait until you write down the other party's mobile phone number. Leave quickly without staying any longer. Just as Chen Mu drove away in a hurry. Not far away. In a car avoiding pedestrians. The man in police uniform frowned when he saw Chen Mu walking out of the gate of Yuan Feng home. Why are there police officers entering and leaving Yuan Feng garden? What happened? Delu, you're back. At the gate of Yuan Feng home. The policeman who had just witnessed Chen Mu leaving Yuan Feng home had already changed out of his police uniform before getting off the car. As soon as I walked in, the old security guard grinned and greeted. Uncle Wang, have you eaten? The man called Delu responded with a smile. I've eaten. Your Uncle Wang is always on time when it comes to eating, haha, the old man said loudly. By the way, Uncle Wang, I think I saw a police officer coming out of our place just now. What's going on? What's he doing? I was just about to tell you this. I said I was looking for you, but as for why, I don't know. Looking for me? Lu Donglin frowned immediately. Yeah, just go back and ask your mother and you'll know. After forcing a smile and saying something perfunctorily, Lu Donglin quickened his pace and walked inside. 301. Lu Donglin opened the door and walked in. He immediately spoke to Huang Yuzhu, who had returned to the kitchen to work. Mom, I just heard Uncle Wang downstairs say that a police officer is looking for you. What's going on? Which unit is the other party from? I'll tell you later. Huang Yuzhu did not answer immediately. After scooping the vegetables from the pot onto a plate, then she took off her apron, carried the dishes out and put them on the dining table. Then he spoke to Lu Donglin. The other party is from the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division. What is that? From the City Public Security Bureau's Detective Division. Lu Donglin was confused. The Municipal Public Security Bureau's Investigation Brigade has come to Cine. And it seems that the Cine branch where he works has not received any relevant information at all. This shouldn't happen. Also, investigators from the investigation detachment rarely wear police uniforms when they go out to visit. What are they here for? Lu Donglin asked hurriedly. He didn't do anything special. He just asked me to find out about how the sisters Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling were taken in by the Cine No. 3 welfare home. Huang Yuzhu said. Now Lu Donglin was even more confused. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "Any news about the two sisters?" Huang Yuzhu shook her head. It would be great if there was news. Unfortunately, there is none. They just came to inquire about what happened between Xiaoli and Xiaoling and the welfare home. I don't know why the City Bureau's investigation team would ask these questions. I asked them what was going on, but they didn't tell me. In the end, they took a photo of the two sisters and left. Little did Lu Donglin know that the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. If the other party came here in regards to the missing pair of sisters who ran away from the orphanage, they should have said hello to the Cine branch and asked questions from there first. Why is this coming directly to her mother? And also, if you come here to visit and investigate, the other party shouldn't be a talented person either. But what he saw before was clearly just a person getting into a car and leaving. This is obviously unreasonable. Mom, how many people are coming? Lu Donglin looked solemn. Just one person, what's the matter? Huang Yuzhu was puzzled. One person. In an instant, Lu Donglin's nerves tensed up. Did the other party show you their police ID? Yes. Huang Yuzhu was confused. What's his name? Lu Donglin asked quickly. He Tai. Huang Yuzhu said. He Tai. Little did I know that when I heard this name. Lu Donglin's hair stood on end and his scalp felt numb. No other. The other party must not be He Tai, definitely not. Because He Tai was his senior at the Non-Yue Police College, 1 year older than him, and they had a certain friendship in school back then, and they even occasionally contacted each other on instant messaging software. Therefore, if the other party was really He Tai, even if he didn't know that his family lived in Yuanfeng home and didn't know that Huang Yuzhu was his mother, just because he was coming to Cine for a visit and investigation, he would most likely inform me in advance and would never come here alone so rashly. The other party, is this a fake policeman pretending to be He Tai? Dongli, what's wrong with you? After realizing that something was wrong with Lu Donglin, Huang Yuzhu asked quickly in surprise. No, it's okay, I'll go make a phone call first. He squeezed a smile towards his mother Huang Yuzhu. Lu Donglin did not explain too much so as not to worry his mother. He walked quickly back to his room. He took out his cell phone and dialed He Tai's number. Hello, Donglin, why are you calling me suddenly? Over in the urban area of Yangqing, Artaist, who had just returned to the underground garage of Palm Garden, answered the phone with a tired look on his face. Brother Tai, where are you now? Without bothering to exchange pleasantries, Lu Donglin asked quickly. Where? What does it mean? Tai asked in astonishment. Call. Under Artaist's answer, Lu Donglin exhaled with an extremely complicated expression. Just now, an investigator claiming to be from the City Public Security Bureau's Investigation Brigade came to my house and asked my mother about what happened in Cine No. 3 welfare home more than 10 years ago. My mother was the director of that welfare home back then. And then, Artaist seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. The investigator who claimed to be from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment was named He Tai. Lu Donglin said. What? In the SUV in the underground garage of Palm Garden. Artaist, who had just pulled out his seat belt, suddenly jumped up. His head hit the roof of the car directly. But he had no time to worry about the pain now. You mean someone is pretending to be me to go look for your mom? to investigate what happened more than a decade ago. Municipal Public Security Bureau, Investigation Brigade, investigator, calling himself Tai. If that person is not you, then he must be impersonating you, and, according to my mother, the other party also showed a relevant police officer ID at the time. Lu Donglin said. After Lu Donglin said this, Artist couldn't stop panicking. He thought of the bastard who had sneaked into his house, knocked him out, pretended to be him, entered the Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade, and stole the contents of the June 21st case file from the Captain Jo Sun's office. Yes, it's him. It must be that bastard. Why did he ask your mother to investigate what happened in the welfare home more than 10 years ago? Tai breathed rapidly. He came here for a pair of sisters. More than 10 years ago, the sisters lost their parents one after another due to family changes. They were only a few years old at the time and were taken in by the Cine No. 3 welfare home. But only half a year later, the sisters ran away from the welfare home and have been missing since then. He came here for the sisters' situation, said Lu Donglin. The sisters who ran away from an orphanage after their parents died more than a decade ago. Damn it. What is that bastard trying to do? Artist's brain CPU suddenly became messy and smoke came out. Could it be that the two sisters have something to do with the June 21st case? Brother Tai, this matter has to be reported. After all, pretending to be an investigator from the municipal bureau and wandering around outside in a police uniform can be a big or small matter. Lu Donglin said. No, don't report it yet. After hearing Jiang Donglin say that the other party was still wearing a police uniform, Tai immediately stopped the other party with a trembling voice. Because his intuition told him that the police uniform on the other person might be his. What? Wait for my call. After hanging up the phone with Lu Donglin, Artist pushed the door open hastily and got out of the car. He walked quickly into the elevator. After returning home, he rushed straight into the bedroom. Opened the closet door. Swoosh. The police uniform that was originally hanging there was suddenly gone. See those empty hangers? Artist began to shiver. Because the last time the other party sneaked into his house, knocked him out and left, the surveillance footage later showed that he left empty-handed. So, when was his police uniform stolen? Next second. With a dry mouth, he immediately turned on the surveillance camera at home to check the playback. Constantly replaying in reverse. Suddenly, Artist's eyes suddenly widened. Display according to date and time. The other party sneaked into his house again yesterday afternoon. Go straight to the bedroom with full purpose. After a short moment, he left gracefully. Without a doubt. He came here for his police uniform. And it has already succeeded. I can no longer control my emotions. He no longer cares about being a member of the army of public servants. Artist roared hysterically with veins bulging. There was even a hint of collapse. This is too much. This is simply too much. Sneak into his house for 2 consecutive days. First, knock him out and control him. After that, sneak in again another day and steal his police uniform. What does this take for him, an investigator from the city's Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade? If it gets out, how can Tai gain a foothold in the Municipal Public Security Bureau? How can he gain a foothold in the investigation brigade? How would the people from the Public Security Bureau and the investigation brigade view him? Even if something like this happened, it couldn't be blamed on Artist, and he wouldn't be criticized or punished. But, based on the situation that he was knocked unconscious and nailed to the pillar of shame by the other party who broke into his home the day before. Once people knew that the other party broke into his house again and stole his police uniform, he would certainly be subject to endless discussions and ridicule behind his back. In this case, how will his superiors view him? The already bleak future will become even bleaker. No, we can't report this to the investigation team. Otherwise, they will definitely follow up and will definitely suspect the origin of the police uniform on that bastard. After calming down, Tai panted and murmured. First, the telescope failed to perform its duties, then someone broke into his home, knocked him unconscious and controlled him. They used his face and identity to steal the files of the June 21st case, and now the other party has broken into his home for the second time and stolen his police uniform. This series of events intertwined and disturbed his mind. For the so-called face. In order to prevent the shame from being further deepened. This man, who was able to join the investigation detachment because of his connections and the fact that his uncle is the deputy director of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, made an extremely stupid decision. Immediately, he called Lu Donglin back with a dry mouth. "Brother Tai." Lu Donglin on the other end quickly answered the call. "Donglin, don't report this for now. I'll go to Sini myself first." Tai said. Yes, he wanted to follow up on this matter himself and track down that bastard. If we can bring the other party to justice in Sini. No matter whether the other party is Chen Mu or not, he can wash away all his previous shame and sweep away all the haze in one fell swoop. Well, that's fine, come here, Tai brother. When Lu Donglin heard that a Tai was coming in person, he didn't think about it anymore. In the town of Sini County. Although Chen Mu didn't know that he was just a step away from falling into Lu Donglin's hands. But he also knew that as long as Huang Yuzhu told his son, a police officer at the Sini branch, about her visit today, the other party will definitely become suspicious. As for what would happen if the other party became suspicious, Chen Mu was not sure. So after leaving Yuan Feng home in a hurry, the first thing he did was to find a place to restore Song Qingfei's appearance. And the vehicles with fake license plates were replaced with their original license plates. Under the stars and the moon. Even though he hadn't eaten much all day, Chen Mu didn't feel hungry, so he rushed back to Yangqing overnight. Times Garden apartment. No time to think about eating. Chen Mu, who just wanted to quickly summarize the series of information he had learned in Sini County today, just walked into the lobby of the apartment. Then he saw the female detective Suman coming out of the elevator with a bag of garbage in her hand that she was about to throw away. "Officer Su, what a coincidence." Chen Mu took the initiative to greet him politely. "I just knocked on your door and you weren't home." Suman smiled back and said, "I was meeting with a client outside, and I didn't realize I've been busy until now," said Chen Mu. Then he realized it belatedly and said, "Officer Su, who are you looking for? Is it convenient for me to fulfill my gratitude to you? If it's convenient, let's go outside to eat the crayfish you mentioned this morning." Suman said lightly. I was just joking. It's just a small thing." "Officer Su, you don't have to take it to heart." Chen Mu said hurriedly. "No," I said, "I'm not used to owing others, otherwise I always feel uncomfortable." Suman said seriously. Chen Mu pretended to smile helplessly. "So in order to make you feel comfortable, I'd better agree to your kind offer of thanks." Suman nodded slightly. "Well, if it's possible, that would be great. Since Officer Su has said so, I can only obey your orders. Let me go upstairs and put the things away, and wash my face and hands first," said Chen Mu. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the Xingyun Yidialong food stall on the left when you go out," Suman said with a smile. "Okay." Chen Mu calmly raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Then he walked into the elevator. 406 miles. After putting away the backpack and artist's police uniform, Chen Mu looked at the time. It's past 11 o'clock at night. I thought that I was only 10 points away from enabling the one-time redemption of the system. Considering Suman's direct confrontation, I don't know if there will be any side issues. Chen Mu still turned on the computer. The latest chapter of I'm Really Not a Criminal was uploaded and scheduled to be released at midnight. As soon as it's past midnight, the chapter will be released. The 10 points rewarded by the system will be credited to your account, thus opening a one-time redemption mall. Get these done. Then he looked in the mirror to confirm that there were no flaws in the disguise on his face. I just started to go downstairs. Walk towards the Xingyun Yidialong food stall that Suman mentioned. Here. There is no need for Chen Mu to look around. The sharp-eyed Suman immediately raised her hand and called out when she saw him. Chen Mu walked quickly with a harmless smile on his face. We ordered 5 pounds of crayfish, and some of their special barbecue. What else would you like to eat? Chen Mu just sat down. Suman asked first, and then pushed the menu in front of Chen Mu. That's enough, there's too much. Chen Mu said hurriedly. Well, that's fine. Suman smiled politely and said nothing more. Chen Mu did not respond to this. The main reason is that deliberately finding topics to talk about will make you appear too frivolous, and will make the other person feel that you are trying to get close to them, thus creating an invisible aversion. After all, through the brief contacts and exchanges with Suman, he had some idea of her character. Therefore, as long as he didn't say anything, he believed that Suman, as the one who was thanking, would take the initiative to break the awkwardness later. However, before Suman could take the initiative to speak. Instead, the system prompt sounded. Successfully update the chapter and get 10 points as reward. What follows is a system prompt to open a one-time redemption mall. At the same time, just when Suman was feeling more and more embarrassed and was about to say a few words to the other party, the diners at the table nearby suddenly exclaimed. Mushin has updated, I'm really not a criminal. Would God updated? Would God updated so early today? It's true. Accompanied by a startled sound. The diners around shouted one after another. Then everyone quickly took out their cell phones. The popularity of, I'm really not a criminal, has already become the highest in the history of online literature. In addition, it also writes about Yangqing where they are. One can imagine how many fans of the book there are in Yangqing. Even many people who didn't like reading novels in the past plunged headfirst into Tatsuki's narration of his escape experience. However, at this time, Suman saw the reactions of the people around her. She wanted to speak to Chen Mu to break the awkwardness, but her face turned pale in an instant. In a sense, these ordinary people's pursuit of, I'm really not a criminal, is the biggest shame for their Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the ultimate shame. Endure the humiliation and frustration brought by the shame. I gave up the idea of speaking to break the awkwardness. Suman picked up her cell phone. I clicked into the Tomato Novel app and opened the only book in the bookshelf, I'm really not a criminal. Chen Mu, who was standing by, never expected that, I'm really not a criminal, would become so popular that so many people couldn't wait to watch it as soon as it was updated. But it is different from those people including Suman. Although he couldn't wait. But what I can't wait to do is to check out the redemption mall launched by the system. I silently said to myself. A virtual panel controlled by thoughts appeared before my eyes. Advanced fighting skills /60 points, effective use time 120 minutes. Advanced gunnery skills /60 points, effective use time 120 minutes. Advanced driving skills /60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced negotiation skills /60 points, effective usage time 120 minutes. Advanced cooking /60 minutes, effective time 120 minutes. Advanced hacking technique /60 points, valid for 120 minutes. Advanced. On the virtual panel, there are dozens of skills listed. There are also various psychological techniques, pickup techniques, debate techniques, etc. There is nothing that cannot be provided, as long as you can imagine it. However, after seeing advanced and effective usage time 120 minutes, Chen Mu was immediately disappointed. Although I knew from the beginning that the skills exchanged for points are one time. But charging for 6 days and using it for 2 hours is really too much. Furthermore, the skill level is not God level, but advanced. Even though the products produced by the system are high-end, they are estimated to be top level, or even the highest level, in real life. But no matter what, after experiencing the amazing God level makeup skills, Chen Mu still felt a little lost when faced with the word advanced. Fuck, this is too awesome. Dial 114 to trick the investigator down from home, use this to determine the floor he lives on, then go out for a walk and wait for the investigator to come home before sneaking into his home, knocking him out and disguising himself as him, then go into the police station, and even go into the office of the investigation captain to check the files. This is an amazing operation. Mushin is awesome, but aren't the people from the City Public Security Bureau and the investigation team just fucking useless? If the chapter written by Mushin is not fictional, then the people in the Public Security Bureau's detective division are really useless. How could a dignified investigator be knocked unconscious and controlled by Mushin who sneaked into his home? Damn, taxpayers' money is used to support such a bunch of useless people. Although this move is more suicidal than tightrope walking, I have to say it's really exciting to watch. If Mushin continues to do this, I'm worried that if the police find him, they will kill him on the spot. Excuse me for being blunt, but those good-for-nothings in the Public Security Bureau may not be able to catch the God of Wood. However, if the God of Wood continues to provoke us like this, there's a chance that people from above will be sent down. If that happens, the God of Wood may face a hell-level dungeon. I feel more and more that Mushin was wronged. Otherwise, who would dare to do this to a family? He would have run away long ago and would not have sneaked into the Public Security Bureau to check the files. Won't Mushin tell you? He was tortured into confessing. I guess the so-called fingerprints and hair were all framed on Mushin by those idiots after the murder happened. Mushin is such a good person. He even helped the migrant workers pay the bill when they went out to eat. How could such a person be the real murderer of the murder case? Because only one chapter of I'm Not a Crime was updated. So the diners around finished watching quickly. As the first person to make a review, the rest of the diners echoed the comments one after another. Between words. Not only does it reveal his fanatical admiration for Chen Mu, he even made all kinds of disgusting insults and insults to the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Detachment. And they were getting more and more excited, even to the point of suspecting that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau deliberately framed Chen Mu in order to solve the case as quickly as possible. Su Man heard these words. It's like needles pricking the depths of your soul. Asshole. Su Man clenched her fists tightly. The word bastard burst out from between clenched teeth. Now. She just wanted to bring all those guys who were talking shit back to the police station. But she also knew that it was just a thought. Officer Su, are you really helpless against that guy? If he continues to provoke us like this, how can the Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Brigade have any credibility? How can the people trust the Public Security Bureau? When those diners began to express their reviews, Chen Mu put away the virtual panel. In order to cater to the current environmental atmosphere, I also took out my mobile phone and joined the army of chasing updates. When I heard Su Man utter the word bastard through gritted teeth, he immediately lowered his voice and asked. The law is strict and there is no loophole. He can't escape, absolutely not. Su Man said with a grim face. Little did he know that she looked full of resentment. Chen Mu couldn't help but smile secretly. We can't go on like this. Apart from other things, the book, I'm Really Not a Criminal, has already caused a huge impact. People now have a distorted worldview. Regardless of whether Chen Mu was wrongly accused or not, he is at least a suspect in the murder case, and a suspect in the murder case who escaped from prison. He has been so brazen in his provocations of the police, but instead of standing on the same side with the Public Security Bureau, people have become his fanatical followers. What on earth is wrong with this world? Chen Mu pretended to be extremely angry and righteous, and said in a low and stern voice. Chen Mu's righteous words were out of tune with the surrounding voices. Su Man's anger obviously eased a lot. At the same time, his favorable impression of Chen Mu increased a little more. Captured the change in Su Man's expression. Chen Mu took the opportunity to say, Officer Su, why don't you take that novel off the shelves? Why do you allow that novel to worsen the negative impact on the Public Security Bureau? The reason why I ask this question. Chen Mu wanted to further confirm whether the police's helplessness was caused by the system's intervention. He said so much purely to paralyze Su Man and give her a chance to let something slip. But he had no idea whether Su Man would reveal the information as he wished. A hacker broke into the back-end of Tomato Novel Network and took control of the permissions. Now we are temporarily unable to obtain permission to remove it from the shelves. As expected, Chen Mu made the right bet. After what he said, Su Man, who fell into the other party's rhythm, blurted out subconsciously. Ah. A hacker. Does he have an accomplice? Chen Mu widened his eyes exaggeratedly in pretending to be surprised. Su Man's face suddenly changed when she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. Obviously. These are absolutely inappropriate to be told to outsiders. Just at this time, the waiter from the food stall came over with crayfish and barbecue. Seeing this, Su Man quickly changed the subject. Eat first. I'm sorry, Officer Jesus, I'm sorry for asking too much. I shouldn't ask questions. Don't worry, I won't say a word to anyone. So far, Chenmu already had a definite answer in his mind. That is, the hacker Suman mentioned must be the result of system intervention. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the hacker is, he would not dare to hack into the back end of the Tomato Novel official website so blatantly and control the permissions for so long. After all, it goes without saying that both the official website of Tomato Novel and the relevant official departments are definitely trying their best to crack and regain authority. Crayfish and barbecue are served. But Suman did not do anything about it. Maybe it was because I let something slip just now and revealed some information that shouldn't have been revealed, which caused me to feel confused. Or maybe it was because the diners around were still discussing, I'm really not a criminal, and labeling the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation detachment with all kinds of negative labels that could not be more negative. At this moment, Suman wanted to wash her face and calm down. Mr. Song, you eat first, I'm going to the bathroom. He forced a smile. Suman stood up from the chair at the open-air dining table. Then he walked towards the door of the food stall. But before I reached the gate, I couldn't help but stop. Think of the restroom environment in this kind of place. Being a bit of a germaphobe, she gave up on entering. He turned and walked towards the apartment. Chenmu was stunned when he saw this scene. Are you dissatisfied with the bathroom in the food stall and want to go back to the bathroom in the apartment? Under Chenmu's glance, Suman walked towards the apartment building. Until Suman's beautiful figure disappeared from sight. Only then did Chenmu retract his gaze. Just at the moment of looking away, Suman's cell phone was found on the dining table. The phone screen was still on, and the page was still showing the last page of the latest chapter of I'm Really Not a Criminal. In an instant, Chenmu suddenly paused. Is this because the automatic screen off is disabled in the phone settings? However, Chenmu didn't feel surprised about this. After all, some people still have this usage habit. After a brief moment of confusion, looking at the phone that Suman forgot to take away, Chenmu suddenly had a crazy idea. If I could hack into Suman's phone and turn it into my own eavesdropping device, does this also mean that I will be able to learn about the many movements of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau's investigation detachment in a timely manner to a large extent? Once the thought arises, thinking that I currently have 60 points that can be exchanged for 2 hours of advanced hacking skills, Chenmu's expression was serious and he twitched his eyes repeatedly. Compared to retaining points and exchanging them for trump cards at critical moments, he finally decided to hack into Suman's phone. After all, he could continue to earn points, but this opportunity was extremely rare at the moment. Once the idea is made up, Chenmu no longer hesitated. I looked in the direction of the apartment building, but Suman was still nowhere to be seen. Quickly exchanged 60 points for a one-time use of advanced hacking technology. As the exchange is successful, relevant knowledge and skills suddenly flooded into the brain. Next second, the methods and means of hacking into a cell phone and eavesdropping on it immediately became clear in my mind. Stop wasting time. Chenmu first took out his mobile phone and typed quickly. Then I looked over at the apartment building, and Suman wasn't there yet. Holding my breath, I quickly used a few toothpicks to mark the location where Suman's phone was placed. Then he put on the disposable gloves used for eating crayfish and picked up the other person's mobile phone. Then he initiated a series of quick inputs into Suman's mobile phone. Period. Chenmu kept looking at the apartment building. Fortunately, Suman has not appeared yet. Watching the invasion loading progress on the phone, Chenmu couldn't help but get nervous. Fortunately, Suman's figure did not appear until the progress was loaded to 100%. A breath of foul air was exhaled. Chenmu quickly restored the other party's mobile phone page to its original state and put it back in place according to the marks of the toothpicks. Wait until all this is done. Suman's graceful figure slowly walked out of the apartment building. Remove those toothpicks. Chenmu took off the disposable gloves in his hand and stuffed them into his trouser pocket along with the torn package of disposable gloves on the table. Finally, he played with his phone as if nothing had happened. Ah. Why don't you eat? Suman is back. The first thing he looked at was his mobile phone. It was not until she returned to the door of her apartment that she remembered she had left her cell phone behind. But when she thought about going back and wasting time, she gave up the idea. After all, with Chenmu there, she didn't need to worry about getting lost. As for whether Chenmu would peek into her phone, she also didn't think he would be so stupid as to that extent. I saw that the phone was still in the same place, still on the same screen where I forgot to turn off the screen. He asked without thinking any more. Ah, Officer Su, you haven't come back yet. Chenmu put down his phone, looked up at the other party and smiled. Don't wait for me, just eat. Suman regained her composure and sat down again. I subconsciously pressed the screen off button on my phone. Okay, then I'd like to thank Officer Song for his hospitality. I'm welcome. Chenmu put on disposable gloves. He reached out and grabbed the crayfish. However, he soon discovered that Suman did not move. Officer Su, you don't want to eat. Well, I'm not used to eating these, just eat them. You buy me a meal, and then you watch me eat. This. Suman was slightly startled. I feel like there is something wrong. Then she stretched out her hand and picked up the mutton kebab on the plate. I'll just eat this. Whether it is Chenmu's previous life or the original owner's past memories after rebirth. This midnight snack was always the most embarrassing meal in my life. Suman only ate one skewer of lamb from beginning to end. The rest of the time he was watching Chenmu eat. This also resulted in more than half of 5 pounds of crayfish and a plate of barbecue being wasted. Let's not talk about whether Chenmu can eat so much. He was eating and Suman was watching him eat. How can one have any appetite in this situation? Plus, he was originally thinking about finishing this thank you supper as soon as possible. After all, the one-time, advanced hacking technology, exchanged has a 2-hour usage limit. He wanted to make the best use of everything and didn't want to waste the remaining time. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Suman's thank you dinner came to an end in just 20 minutes. Good night. Good night. Times Garden Apartment. The corridor on the 4th floor. Chenmu and Suman spoke at the same time. Different from Chenmu's knowing smile. Suman's words were more of a polite compliment. Then he opened the door of his room 405 and walked in. Listen to the sound of the door closing as the beautiful figure disappears behind the door. The corners of Chenmu's mouth curved slightly. He quickly opened the door and entered the room. He had to buy time to maximize the effectiveness of those 120 minutes of advanced hacking technology. And right now, there is only a little over an hour left. The first moment after entering the house, he hurriedly unfolded the notebook. With the advanced hacking techniques in his mind, he quickly started typing on the keyboard with full concentration. In the past, those complicated codes seemed like heavenly books to Chenmu. But at this moment, with the help of advanced hacking technology, it was like elves were born and jumped out from under his 10 fingers. Half an hour later, a burst of snow flashed across the screen. Then the Skynet monitoring page of Yangqing was displayed. However, Chenmu was definitely not satisfied with this. After closing the Skynet monitoring page, continue to type rapidly on the keyboard. He was going to do more than just invade. It is also necessary to conceal one's intrusion as perfectly as possible to avoid being noticed by the authorities. After all, once the skill usage time limit is over, he is completely blind to hacker technology and has no way to engage in electronic confrontation with the police. Lines of data codes flashed continuously on the computer screen. Before the skill expires, suddenly, the internal surveillance footage of Yangqing Public Security Bureau appeared one by one on the computer screen. As Chenmu stopped moving his 10 fingers, a breath of foul air came out of his mouth. The next moment, all the hacking techniques that he had mastered in his mind were instantly completely taken away. Luckily we made it in time. Feel the technical knowledge slipping away from you. Chenmu couldn't help but murmur in relief. On the basis of having successfully invaded and obtained secret permissions, Even if I lose the blessing of advanced hacking technology, it doesn't matter. However, it is still possible to monitor the surveillance images that you have invaded through basic conventional computer operations. Next, he only needs to keep the computer powered on. As long as the computer is not turned off, he will have full control over the dynamics of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation detachment. Unfortunately, we can only get the images. After all, due to the distance of the surveillance camera, the sound reception effect is absolutely limited. However, the fact that I successfully hacked into Suman's mobile phone can make up for some of the regrets. As long as Suman was present, he could learn the content of the conversation through eavesdropping. After a busy work. Only then did Chenmu withdraw his gaze from the computer screen. Turn and enter the room. Pull aside the white cloth covering the blackboard. Erase the analysis content of the June 21st case that has been recorded on the mobile phone. I started writing again to record the information I gained from this trip to Sydney. 15 years ago, there was a car accident. The car owner is Tang Qinghui and the perpetrator is Tang Wenli. The victim was Li Guilan and Ma Hongming, who fell to his death on his way to petition. Ma Hongming and Li Guilan, the two girls who ran away from the welfare home and whose whereabouts are unknown. As well as various messages between Tang Wenxiu, the victim of the June 21st case, and Tang Wenli and Tang Qinghui. Etc. 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 They were all recorded by Chenmu on the blackboard for further sorting. Finally, she printed out the photo of the two sisters that she had obtained from Huang Yuzhu, the director of the Sydney No. 3 welfare home, and posted it on the blackboard. According to the information provided by Lu Wenqing and the Pingyao Village Committee, we have been able to confirm that the car accident caused by Tang Wenli that year occurred during the May Day holiday when Tang Wenxiu returned to his hometown. So, the reason why Tang Wenxiu became, like Lu Wenqing said, like a different person after returning from vacation, could it be related to the car accident? If they were unrelated, why did he change so drastically around the holidays? And why did he even develop symptoms that looked like post-traumatic stress disorder? In addition, according to the head of Handan village, Ma Hongming was obsessed with the idea that his wife Li Guilan would not have died if she had received timely medical treatment, and that the person who killed Li Guilan was not Tang Wenli, who was alone. Was this really out of a desire to extort money, or did he learn some unknown information? If it was the former, would his sister have taken Ma Hongming to court after his accidental death? Also, logically speaking, even if Ma Hongming wanted to extort money, he wouldn't ask for so much in such a clumsy way in that era. But the question is, if he really had some information that could explain the situation, why didn't he say it? And no one in Handan village knew about it. Could it be that Ma Hongming was worried that he wouldn't be able to get the amount he wanted after he told others? And, was Ma Hongming's death in a motorcycle crash while petitioning an accomplice an accident, or was it caused by someone? Wrong. Wrong direction. Muttering this, Chenmu shook his head violently. Suppose. Assuming what Ma Hongming said is true, the one who killed Li Guilan was not Tang Wenli, a poor boy living alone. Combining the subtle information I got from the visit with my previous guesses, there is no doubt that Tang Wenxiu is the most suspicious. If we were to reconstruct the incident from the perspective that Tang Wenxiu was the real perpetrator, then it should be that Tang Wenxiu went back to his hometown during the May Day holiday, drove Tang Wenxiu's car to the town, and hit Li Guilan on the way back. However, considering that this incident might affect his teaching career, he wanted to find someone to take the blame for him. Without a doubt, if he was to take the blame, Tang Wenli would be the most suitable candidate. After all, Tang Wenli, who depended on his grandmother for everything, had been supported by Tang Wenxiu's family since he was a child, and his job after graduation was arranged by Tang Wenxiu's mother Ma Shufan and Tang Qinghui's wife. Under this background, with Tang Wenli's grandmother having passed away, there is no doubt that Tang Wenli, who has become completely alone, is definitely a possibility of taking the blame for him. What's more, there may be Tang Qinghui's involvement. After all, the village director of Pingyao village said that Tang Qinghui's current situation is inseparable from the help of Grandpa Tang Wenxiu. If the real culprit was Tang Wenxiu, and Tang Wenli was just taking the blame for him, then the series of things that happened to Tang Wenxiu after he returned to Yangqing No. 7 middle school after his vacation would make sense. He carried the amulet because he felt guilty, and his abnormal reaction during the camping trip was due to post-traumatic stress disorder. It makes sense that Tang Wenxiu would be a completely different person after he shouldered those unknown guilt feelings. As for why he stopped contacting Lu Wenqing and wanted to break up with Lu Wenqing to end the relationship completely. Is it possible that he blamed Lu Wenqing for his sinful experience? After all, if Lu Wenqing agreed to go back to his hometown with him, the car accident probably wouldn't have happened. It's even possible that he hit someone because of some reasons with Lu Wenqing. However, Chen Mu knew. As to why Tang Wenxiu broke up with Lu Wenqing, this is probably an unsolved mystery. After all, Tang Wenxiu is dead, and no one is destined to be able to give an answer to this question. It is based on the fact that your idea is correct. Then it can be explained that after Tang Wenxiu was transferred from Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, he no longer interacted with other teachers in Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. Because whenever you come into contact with the teachers at No. 7 Middle School, you will inevitably talk about Lu Wenqing, even if the teachers at No. 7 Middle School did not know about their secret love affair at the time. But for Tang Wenxiu, who blamed the source of his crime on Lu Wenqing, he obviously didn't want anyone to mention Lu Wenqing again. After all, doing so would very likely remind him of the fatal accident, and remind him of the accident that he wanted to completely forget. Yes, it is very likely that this is the truth from 15 years ago. If this is the truth of what happened back then the source of revenge for the June 21st murder of a family is most likely the accident. Huang Yuzhu said that Ma Hongming and Li Guilan's daughters were 8 and 6 years old at the time, and the older one is now 23 or 24 years old. If they wanted revenge, they must have met the corresponding conditions. And there is an absolute reason for revenge. The other party not only killed her mother, but also caused the death of her father. Moreover, Li Guilan's death was most likely caused by the lack of timely medical treatment. If Tang Wenli really took the blame for Tang Wenxiu, then the time required for this process would be enough for Li Guilan, who could have survived with timely medical treatment, to die. But the problem is, the investigation results of the June 21st case show that it was committed by an adult male, and it can be confirmed that it was a single person. Although I don't agree with the ability of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau Investigation Brigade, they should not have any problems in terms of exploring the crime scene and drawing basic conclusions. Could it be that someone is helping Ma Hongming's daughter to get revenge? Boyfriend. Husband. When this thought arises, Chen Mu also quickly stood up from the lazy five-finger sofa and ran to the blackboard to write it down. Following the train of thought formed by those clues of information, as a criminal policeman in his previous life, he could no longer avoid this possibility. After all, in the cases he had dealt with in his previous life, there were many men who were blinded by love. It is not uncommon for men to sacrifice their entire lives for women, or even kill or burn people for women. So far, Chen Mu couldn't help but move his throat. It seems like the truth has been grasped. As long as we find Tang Wenli, we will be able to find out whether he was taking the blame for Tang Wenxiu. If we could confirm through Tang Wenli that the culprit was Tang Wenxiu, then the spearhead of the June 21st family murder case will inevitably point directly to the car accident that year, thus locking the suspicion on the Ma sisters. But now the question is, how to find Tang Wenli? It was obvious that he would not be able to wait until next year's Qingming festival for Tang Wenli to return to Pingyao village to visit his grave. Even if the real culprits behind the June 21st family massacre were really the Ma sisters, it would be questionable whether Tang Wenli, who took the blame for Tang Wenxiu, would still be alive. And then, even if Tang Wenli was not dead, even if Tang Wenli was found, even if the spearhead could be pointed directly at the Ma sisters. So how can we find the Ma sisters? This is undoubtedly another huge problem facing Chen Mu. If the Ma sisters were behind the June 21st murder, why did they drag me into it? Did they want to frame me and make me take the blame? Or was it just a coincidence that I became a scapegoat so that they could confuse the police and get away with it? Chen Mu frowned and said, "No, the probability is too low. There must be something I overlooked. It must be." At the same time that Chen Mu was sorting out the June 21st case, 405 opposite 406, Suman was also facing the blackboard in the room. In the morning, after cleaning out the things in the room. In the afternoon, she had the blackboard delivered and placed in the room. On the blackboard at this time, a series of events that happened to Chen Mu after he escaped from prison were sorted out in great detail. At last, She stared at the red-marked words, stealing the contents of the June 21st file. Her beautiful eyebrows were twisted into a knot. Why did you steal the contents of the 6.21 file? Why take such a big risk to steal the contents of the June 21st case? Also, why don't you leave Yangqing? Why do you stay in Yangqing and provoke the police? You have schizophrenia, as you told Gao Mingyue. Another twisted personality committed the crime, and the basic personality didn't know about it, and didn't think it was his own crime. Or, you are really not the murderer of the June 21st case. Is it true that he confessed under torture because of the intense interrogation by Atai and his gang? Yes. Suman also began to waver. At the beginning, she was sure that Chenmu was the real murderer of the June 21st case. And she was also firmly convinced that Chenmu's initial actions were intended to provoke the police. But slowly, following Chenmu's subsequent series of actions, especially writing about their actions that were known to the police one by one in I'm Really Not a Criminal, she couldn't help but begin to waver. Chenmu. Could it be that he was really wronged? Because if the other party is really the murderer of June 21st, then why would he continue to stay in Yangqing? And why would he take the risk of being caught by mistake to steal the files of June 21st case? These are obviously untenable. Another thing is that even the common people who were eating at the food stalls tonight could imagine that if this continued, the higher-ups would definitely send people to Yangqing to intervene, and Chenmu would be trapped in a hell-level copy. Could it be that with Chenmu's brain, he couldn't think of this? Absolutely impossible. Based on these, it is worth pondering why Chenmu stayed in Yangqing and took huge risks to steal the contents of the files. The reason you want to serialize your actions in the novel, I'm Not a Criminal, is to create a huge impact so that everyone can shift their attention to the June 21st case, and also use it to attract the attention of the top leaders, right? Suman frowned and murmured slowly. The other end. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. The one-bedroom apartment was temporarily arranged for Gao Mingyue, an expert in criminal psychology, to rest. Even though it was almost 3 in the morning, the tall expert in pajamas, half lying on the bed in the bedroom, was still not asleep. Holding the phone in both hands. The mobile page shows the comment section for I'm Really Not a Criminal. A long time. She clicked comment on this book. The slender fingers without any decoration started pressing on the input bar of the mobile phone. If you are really innocent, then turn yourself in, believe me. GMY. This was the only way Gao Mingyue could think of to have a conversation with Chenmu. Even though she didn't think the probability of Chenmu replying to her was high. It is even unclear whether Chenmu can see this comment. It's just that we are classmates, and we once had a pretty good relationship with each other. She really didn't want Chenmu to continue like this. Judging from the fact that Chenmu stole the files of the June 21st case, she, who is deeply involved in psychology, has been completely certain that Chenmu wanted to investigate the June 21st case himself. However, it's okay to want to prove your innocence. But the question is it possible to defeat the police alone? Another thing is that Chenmu continues to serialize and update, I'm Really Not a Criminal. As more and more information comes out, the Yangqing Security Bureau is not stupid, and the leaders of the Yangqing Security Bureau are even less stupid. It is inevitable that the previous verdict will be shaken. In this way, this will undoubtedly further increase the possibility of resisting arrest and being shot. Otherwise, the leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the members of the investigation brigade would definitely suffer extremely serious consequences in matters of false convictions and wrongful convictions due to the influence of the novel, I'm Really Not a Criminal. No doubt about it. It has come to this. The June 21st case must not be a false case, it must not be. As long as Chenmu resists arrest and is shot, this storm will fade away. As long as Chenmu is dead, even if the June 21st case is later revealed to be a false case, the relevant leaders may still be able to downplay the matter as much as possible in private. On the contrary, if Chenmu is alive and well, and it is eventually proven that he was tortured into confessing, then the consequences that the relevant leaders will have to bear will be under the super influence of I'm Really Not a Criminal, especially Li Hongwei, who is in charge of the investigation. The best outcome is that he will no longer have any hope of promotion. These are definitely not something the other party can accept. But what Gao Mingyue couldn't understand was, couldn't Chen Mu understand the logic behind this? Why does he continue to expand the influence of, "I'm not a criminal"? Although this will to some extent attract the attention of higher authorities, and thus they will intervene in the reinvestigation of the June 21st case. But the side effect is that once Chen Mu is targeted by the Yangqing police, he may be shot dead at any minute if he shows up. In order to get the higher authorities involved in the reinvestigation of the June 21st case, he did not hesitate to increase the probability of being shot. Is it worth it? Another one is also the most important. If Chen Mu wanted to get higher authorities involved in the investigation of the June 21st case, then why did he risk his life to sneak into the Public Security Bureau's investigation brigade to steal the files of the June 21st case? Isn't it obvious that he wants to check it himself? So Gao Mingyue couldn't understand. I am increasingly puzzled as to why Chen Mu would take such a huge risk to steal the contents of the 6.21 case files while updating his autobiography, "I'm really not a criminal." When these seemingly contradictory questions began to linger in Gao Mingyue's mind. This night is destined to be a sleepless one for her. At this time, in the Times Garden apartment. 406 miles. Chen Mu, who was about to go to sleep, flipped through the comment section again, trying to see if the suspected murderer who provoked him last night has appeared again. After some filtering. Suddenly stunned. It was Gao Mingyue's message in the book review section of, "I'm really not a criminal." Because that comment seemed southwest out of place. If you are really innocent, then turn yourself in, believe me. GMY. GMY. Chen Mu, who was half lying on the bed, sat up straight. GMY. 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 What's Gao Mingyue doing? Chen Mu's eyes suddenly widened. He knew that his high school classmate Gao Mingyue majored in psychology in college, entered the government after graduation, and worked in a department in the province. But not only did he not know which department he was in or what his position was, the other students seemed to have no idea either. Someone did ask this question at a previous class reunion, but Gao Mingyue avoided the question. After this and that, Chen Mu would not be so stupid as to bring trouble upon himself. Now seeing the content of that comment, he was almost certain that the other party was Gao Mingyue. Putting aside the fact that the abbreviation of Gao Mingyue is GMY. Only Gao Mingyue, an old classmate who works in the province, has the confidence to say the three words, "believe me." But after the trance, Chen Mu did not respond to this. It's not a question of whether he believes Gao Mingyue or not. But he had no choice. Once he surrenders, regardless of whether Gao Mingyue can really help him clear the name, the most important point, as long as he does not update, "I'm really not a criminal," for 7 days, the system will take back everything it has given him and destroy itself. In addition, if the real culprit of the June 21st case cannot be found within a month, there will be no possibility of overturning the case, and he will be sentenced to death. Based on these costs. Don't say that Gao Mingyue was just his high school classmate. Even if his father was good, he would never turn himself in. Chen Mu's mind was disturbed by Gao Mingyue's comment, and he no longer had the energy to read the comments below. Find the photo taken from Huang Yuzhu in the mobile phone album. Point your finger toward the screen to zoom in. Looking at this photo of the Ma sisters taken in the welfare home 15 years ago. Chen Mu couldn't help but say. Was the extermination of Tang Wenxu's family your revenge? Where are you in Yangqing now? What do you look like now? Chen Mu could be sure of it. The murderer of the June 21st family massacre must still be in Yangqing, and must have been done by someone living in Yangqing. Otherwise, the system would never offer that kind of side quest. For this reason, he wanted to let go of Tang Wenli for the time being. The most important thing right now is to find the two sisters. As long as he can find the other person, he believes that based on his experience, he will be able to tell whether the other person has any problems. In a residence somewhere in Yangqing. The urgent ringing of the cell phone rang late at night. The person sleeping soundly in bed shuddered violently. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and took several deep breaths. Then he picked up the phone from the bedside table and answered the call. Have you seen the latest content of, "I am not a criminal"? This voice came from the other end of the phone. I saw it. If he didn't make it up, but really sneaked into the Public Security Bureau and stole the 6.21 files, then it means he has to investigate it himself. The person on the bed in the bedroom didn't speak. After a moment of silence. What do you want to say? How about? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment before saying, let's leave Yangqing first. However, the other party sneered with disdain. Why? Do you think he can find out about me? He is so evil. Not only did he lead the Yangqing police by the nose, but he was also able to sneak into the Public Security Bureau in disguise and steal the contents of the files without anyone noticing. Didn't I lead the Yang police by the nose? The other party snorted and laughed again. Speak without waiting for the other party to respond. Then he said in a cold voice, I can't leave Yangqing until he is caught again and sentenced to death. The book, I'm Really Not a Criminal, has made many people believe that he was wrongly accused, said the person on the other end of the phone in a deep voice. Isn't this better? Wouldn't the pressure be on the Yangqing Public Security Bureau? If this is a false case, then those responsible for 6.21 will not only be exposed, but the careers of the relevant leaders will also be over. Can they accept this? So the higher the popularity and influence of the novel, it may not be a bad thing. In this way, I believe that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau will do everything they can to find him, and then stage a criminal who resisted arrest and was shot. Once he dies, 6.21 will be settled. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Chen Mu did not choose to go out. Perhaps it was out of curiosity about the daily life of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau Investigation Brigade. I woke up, washed up, and simply cooked some noodles. He sat in front of the computer and monitored the footage of the reconnaissance detachment. Not long. Su Man's figure appeared in the surveillance screen. Seeing this, Chen Mu immediately took out his cell phone and started eavesdropping. However, as soon as the eavesdropping began, the image on the computer screen suddenly made him open his eyes wide. Gao Mingyue. Gao Mingyue appeared in the investigation detachment of Yangqing Public Security Bureau. What's going on? Directed at me. Are you here to help me clear my name, or to assist the Yangqing Public Security Bureau in arresting me? Chen Mu quickly plugged the earphones into the jack on his phone. He wanted to eavesdrop on Suman's conversation by listening to the radio on her phone. But I was soon disappointed. Gao Mingyue, who appeared in the reconnaissance detachment, just smiled and nodded to the reconnaissance team members. At the invitation of the investigation team leader Zhou Sun, he quickly walked into Zhou Sun's office with a middle-aged man and a young man. Captain Zhou, how was yesterday's visit? In Zhou Sun's office. As soon as they sat down, Gao Mingyue asked. I went to Yangqing No. 7 Middle School and also to Nanyuan Normal University, but there was no useful information. Zhou Sun said with a serious expression. Let me tell you about the visit first, said criminal investigation expert Su Hualin. Zhou Sun looked over at the old detective Lin Guodong. The latter immediately understood and spoke, Professor Su, expert Gao, Nanyuan Normal University doesn't have much information about Tang Wenxiu. After all, he studied at Nanyuan Normal University more than 20 years ago, and there are only a few teaching staff who have had contact with Tang Wenxiu. I finally found an old employee who was about to retire, and the information he provided was also very limited. He just said that he remembered that Tang Wenxiu was very shy, studied hard, and had a good heart, but he didn't like to talk. There is nothing else. Following Lin Guodong's narration, Zhou Sun followed up, the fact that Tang Wenxiu is shy and doesn't like to talk has also been verified at Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. It is said that when Tang Wenxiu first arrived at No. 7 Middle School, although he had a good personality and never got angry with others, and was particularly gentle and humble, he was not talkative, so he was unable to integrate into the big family of teachers at No. 7 Middle School for a long time. Well, Captain Zhou, please continue. After Zhou Sun paused, Gao Mingyue spoke softly. Nodding slightly, Zhou Sun continued, however, Tang Wenxiu's shy and taciturn personality gradually changed. It was thanks to a female teacher named Lu Wenqing. At that time, it was that female teacher Lu Wenqing who always tried to get Tang Wenxiu to participate in the private activities of the teachers of No. 7 Middle School. After several times, Tang Wenxiu's personality also changed. This is how he was officially integrated into the group of teachers in number 7 middle school. From the time Tang Wenxiu started teaching at number 7 middle school to the time he left, according to number 7 middle school, Tang Wenxiu never had a grudge against anyone. He always smiled no matter who he met. He was gentle and humble, which made him very popular in number 7 middle school. Many female teachers had a good impression of him, but during the 4 years that Tang Wenxiu taught at number 7 middle school, he did not develop any romantic relationships. Hear this. Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin both frowned slightly. Obviously, this is not the information they want to hear. If that's the case, in that case, we must exclude Tang Wenxiu as the source of the vendetta in the June 21st case. But one of the teachers mentioned something that I found rather strange. Zhou Sun said. Gao Mingyue's beautiful eyes shone. What's so strange? It is said that after Tang Wenxiu left number 7 middle school, he no longer had any contact with the teachers there. At first, they wanted to invite Tang Wenxiu out for a gathering several times, but were always rejected by him for various reasons. For example, when a teacher sent him an invitation to her wedding, he didn't show up. Realizing that Tang Wenxiu seemed to be resisting renewing their old friendship, gradually, the teachers at number 7 middle school stopped trying to please him. Zhou Sun said. Captain Zhou, tell us why you find this strange, said criminal investigation expert Su Hualin. Because we learned from our previous visit to Yangqing number 3 middle school that Tang Wenxiu is a very easygoing and friendly person. He is also very caring towards students whose families are not well off. He also gets along very well with other teachers. Almost no one has ever said anything bad about Tang Wenxiu. However, this person, who never had any grudges or disputes with anyone during his time as a teacher at number 7 middle school, severed his friendship with all the teachers there as soon as he was transferred away. This is unacceptable and too unreasonable. Zhou Sun shook his head with a deep gaze. Are you sure that nothing unpleasant happened between him and other teachers during his time teaching at number 7 middle school? Gao Mingyue asked. That shouldn't be the case, because more than one teacher said so. Almost all the teachers we asked during our visit said so. I don't think they need to deliberately hide anything. Zhou Sun said. Captain Zhou, didn't you just say that Tang Wenxiu's character transformation came from the help of that female teacher named Lu Wenqing? What did that female teacher named Lu Wenqing say about Tang Wenxiu? Su Hualin asked. I can't contact Lu Wenqing. Zhou Sun smiled bitterly. What? Can't get in touch? Su Hualin frowned in surprise. Yes, the school said that Lu Wenqing took a few days off due to her mother-in-law's health. After we got Lu Wenqing's contact number from the school, we called and either the service area was out or the other party couldn't get through. I called once this morning and still couldn't get through. Zhou Sun said. What about Tang Wenxiu's wife Wei Wenwei and his mother Ma Shufan? Have you re-examined their social relationships that you have missed before? Have you found anything unusual? Gao Mingyue asked again. This is a lot of work, and I haven't had time to reorganize it for the time being. After all, there are only Lao Lin and I, and we have limited manpower, so we can't take care of so many things. Zhou Sun shook his head. Gao Mingyue, who heard the other party's hidden meaning, glanced at Professor Su Hualin. With a tacit understanding, Su Hualin nodded slightly. Gao Mingyue then said, Captain Zhou, who else in the team can be trusted? Of course. I don't mean anything else, I just don't want our secret investigation to spread, otherwise the other people in your detachment and the relevant leaders of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau may have opinions about us, and it will also affect the subsequent matters. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment. Suman. Okay, since she is someone Captain Zhou trusts, let her participate. Gao Mingyue smiled slightly. Professor Su, expert Gao, are you sure that re-investigating the social network of the family of the victim of the June 21st case will be useful? Can we really follow the clues to find Chen Mu and find the actual doubts in the June 21st case, said the old detective Lin Guodong. I can only say that this direction is currently the most worthy of our in-depth study. As for whether we can follow the clues to find Chen Mu, and whether we can find the actual doubts in the June 21st case, no one can guarantee it. Su Hualin said in a deep voice. Old detective Lin Guodong smiled awkwardly. Then he couldn't help but look at Gao Mingyue. Expert Gao, you came here this time just to clear your old classmate Chen Mu's name and give him a clean name, right? The sudden questioning instantly made the atmosphere in the office weird. Even Zhou Sun never expected that Lin Guodong would say such a thing. Why? What do you want to say? After a brief pause, Gao Mingyue looked at Lin Guodong with a half-smile. If Chen Mu is really not the murderer of the June 21st case, what if I come here to clear his name? Should false cases be a fine tradition of the public security system? Expert Gao, I don't mean that. Of course, if Chen Mu is not the murderer of the June 21st case, then it is necessary to clear his name. However, the current priority is to arrest him. Regardless of whether he is the murderer of the June 21st case or not, at least he is still labeled as a wanted prison escapee of the June 21st case, isn't he? So don't we need to prioritize? Meeting Gao Mingyue's gaze, Lin Guodong showed no fear at all. For a veteran like him who knows that there is no hope for him to climb up the ladder, he has very few concerns. And under these words of Lin Guodong, Zhou Sun didn't say anything. The invisible attitude is obvious enough. Yes, he has the same idea as Lam Kwok Tung. Then what do you think we should do most now? How to distinguish the so-called priorities? Yangqing's dragnet has been set up all the time, and the Yangqing police have never stopped interrogating people. But the fact is that so many days have passed, and the golden period for arrest has long been missed. In this case, do you think it is meaningful to continue those routine interrogations? Or will Chen Mu wait for you to interrogate him? Gao Mingyue was not moved by Lin Guodong's words. She continued calmly, I hope you can understand that the Chen Mu you are facing is not an ordinary person. He is a man with a mind that is so meticulous that it can make people shudder. From the perspective of the criminal investigation novel he wrote and the case plots in it, from the perspective of your investigators, shouldn't you feel that he is a man with an extremely terrifying mind? A conventional arrest, a carpet search, ask yourself, do you think you can really catch him this way? Don't forget, his disguise is so superb that he can be mistaken for the real thing. He can even disguise himself as a member of your investigation team and go deep into the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, deep into your investigation detachment and still escape unscathed. For such a guy, if you don't change the idea and direction of arrest, is it possible to catch him? Gao Mingyue, in turn, threw a series of soul-searching questions at the other party. However, Lin Guodong remained calm. I don't deny what you said, but what I want to say is that if the direction and ideas provided by expert Gao and Professor Su are wrong, it will mean that we will not only work in vain, but also waste a lot of time. Oh, haven't you been working in vain before? Haven't you been wasting time? Since you have been working in vain and wasting time for so long, is this still a big deal? Gao Mingyue smiled faintly. But that smile was like a slap in the face of Lin Guodong and Zhou Sun. For a moment, Lin Guodong was speechless. Seeing this, Gao Mingyue also stopped talking at the right time. He then explained, I think I need to explain what I said before. There is no contradiction between arresting Chen Mu and wanting to help him clear his name. In fact, I hope he can be brought to justice sooner than you do, because the longer it is delayed, the higher the probability that he will be shot. After all, a guy like him will never surrender even if he is targeted by the police. Once he resists arrest, he may be shot at any time. As his old classmate, this is definitely something I don't want to see. That's all. Gao Mingyue smiled again. Looking at Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong, he said, I have said everything I need to say. I have also completely confessed my inner thoughts to you. Do you have anything else to ask? Zhou Sun and Lin Guodong fell into silence with slightly ugly expressions. It is obviously impossible to refute what the other party said. First, let's find out the strange things that happened after Tang Wenxiu was transferred from number 7 middle school. Also, check the social relationships of Tang Wenxiu's wife Wei Wenwei and his mother Ma Shufan for what you missed before. If nothing unexpected happens, this is most likely Chen Mu's next step. As long as we can think the same as him, the probability of successfully arresting him will increase infinitely. At this time, the investigation expert Su Hualin also spoke slowly and seriously. I don't know if it's because of the limited staffing in such a small place, but to be honest, Zhou Sun and Lam Kwok Tung didn't give him a very good impression. Good. After seeing that Su Hualin seemed a little dissatisfied with them, Zhou Sun didn't sing any more devil's advocates, but he didn't want to be the devil's advocate. Talked. He looked towards Lin Guodong and said, "Old Lin, go get Suman over here." Lin Guodong nodded and immediately stood up and walked out of the office. In Times Garden apartment. Because there is no surveillance installed in Zhou Sun's office. So Chenmu had no idea what was happening in the office. One could only vaguely see Gao Mingyue and a few others in the office through the surveillance camera outside the office. This also made him feel itchy uncontrollably. Nothing else. He could ignore those guys from Yongqing Public Security Bureau and Investigation Detachment. But he had to take Gao Mingyue's arrival seriously. After all, the tall and beautiful girl had demonstrated her extraordinary talent in psychology many times in high school. It can be said that including the teachers, not to mention those young students at the time, she knew what the other party was going to do as soon as they raised their tails, especially those classmates, who seemed to have almost no secrets in front of Gao Mingyue. For this reason, whenever Chenmu met Gao Mingyue in high school, he had to be extremely cautious, fearing that he would become the subject of the other party's research. Now that Gao Mingyue has appeared in the investigation brigade of Yongqing Public Security Bureau, it is definitely impossible to say that he has no psychological pressure. Well, how to put it, it is the instinctive fear that comes from the depths of the original owner's memory. Just in those waves of itching. When he saw Suman being called into the office. Suddenly, I felt overjoyed. I quickly put the earphones tightly against my ears. In Zhou Sun's office. "Captain Zhou, are you looking for me?" As soon as Suman entered the door. He first glanced at Gao Mingyue, Su Hualin and Lin Dong. Then he looked at Zhou Sun while seeing Gao Mingyue's sweet smile. "I'll assign you a task and send you on a mission," Zhou Sun said. "Ah. Business trip." Suman was stunned. "Yes, go to Gaoshan village in Jinling County, Nanhu Province, and find a female teacher named Lu Wenqing who teaches at Yongqing No. 7 Middle School," Zhou Sun said in a deep voice. Room 406, Times Garden apartment. After eavesdropping on the name Lu Wenqing, Chenmu's eyes widened instantly. The reconnaissance detachment. Is this turning the direction towards Lu Wenqing? "Captain Zhou, go to the rural area of the neighboring province and find a teacher from Yongqing No. 7 Middle School." Suman was confused and bewildered. "It's like this." When Zhou Sunying heard the sound, he couldn't help but look at Gao Mingyue. The latter immediately gave an explanation. Suman was completely dumbfounded by Gao Mingyue's words. So the possibility that Chenmu was wronged is extremely high. "Suman, remember not to spread what I'm telling you, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble and affect our next course of action. After all, you know that once the information that even we suspect that the 6.21 murderer Chenmu is likely to be a false accusation spreads in the investigation detachment and the Public Security Bureau, it will inevitably cause great trouble. So what you have to do is to keep this matter secret as much as possible, and then go to Gaoshan village in Nanhu province to find Lu Wenqing, a teacher at Yongqing No. 7 Middle School who has asked for leave, and see if you can learn something about Tang Wenxiu from her," Gao Mingyue said solemnly. Suman nodded blankly at first. Then he said in a daze, "Is this a hunt for Chenmu, or a reinvestigation of the June 21st case?" The two are not contradictory. According to Professor Su's judgment, if Chenmu stole the contents of the 6.21 file in order to clear himself of injustice, he would most likely find Lu Wenqing. Therefore, when it comes to arresting Chenmu, the best way is to start from his perspective. As long as our direction matches his, it will undoubtedly be much easier to arrest him," Gao Mingyue said. "Good." Suman, who couldn't digest it so quickly, swallowed it and nodded. Then he looked at Zhou Sun. "Captain Zhou, when should I leave?" However, before Zhou Sun could respond, Gao Mingyue took the lead and said, "There is no time to lose. You and Comrade Lin Guodong should prepare to set off now." "Okay, then I'll go back and prepare." Suman responded quickly. "It's Gao Mingyue indeed. I said that those guys from the Yongqing Public Security Bureau's Investigation Division would definitely not think of that so quickly. Looks like we need to speed up." In the Times Garden apartment. As Suman walked out of the office, Chenmu also put down the headphones he was using for monitoring. After Gao Mingyue and the provincial criminal investigation experts intervened, Chen Mu knew. As long as the other party finds Lu Wenqing, there is a high probability that they will think the same as me. Then the investigation was carried out in the direction of Pingyao village. Although this seems to be beneficial to him, after all, the other party's reopening of the investigation into the June 21st case is, to a certain extent, equivalent to taking the path to clear his name. But this would also mean that he would most likely be exposed. Nothing else. The problem lies with Song Qingfei's broken car. Once Gao Mingyue and Zhou Sun find out about Pingyao village and Handan village, you will inevitably find that you are one step ahead of them. In this way, the other party will definitely work tirelessly to monitor the road and lock onto the vehicle you are driving. Even if he changed his license plate after entering Sinai County. But he didn't think he could rest easy. On the contrary, once the police found out it was a fake license plate, they would check with the road surveillance cameras along the way and they would be able to find out that the real owner of the fake license plate car was Song Qingfei, and the road surveillance cameras must have captured his face. Until then, he will be completely exposed. After all, he, with the face of Song Qingfei, is Su Man's next-door neighbor, and they have already established a basic friendship. Based on this, the police almost don't need to investigate Song Qingfei anymore. As soon as his appearance appears, Su Man will immediately bring investigators to his door. Think about this. Chen Mu felt fortunate again. I am glad that I extended a helping hand to Su Man. I was glad that Su Man treated me to a midnight snack as a thank you. At the same time, he was also glad that he wisely chose to use the points to exchange for a one-time, advanced hacking technology, and then took the opportunity to hack into Su Man's mobile phone to eavesdrop. Otherwise, if the real culprit of the June 21st case cannot be found before he is exposed, there will be no escape from being caught. But this is also where his arrogance lies. Could it be said that he had not thought that there would be trouble if he drove Song Qingfei's car to Sinai while wearing Song Qingfei's face? He thought about it. I also realized the problem here. But the problem is that you will inevitably encounter spot checks on the way to Sinai. He must produce authentic identification that matches the testimony of the witness. With the only identity he has at the moment being Song Qingfei, he has no other choice. Besides, he didn't think that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau would change direction and reinvestigate Tang Wenxiu. It wasn't that he thought they were useless, but through their experience in the June 21st case, he had some contempt for their professional level. However, I never expected that the provincial criminal investigation expert and Gao Mingyue would come and intervene so quickly. This unexpected situation almost caused him to capsize in the ditch. However, even though he knew that the countdown to his exposure had most likely already begun. But Chen Mu didn't think about moving away immediately. First of all, according to the progress of the police, it will definitely not be possible to trace the cause to Song Qingfei so quickly. One more. I can monitor Su Man's situation. These 2 points determined that he didn't need to panic too much. A breath of foul air was exhaled. Chen Mu put down his headphones and pulled up the photo of the Ma sisters taken 15 years ago on his phone. It's not that he doesn't want to start with Tang Wenli's line first, nor is it that he wants to put Tang Wenli's line on hold temporarily. But even if Tang Wenli was still alive, he could only confirm from Tang Wenli whether the other party had taken the blame for Tang Wenxiu back then. However, since he was basically certain that the culprit of the accident was 99% Tang Wenxiu, was it still worth wasting time and effort to search for Tang Wenli in the vast crowd? But the Ma sisters are different. Once he can find the other party, Chen Mu can try to find out whether he has any connection with the June 21st case. As a criminal policeman in his previous life, he has enough experience and is sure of this. Leaning on that lazy 5-finger chair, he closed his eyes tightly, thinking about how to start to find clues about the Ma sisters 15 years after they were separated. It is definitely unrealistic to start with the 2 names of Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling, otherwise Huang Yuzhu, the director of Sinai No. 3 Welfare Home, would not have been unable to find any information about the other party for many years. Since it's not feasible to find clues through names, we can only use portraits. But the problem is, Ma Xiaoli and Ma Xiaoling were 8 or 9 years old, and 6 or 7 years old respectively. Is it realistic to find clues based on a childhood photo? The most important thing is not to alert the other party. Otherwise, if the other party is really the murderer of the June 21st case, this move will inevitably ruin everything we have done, and even cause the other party to flee Yangqing. Once the other party leaves Yangqing, it will be extremely difficult to find the real murderer within a month. His brows were furrowed. Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes and immediately stared at the two faces on the phone. My brain was working at high speed, thinking about what relatively reliable method was there. Digging for clues through social media is definitely not going to work in this case. Relying on the power of the police is even more nonsense. Visiting related places to look for clues is also unrealistic when the Ma sisters have been missing for 15 years. Besides, Wang Yuzhu and the welfare home must have been visited. As for using technology, such as facial recognition technology, to predict one's appearance in adulthood, the accuracy is too limited, or to put it bluntly, it is unreliable. In this case, how to break through? Chen Mu felt that his brain's CPU was about to burn out. Various methods appeared in his mind one by one, but were eliminated one by one. There are only 3 possibilities regarding the Ma sisters after they escaped from the orphanage. Either he was kidnapped, or he was murdered, or he was adopted and the adopter kept it secret. It's unlikely that he was murdered. If he was, unless the body was destroyed, a big scandal would have spread in such a small county town. Therefore, the probability of this happening should be relatively low. Then the only possibility left is being kidnapped or adopted. But if she was abducted, based on many abduction cases, 8 or 9-year-old girls' subsequent life experiences are mostly dark, even like hell on earth. If that's the case, then is it possible for a girl who grew up in that environment to have the ability to unravel the truth behind the accident? Even if they found out, is it possible that they could have done it so perfectly in the June 21st case? So if the Ma sisters were related to the June 21st case, the probability that they were abducted that year should not be too high. Finally, I was adopted. If that's the case, then the question arises again. Were they adopted by a local, or by an outsider who happened to be in Sinai County at the time? No, the latter possibility is not high. It's okay for Ma Xiaoling to be only 6 or 7 years old, but is it possible that Ma Xiaoling, who was 8 or 9 years old, left with a stranger from another place? In addition, Wang Yuzhu reported the case to the welfare home that year. Regardless of whether there was surveillance at the time, if the two sisters left Yangqing with an outsider, then there would be no lack of clues when visiting various stations, unless they were taken away by a private car. No, regardless of whether the Ma sisters were adopted by locals or outsiders in Yangqing, if the June 21st case is related to the Ma sisters, then they should all be living in the urban area of Yangqing. Otherwise, how would they know me? If they didn't know me, how could they get my fingerprints and hair and frame me? After all, the book review that appeared in the book review section of I'm Not a Criminal is enough to prove that the other party must know me and have hatred towards me. Think of this. Chen Mu walked to the blackboard and wrote quickly. Adoption, living in Yangqing City, knowing myself. After writing these words. Pause. It also wrote, the perpetrator is an adult male. After finishing, he frowned and circled the words, the perpetrator is an adult male. For a moment, Chen Mu was a little confused. Although in the cases I have dealt with in the past, there are many men who are willing to work for women and even willing to become their tools and puppets. But in the June 21st case, if the actual situation is not like this, if one's direction is wrong, it means that everything one has done is in vain. But the problem is, do I have any other options besides this current direction? There are only 2 clues at the moment. One place is Tang Wenli. One place is the Ma sisters. To be honest, considering that the perpetrator is an adult male and is familiar with Tang Wenxiu's family, it seems that Tang Wenli is also a potential perpetrator. After all, although Tang Wenxiu's family took care of him, he was imprisoned for 3 years for Tang Wenxiu. Although he continued to work under Tang Qinghui after he was released, Tang Qinghui and his family had immigrated abroad several years ago. Assuming that Tang Wenli, who was unemployed later, might have been in financial difficulties or unhappy, and used the incident of taking the blame to threaten Tang Wenxiu to keep asking for more. Later, as Tang Wenxiu was unable to satisfy him, the relationship between the two sides completely broke down, and they went from being mutual benefactors to mutual enemies, which eventually led to a bloody incident. But the question is, if this assumption is true, even if Tang Wenli and Tang Wenxiu really became enemies, would they really want to wipe out Tang Wenxiu's family? And would they do it in such an extreme way that distorted human nature? In addition, can Tang Wenli, who did not finish junior high school, reproduce the crime scene in I Am Not a Criminal in a nearly perfect and traceless way? The last and most important point is that I don't know Tang Wenli at all. I have never even heard of this name before. How could the other party obtain my fingerprints and hair to frame me? Due to all these unreasonable things, Chen Mu could only put the clue of Tang Wenli aside for the time being. As for the fact that the June 21st attacker was a male, which did not match the gender of the Ma sisters, Chen Mu was not considering this issue for the moment. The most urgent task is the Ma sisters. We must find them first. Based on the sense he had acquired from his career as a criminal police in his previous life, he couldn't just avoid the Ma sisters. Even if the Ma sisters were not suspected in the end and his series of decisions were completely wrong, he would still accept it. Adopted and living in the urban area of Yangqing, if we ask the police for help, we can investigate based on these 2 points, but in the current situation, this is absolutely unrealistic. In the end, based on the current limitations, the only thing we can do is to start with the portrait and draw what the Ma sisters will look like as adults based on the photo taken 15 years ago. Even if the success rate of this method is not high, we have to try our luck. After all, the other party and I should know each other. Even if the portrait of them as adults is not accurate, if some of the features match, we may be able to find a clue. If nothing works, we can try to contact the police. No matter how big the risk, we must find the current identities of the Ma sisters. As the next direction is determined. Chen Mu also began to feel troubled. I have a direction now. I will try my luck through the portrait. After all, Yangqing is such a small place. If the other party really knows me and I have had some interactions with him, then the portrait I have drawn may bring me a surprise. But the question is how to find a portrait artist. Although there are some people who specialize in painting portraits in Yangqing parks, Chen Mu feels that such people are not reliable. However, if there is no better entry point, he will have to give it a try even if it is those guys in the park, or he may have to spend a lot of money and risk being ripped off and find some portrait specialists on the internet to give it a try. Just when Chen Mu was racking his brains to figure out how to find a reliable portrait artist. Suddenly, an inadvertent ray of information deep in the original owner's memory instantly surprised him. Remember that Song Qingfei's father had a painter friend. Although he cannot be considered a famous master, he has always been passionate about portrait painting. When Song Qingfei was in junior high school, his father wanted to let Song Qingfei become an apprentice to the other party to see if he could become an art student. It's a pity that Song Qingfei is not cut out for this job. As for the original owner, he had been to the other place with Song Qingfei once. That time, looking at the various lifelike portraits in the room, from infants to octogenarians, even Chen Mu couldn't help but be amazed. If he didn't know that he didn't have the genetic talent for painting, he would have been forced to worship the other party as his teacher no matter how hard he tried. I don't know if Uncle Ten still lives there. A soft murmur fell with slightly rapid breathing. Without further hesitation, he walked out of the room. After taking a look at the camera installed in the house. After taking out his mobile phone to confirm that the indoor surveillance was working properly, Chen Mu quickly walked out. As long as someone enters, the surveillance camera will recognize it and send an early warning on the mobile phone. The edge of Yangqing City. Outside a villa that was built on a residential plot and is already quite old. Chen Mu did not drive the car directly into the open gate. Instead, he parked Song Qingfei's broken car outside. Then he walked in. Hey, kid, who are you? The villa does not look luxurious as soon as you enter, but rather has a simple interior. The nanny, who was nearly 50 years old, hurriedly stopped Chen Mu. Hello, Auntie. I'm here to look for Uncle Tan. Is he home? Chen Mu grinned with a bright smile. The simple nanny relaxed her vigilance in an instant. Who are you? Although she was very cautious, the nanny still asked the same question again. My dad is friends with Uncle Tan, so I came to visit him. Chen Mu said harmlessly without blushing or beating his heart. Then he added, if Uncle Tan is at home, please go and tell him that Song Yi's son is here to see him. Okay, then you wait here for a while. After looking at Chen Mu for a few times, the nanny then turned and walked towards the second floor. After a while, A middle-aged man with a goatee and long hair that almost reached his shoulders came down from the second floor with the nanny. At first glance, it is full of the image of an artist. Just from the other person's face. Chenmu seemed to lack the slightest bit of enthusiasm. But that's true. Song Qingfei is someone who is hated by gods and ghosts, and everyone tries to avoid him. It was rare enough that the other party gave him a chance to meet, so how could he be enthusiastic? Uncle Tan. See Tan Sanqiao walking down the stairs. Chenmu shouted with a smile. But the other party did not give any good face because of his laughter and shouting. He pointed to the wooden sofa in the living room and said, "Sit down." Well, good. Acting cautiously, Chenmu hurriedly walked over and sat down. During this period, Tan Sanqiao also asked the nanny to tidy up the vegetable garden in the backyard of the villa. Then he walked over to the sofa and sat down. "You actually dare to come to me? This really surprises me." As soon as he sat down, Tan Sanqiao sneered. "I know that the other party has a deep prejudice against Song Qingfei because of the death of Song Qingfei's parents and Song Qingfei's refusal to repent." Chenmu immediately made an expression of extreme pain. "Uncle Tan, I was wrong. I repent every day and even wish I could die." Little did he know that Tan Sanqiao immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. "Hold on, are you here to borrow money from me?" He didn't even believe in the punctuation marks of a gambler, especially one who was so crazy and hopeless. "No, Uncle Tang, I changed, I really changed. I found a graphic design job that matches my university major. Although I don't earn much now, I don't have to worry about food and drink to get by." Chenmu said with the face of Song Qingfei, but deep in his heart he couldn't help feeling guilty because of what he said. Because today Song Qingfei is still immersed in the world of gambling like mud. "You're going out to work? You don't gamble anymore?" Tan Sanqiao, who has always believed that it is difficult to change one's nature, seemed to have heard some incredible fairy tale. Then he subconsciously looked at Chenmu. When I saw that the other person was dressed neatly and looked refreshed, I felt dazed for a moment. Logically speaking, if the other party is still a piece of trash immersed in the world of gambling, he would not be so energetic. So, has this really changed? Well, saying that I've retired from the world is a bit of an insult to the world. I can only say that I've turned over a new leaf. After forcing a smile, Chenmu showed a painful struggle. "It's a pity that I washed it too late, and it was too late to reform. It killed my parents." As soon as I heard the following words, looking at Chenmu's red eyes, Tan Sanqiao didn't know what to say for a moment. The raised hand was lowered. He shook his head and sighed heavily. He wouldn't say anything like a prodigal son returning home is worth more than gold. Because behind this belated return, not only did Song Yi and his wife lose all their wealth, but they were also angered to death. "Now that you have come to your senses, I believe your parents can rest in peace. It seems like I don't want to mention those things anymore." Tan Sanqiao turned and said, "Tell me, what do you want to see me about?" Sniffed. Chenmu pretended to take a deep breath to calm himself down. "Uncle Tan, I need your help." "Help? How can I help you?" His brows furrowed slightly. If the other party asked him for money the next moment, he would definitely slap him in the face. Fortunately, nothing disappointing happened. Chenmu said, "I want you to draw some portraits for me." "Portrait? A portrait for you?" Tan Sanqiao asked in surprise. Chenmu quickly shook his head, "Not drawing a portrait for me." Speaking of. Chenmu took out the photo from his pocket, which he had printed out with the best possible clarity. Placed it on the table in front of Tan Sanqiao. "What is this?" Tan Sanqiao picked up the photo with a suspicious look on his face. "A friend of mine, who can be said to be the one who pulled me out of an endless sea of suffering, has two younger sisters. The two sisters disappeared 15 years ago. One was 8 or 9 years old, and the other was 6 or 7 years old. There has been no news of them since their disappearance, and there has been no clues after more than 10 years of searching. So I wanted to do something for him. When I thought of you as a master painter, I wanted to ask you if you could draw what the sisters look like now based on their photos at that time. This way, it would also give my friend some hope of finding them." Chenmu said. Little did he know that Tan Sanxiao frowned. Looking at the photo in his hand, he said slowly, "This is very difficult, and it can even be said to be impractical. From childhood to adulthood, a person's face will undergo many significant changes, such as facial bones continuing to grow and reshape. The proportions and shapes of the facial features will also change accordingly. For example, the chin may become more prominent, and the forehead may not be so wide. Various factors determine that it is extremely important to outline the adult appearance based on childhood photos. It's difficult, and it's impossible to be accurate." Regarding what Tan Sanxiao said, Chen Mu naturally knew it. "Uncle Tan, I understand what you are saying, but you have to grab a ray of hope and give it a try, right? I have seen the paintings you made before, including portraits of various stages from babies to the elderly. You should be very experienced." "That's right, so do you think you can waste some of your time and add your accumulated experience to draw as many copies as possible?" Chen Mu said quickly. Tan Sanxiao didn't speak immediately. Instead, he stared at the photo in his hand with a frown on his face. A long time. He exhaled and said, "Well, let's give it a try. But the probability of finding someone this way is still very low, don't hold out too much hope." "Well, I understand. No matter how big or small the hope is, it is better than being unable to do anything in despair, so thank you for your hard work, Uncle Tan." Chen Mu responded quickly. Tan Sanxiao nodded slightly, "Okay, I'll try my best." "Uncle Tan, I'm asking a question that I shouldn't ask. How long will it take to produce a portrait?" Chen Mu said. Tan Sanxiao was startled when he heard this. "What? Is it urgent?" "It's mainly because my friend told me that his mother is in poor health and is always thinking about her two sisters and crying. So even if I can't find the person through the portrait, at least a little resemblance can ease his mother's longing and even bring her some hope, so that she can hold on better." Chen Mu made up a story with a serious face. However, Tan Sanxiao obviously did not doubt what Chen Mu said. I don't know if what Chen Mu said touched him or what. Wei nodded and said, "Come and get it at this time tomorrow." "Okay, thank you Uncle Tan, thank you so much." Chen Mu hurriedly leaned forward and bowed to express his gratitude. However, Tan Sanxiao did not comment on this. "After putting down the photo in your hand," suddenly he asked, "after Chen Mu escaped from prison, he didn't come to you, did he?" Tan Sanxiao's sudden question caught Chen Mu off guard. It would be fine to say that he is really Song Qingfei. But he is Chen Mu. Fortunately, I have the fortitude I gained from being a criminal policeman in my previous life. Chen Mu shook his head decisively. "No, Uncle Tan, why are you asking about Chen Mu? No, aren't you very close to him? You brought him to my place when you were in junior high school. I have a good impression of that guy, although I only met him once. But later I heard Xiaoya say that your junior high school classmate named Chen Mu became an online writer and achieved very good results. So I asked Xiaoya to recommend his works to me. I have to say, that boy's brain is indeed unusual. I never expected that he would embark on such a path of no return." Tan Sanxiao sighed. Then he continued, "If he comes looking for you, be careful and don't get dragged into it. If you are dragged into his case and are accused of covering up something, you will inevitably end up in jail. If he comes to find me, I can't just turn around and call the police to arrest him." Chen Mu said. Tan Sanxiao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "I heard that the police have offered a reward of 500,000 yuan for him. You are a very loyal guy." Chen Mu shook his head. "There's no way he'll look for me." "Okay, go back and come back to pick up the painting at this time tomorrow." Tan Sanxiao interrupted the subject. "Okay, thank you Uncle Tan." Chen Mu quickly stood up from the sofa. He smiled slightly and shook his head. Tan Sanxiao stood up and watched Chen Mu leave. Until the figure went away. Then he sighed with his throat moving. "Old song, sister-in-law, although it's a little late, but I finally woke up. Rest in peace." He stopped mumbling. Tan Sanxiao turned around, picked up the photo on the table and walked towards the second floor. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Where's Hitai? Hasn't Hitai come back from the dead yet? Zhou Sun took the materials in his hand and threw them hard onto Hitai's workstation. shouted at the investigators. "Captain Zhou, didn't he ask for leave?" an investigator said timidly. "Call him and ask him if he still wants to do this. If he doesn't, get out of here immediately. It's already this damn time, and he's the only one who wants to make an exception." Zhou Sun shouted. Everyone was silent. Just at this moment, the phone in Zhou Sun's pocket rang. I saw that it was a call from Deputy Director Li Hongwei. He immediately pursed his lips to calm down. "Hey, Director Li. Come to my office, now." No other words. Li Hongwei hung up right after he finished speaking. Zhou Sun couldn't help but narrow his eyes as his sword-like eyebrows trembled. From the tone of Deputy Director Li Hongwei, he seemed to realize something. Not long. The captain of the investigation team knocked on the door of the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau's office. "Director Li. Close the door." I looked back at the office door, which was not yet closed tightly. Zhou Sun turned around and closed it. "Director Li, are you looking for me? I heard that there are already many voices on the internet speaking out for the perpetrators of the June 21st case, is that right?" Li Hongwei said in a cold and reserved voice. "Really?" Zhou Sun's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, you know, people on the internet always believe everything they hear. As long as someone starts the trend, there will be a lot of people who will follow suit. Let me ask you, is it possible that the 6.21 incident was really a false case? As the main investigator, you should be clear about this. Think carefully before you answer," Li Hongwei said in a deep voice. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment. But it was this hesitation that made Li Hongwei's brows even more furrowed. "Director Li, there is currently no evidence to prove that he was wrongly accused," Zhou Sun said. "With the spread of the novel, the higher-ups have attached great importance to the current situation in Yangqing. 3 days, this is the last time for our Yangqing Public Security Bureau. If we can't resolve it, the higher-ups will formally intervene. So no matter what method we use, even if we have to dig up the entire Yangqing 3 feet underground, even if we have to screen all the people in Yangqing, we must find the criminal Chen Mu for me. If he shows any intention of resisting arrest, he will be shot on the spot." Li Hongwei gritted his teeth and poked the desk hard with his fingers. The sound of "shoot to death on the spot" shocked Zhou Sun's heart. From Deputy Director Li Hongwei's expression, it was not difficult for him to guess what the other person was thinking. It is not difficult to guess that the other party may have begun to waver in their initial decision to order a final decision. If anyone resists arrest, he will be shot on the spot. Regardless of whether Chen Mu was wrongly accused or not, once he was targeted by the police, would he be likely to surrender? As a member of the security team, he knew very well what Li Hongwei meant. If anyone resists arrest, they will be shot on the spot. That's just a euphemism. In other words, that is, once you lock onto the opponent, kill him on the spot. In fact, it was not difficult for Zhou Sun to understand Li Hongwei's urgency. After all, the other party was the chief investigator of the 6.21 incident, and he had also suggested at the time that it was not appropriate to make a decision too early. It was Li Hongwei who, under pressure, ordered a verdict based on the basic evidence that proved that Chen Mu was the real murderer. If the higher-ups officially intervene in Chen Mu's prison escape, they will probably also turn their attention to the June 21st case. It would be good if Chen Mu was confirmed to be the real murderer of June 21st during the official investigation by the higher-ups. But once it is finally confirmed that the June 21st incident was a false case, Li Hongwei's career as deputy director will probably be over. Right now, Zhou Sun could already foresee what would happen in the next 3 days. The other side. Chen Mu didn't know that Li Hongwei had already issued the order to shoot to death on the spot. After leaving Tan Sanqiao, went straight back to Times Garden apartment. While eavesdropping on Suman's movements. While keeping an eye on the surveillance updates of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the investigation detachment. Suman has confirmed that the other party has embarked on the journey to Gaoshan village in Nanhu province. The Yangqing Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Brigade were obviously busier, and there seemed to be a tense atmosphere. What's going on? Unable to figure it out, Chen Mu tried to find Gao Mingyue in the surveillance video. But when Gao Mingyue appeared, the The first thing she did was to rush straight to Zhou Sun's office. Not long. With a serious expression, he left the office with Zhou Sun and others. Afterwards, a group of investigators quickly entered the meeting room at Zhou Sun's call. Further down. There is no surveillance camera installed in the meeting room of the investigation detachment. The figures of the people disappeared from the picture. Could it be that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau has discovered some important clues about me? Chen Mu frowned. But after thinking that there was no abnormal situation on Su Man's side, his suddenly tense heart relaxed a little. Then he picked up his phone to check the time required to travel from Yangqing to Gaoshan village in Nanhu province, and deduced the approximate time Suman would arrive at Gaoshan village. The information that Suman will get from Lu Wenqing next will determine whether her identity as Song Qingfei will be exposed, and when it will be exposed. The information Lu Wenqing provided to Suman and Lin Guodong was consistent with the information he provided to himself at that time. Then when the information reached Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin, he would be exposed within 2 days. This also means that the identity of Song Qingfei will most likely not last more than 2 days. Think of this. Chen Mu's expression then became solemn. Then he couldn't stop mumbling to himself. Uncle Tan, you have to give me a surprise tomorrow, otherwise the identity of Song Qingfei will be completely ruined. The whole afternoon. Chen Mu no longer went out. The brain is constantly deducing the various unexpected situations that might happen next. It was 8 o'clock that night. According to the approximate time of Suman's arrival in Jinlin County, Nanhu Province. Chen Mu put on his headphones. Captain Zhou, Lao Lin, and I have arrived in Jinlin County, and are now with the guys from the Jinlin County branch. Jinlin County, Nanhu Province. Sitting in the police car of Jinlin County branch. Suman called Zhou Sun to inform him. Don't take any rest. I still can't get through to Lu Wenqing on the phone. You should go to Gaoshan village to visit her immediately. Professor Su and Gao Mingyue have noticed some anomalies in Chen Mu's updates on I'm really not a criminal. He no longer describes his actions as before. In this case, either he is dormant and has nothing to write about, or he does not want to make public what he did later. According to Professor Su and Gao Mingyue's analysis and judgment, he may have started to investigate the June 21st case on his own. Zhou Sun said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Yes. Suman responded quickly. As Zhou Sun on the other end hung up the phone, he immediately told the Jinlin County branch police officer who was driving the car to go to Gaoshan village. Then we went straight to Gaoshan village without stopping. The police car just drove into Gaoshan village. From time to time, the sound of Suona could be heard. Has someone passed away in Gaoshan village? The police officer from Jinlin branch in the car immediately let out a soft cry. Hearing this, Suman and Lin Guodong were stunned. Each of them couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. This must not be Lu Wenqing. As the two of them held their breath, the police car drove all the way to the village committee of Gaoshan village. Guo Jiangwo, the village chief of Gaoshan village, was already waiting there in advance. Good evening, leaders. I am Guo Jiangwo, the director of Gaoshan village. As soon as I saw 4 police officers getting out of the car, Village Director Guo Jiangwo hurried forward, bowed, smiled flatteringly and extended his hand. The leading police officer from the Jinlin County branch reached out and shook hands. Director Guo, has someone passed away in your village? Yes, Guo Yunhai's mother was 100 years old. She passed away this morning. Now all the villagers are helping them at home. Village Director Guo Jiangwo responded quickly. Guo Yunhai. Guo Yunhai's wife is Lu Wenqing, right? Suman asked repeatedly on the side. Ah, yes, Yunhai's wife is called Wenqing, but the couple only come back during holidays. It's not that the young couple is unfilial, but the old lady just refuses to stay outside. In the early years, Yunhai and his wife kept persuading the old lady to live in Nanyue. After all, Yunhai and his wife both teach in Nanyue. They finally persuaded her to go, but after less than 2 months, the old lady couldn't adapt to the place and said she had no company. She insisted that Yunhai and his wife send her away. The couple had no choice but to follow her wishes. Hey, staying with her son and daughter-in-law, or in Nanyue, isn't this better than staying alone in our broken mountain valley? Village director Guo Jiangwo started talking about Guo Yunhai's family before the Yuan dynasty and after the Song dynasty. Su Man and Lin Guodong frowned as they listened. Oh, that's not right, police comrade, are you here to look for Yunhai's wife Lu Wenqing? Guo Jiangwo, who just realized it after a while, said in surprise. Yes, I came to find Lu Wenqing to find out something. I would also like to trouble Director Guo to call teacher Lu Wenqing over. After all, her family is now dealing with the funeral of the elderly, and it is not very convenient for us to go over. It would also be better to avoid some unnecessary criticism and cause trouble to their family, right? Lin Guodong chuckled like a sophisticated man. Okay, then I'll go over and say hello. But police comrade, is Yunhai's wife okay? Guo Jiangwo swallowed his words. No, it's okay. Teacher Lu has been a model teacher and an excellent class teacher for many years. Even if something happened, it's a good thing. We just came to her to ask for some information. Besides, if something happened, would we still be in this situation? Lin Guodong said with a smile. Yes, that's fine. You wait here at the village committee for a while. I'll go and call Yunhai's wife over. Speaking of. Guo Jiangwo quickly rode his electric scooter and drove out of the village committee. About 10 minutes later, Lu Wenqing, dressed in pure black, followed Guo Jiangwo to the village committee. With her was her husband Guo Yunhai. Officers, are you looking for Wenqing? Guo Yunhai, a middle-aged man with glasses and a refined look, stepped forward and spoke to Su Man and the others. You are teacher Lu's husband, Mr. Guo, right? It's okay, we just came here to find teacher Lu for some information. We couldn't get through to her on the phone, and we heard from the leaders of number 7 middle school that teacher Lu took leave and returned to her hometown, so we came here. Lin Guodong said politely. You came from Yangqing? Guo Yunhai asked in surprise. Yes, from the Yangqing City Bureau. Lam Kwok-tung showed his ID. This made Guo Yunhai even more confused. To get some information. Rent here from Yangqing. Teacher Lu, can you please talk to me for a moment? Lin Guodong looked at Lu Wenqing. Although his brows were furrowed. But Lu Wenqing still nodded. Then he followed Lin Guodong and Su Men into the village committee. As for the two local police officers, they stayed outside. Guo Jiangwo and Guo Yunhai subconsciously wanted to follow in but were stopped. Two officers, my cell phone was accidentally broken this morning and I haven't had time to fix it yet. What do you want to know from me? Inside the village committee. Lu Wenqing spoke first. Teacher Lu, you are busy now, so let's get straight to the point. We came to you to ask about Tang Wenxiu. Lin Guodong said. Asking about Tang Wenxiu? No, didn't I ask about it before? Lu Wenqing said in surprise. Swoosh. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong and Su Man's expressions suddenly changed drastically. What did you say? Have you asked this before? Su Man exclaimed. Yes, the investigator from your city bureau's investigation team came to see me the night before last, and I have said everything I should say. Lu Wenqing said. Have the investigators from the municipal bureau's investigation team gone to look for Lu Wenqing? Lin Guodong and Su Man looked at each other subconsciously. My breathing suddenly became rapid. As for Lu Wenqing, he had just entered the field of vision of their reconnaissance team today. How did this rumor come about that he was visited the night before? Teacher Lu, what is the name of the investigator who is looking for you? Su Man asked hurriedly. His name is He Tai. Yes, it's He Tai, said Lu Wenqing. Artaist. Wasn't Artaist in the detachment the night before? How many people are there on the other side? Lin Guodong asked repeatedly after realizing something. Just one, he came by himself. Lu Wenqing blurted out. Next second. Lin Guodong quickly took out his phone and found a photo of a Tai. Is it him? Leaning over to take a look, Lu Wenqing nodded. Yes, it's him. It's a him. Su Man looked at Lin Guodong with a trembling voice. The latter nodded slightly with a serious expression. Then he turned to Lu Wenqing and said, Teacher Lu, can you tell us in detail about Tang Wenxiu's situation and what you said to He Tai? What? That police officer named He Tai is not from your side. Lu Wenqing was confused. The situation is a bit complicated, please cooperate with us, Teacher Lu, said Lin Guodong. Okay. I didn't think too much about it, or maybe I didn't have the energy to think about it at the moment. Lu Wenqing reiterated what he had said to Chen Mu that night. There is almost nothing hidden and nothing left out. However, Su Men and Lam Kwok Tung could never have imagined this. Chen Mu heard every word of their conversation with Lu Wenqing. At this time, in the Yangqing Times Garden apartment building, Chen Mu gradually frowned. If nothing unexpected happens, when this information is passed back to the Yangqing investigation team, Gao Mingyue and Su Guolin, they will definitely turn their attention to Pingyao village based on those strange things. Once we investigate, we will most likely suspect that Tang Wenli is the real culprit, and that Tang Wenli is taking the blame. In this case, we will definitely split up into several groups. One group will go deep into the reinvestigation of the car accident that year, one group will track down Tang Wenli, and one group will rush to Handan village. If this happens, Pingyao village and Handan village will definitely find out that I'm one step ahead of them. Next, we will definitely lock onto the license plate of the driver and initiate a full-scale tracking. The identity of Song Qingfei will definitely be lost. As for how long the countdown to revealing my identity is, tomorrow morning, the other party will definitely appear in Pingyao village, and then go to Handan village based on the information obtained from Pingyao village. Then, he will learn from the village chief of Handan village that he is going to find Huang Yuzhu, and then find Huang Yuzhu. This process is estimated to take most of the day. The next step is to retrieve the surveillance footage around Yuanfeng Garden to further lock onto his driving trajectory, and then track his driving trajectory. As long as the real license plate of the fake car is confirmed, Song Qingfei can be directly locked onto. Based on experience, it will take the police at least several hours to achieve this step. In other words, the police will lock onto Song Qingfei the day after tomorrow, at the latest. Once they lock onto the name Song Qingfei, Suman will definitely be horrified and immediately lock onto room 406 of Times Mansion apartment. Combining his experience as a criminal police in his previous life, Chen Mu directly deduced the police's next actions and the approximate timeline for solving the case. Finally he murmured solemnly. It seems that we will have to move to another place by tomorrow night at the latest. If Tan Sanqiao can give him a surprise tomorrow, and his previous thinking is correct, the June 21st case is related to the Ma sisters, then he will be able to break the deadlock in one fell swoop. But if Tan Sanqiao fails to give him a surprise, or if the June 21st case actually has nothing to do with the Ma sisters, then the days to come probably won't be so easy. It's late at night. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Brigade. Zhou Sun received a call from Suman. Suman, is there anything going on? Captain Zhou, Chen Mu should have gone to see Lu Wenqing. Suman said quickly on the other end of the phone. What? He has looked for Lu Wenqing. Zhou Sun suddenly widened his eyes. It should be him. According to Lu Wenqing, the night before yesterday, an investigator from the municipal bureau named He Tai went to her residence in Yangqing to inquire about Tang Wenxiu's situation, saying that he was providing additional information for the June 21st case. Lao Lin provided her with a photo of a Tai and got confirmation. So if nothing unexpected happens, it should be him. Su Men said. Zhou Sun's breathing became rapid when he heard this. What did Lu Wenqing provide about Tang Wenxiu? Captain Zhou, based on the information provided by Lu Wenqing, there are too many strange things surrounding Tang Wenxiu. Just say it. Su Men quickly relayed to Zhou Sun the information she had learned from Lu Wenqing. Wait until you finish listening. Zhou Sun couldn't control himself anymore. Fuck. Kick into the air. After hanging up the phone with Su Men, he immediately dialed Gao Mingyue's cell phone number. Expert Gao, there's something going on with Su Men. Okay, I'll go there with Professor Su right away. Not long. Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin hurried to Zhou Sun's office. Adhere to the principle of not wasting time. Zhou Sun directly summarized what Su Men said and wrote the main information on the blackboard. Professor Su, Expert Gao, if we want to investigate this further, it won't be enough for just a few of us. We have to get the investigation team involved. Besides, Deputy Director Lee has already issued a death order, so there's no point in us hiding it any longer. Also, I, Jo Sun, can't continue to conceal this matter. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity to capture Chen Mu, no matter if he is the real murderer of June 21st or not, I can't bear the responsibility. Jo Sun raised his hand and swept the long hair that was about to cover his eyes. Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin looked solemn when they heard this. Whether to make it public within the investigation team or not, we'll talk about it later. Now let's analyze Chen Mu's situation first. Considering that Jo Sun was the captain of the reconnaissance detachment, Su Hualin looked at him and said, "Captain Zhou, what do you think?" Jo Sun, who was standing next to the blackboard, picked up a pen and started drawing on the blackboard. Since Chen Mu found Lu Wenqing, it means that he suspected that the death of Tang Wenxiu's family was caused by revenge, and revenge must have started from the social network. According to the information provided by Lu Wenqing, Tang Wenxiu had a very abnormal behavior before he was transferred from Yangqing No. 7 Middle School, and it was after he returned to his hometown during the May Day holiday that year. This means that something special must have happened to Tang Wenxiu during that holiday. Su Hualin nodded. "Captain Zhou, please continue." Amulet of Good Fortune. Jo Sun drew circles around the 3 words on the blackboard. To be able to make a person who didn't believe in ghosts and gods carry the amulet with him, and it happened during the period when Lu Wenqing said he became abnormal after returning from vacation, this is largely a guilty conscience, and it is an extremely guilty conscience. This situation may indicate that Tang Wenxiu may be involved in a life or death, or be involved in some incident related to human life. After all, similar situations are not uncommon in criminal cases. Yes, if the murderer of the June 21st case is not Chen Mu, and if the hypothesis of revenge killing is true, then the death of Tang Wenxiu's family may be related to his abnormal behavior back then. Gao Mingyue followed up in a serious voice. But the problem is that it has been more than 10 years since the incident. Where should we start? Should we go to Tang Wenxiu's hometown, Pingyao Village, Sini County, to investigate the murders that occurred during that period? Jo Sun said. Su Hualin immediately shook his head and said, "No, Captain Zhou, you overlooked a very important point." "What?" Jo Sun frowned. There is no need for Su Hualin to give an answer. Tang Mingyue spoke first, regarding the news sent back by Su Men. "Captain Zhou, didn't you just say that according to Lu Wenqing, when Tang Wenxiu returned to school during the May Day holiday and became a completely different person, he once went out camping with teachers from Yangqing No. 7 Middle School. When he saw a sheep running in front of the car, he suddenly shouted in fear and braked. And the situation at that time was that the car was still some distance away from the sheep. Is that right?" "Yes, that's what Suman said." Jo Sun said. "So Captain Zhou, have you ever thought about whether Tang Wenxiu's condition at that time might be post-traumatic stress disorder?" Gao Mingyue asked. PTSD. It's not that Jo Sun didn't understand the word, but he just couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. At this time, only Su Hualin continued to speak. "I found it very strange when I was reading the 6.21 file. Logically, Tang Wenxiu and his wife's income is very stable and relatively high, and his mother Ma Shufan also has a pension. With such a family financial condition, why don't they even have a private car? In the current era when cars are already popular, cars have entered thousands of households. How come Tang Wenxiu, who has certain financial conditions and both his and her husband's jobs are relatively decent, doesn't even have a car? Also, I asked your investigators to check. Tang Wenxiu had a driver's license a long time ago, but he never renewed it when it expired. This did cause me some trouble before, because the saying, 'there must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary,' is a law in criminal investigation. I thought of many possibilities, but I ruled them out one by one in the end. It was not until I heard you, Captain Zhou, mention the information sent back by Suman that I suddenly realized, it is very likely related to the post-traumatic stress disorder that Mingyue mentioned." Listening to Su Hualin's explanation, Jo Sun's pupils shrank instantly. So what Professor Su and expert Gao meant was that, the reason why Tang Wenxiu became abnormal back then was most likely because he hit someone with his car while he was back home during the May Day holiday. Maybe he even killed someone. "Well, it is possible, and the possibility is not low," said Su Hualin. Gao Mingyue continued, "Based on some unusual updates that Chen Mu has revealed in I'm not a criminal. These past 2 days, I highly suspect that he has already thought of what we are talking about and has already put it into action. So, we must hurry to Pingyao village, Tang Wenchu's hometown, to find out the situation. We can't waste any more time. We must not let him find the real culprit of June 21st before us. Zhou Sun was about to respond. Seeing the anxiety on Gao Mingyue's face, suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He said in a provocative voice, "Expert Gao, if this is the accurate direction of solving the truth of the June 21st case, shouldn't you hope that the real murderer of June 21st can surface as soon as possible? Even if he is one step ahead of us, it would be great." After a pause, Zhou Sun added, "To be honest, the one who should be worried about him being one step ahead of us is not you, but us, because this is a slap in the face of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau and our investigation brigade. What I'm worried about is that the murderer might as well kill one more person." Gao Mingyue's flawless face trembled. "I'm worried that the murderer might kill one more person," made Zhou Sun stunned again. Immediately his expression tensed. "Then there is the Tao. Now that the next direction has been determined, we have to let the investigation team get fully involved in this matter. Otherwise, let alone whether we have enough manpower, we won't have enough time. Then, intervene." At this moment Gao Mingyue was extremely conflicted. If the investigation team intervened, she was worried that Chen Mu might be shot for resisting arrest before the real culprit was found. But if the investigation team did not intervene, she was worried that Chen Mu would be the first to find the real murderer when Chen Mu was very likely several steps ahead of them. In this case, it would be just like what she said, the murderer would not mind killing one more person. What if Chen Mu dies? What if they are unable to find the real culprit? Then Chen Mu must be held responsible for the crime of the June 21st family massacre. Even if Gao Mingyue wanted to vindicate Chen Mu, she might not have the chance. After all, judging from the crime scene of the June 21st case, until now, all the blame is still directed at Chen Mu. Based on this, if they want to solve the 6.21 case, they must cooperate with Chen Mu and provide some relevant information, otherwise it will be too difficult. Even if Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin were certain that Chen Mu was not the real murderer, it would be in vain if they could not find substantial evidence to prove that Chen Mu was not the murderer. Even if there were many doubts, it would be difficult to clear Chen Mu's name. What's more, Chen Mu was now labeled as a prison escapee. If he died, there would be even less they could do. What a pity. Her message in the comment section of, "I'm really not a criminal," was like a sinking sea. However, as the current situation changes, compared to worrying that Chen Mu will be shot for resisting arrest, she is more worried that Chen Mu will die at the hands of the murderer. At this time, Su Hualin also gave his own opinion. Time waits for no one. Let the reconnaissance team fully intervene. We can shift our focus to Tang Wenchu. Zhou Sun nodded and stopped talking. Then he walked out of the office quickly. Clap your hands vigorously. Everyone. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou. The investigators on duty in the investigation detachment's case handling area quickly turned to Zhou Sun and shouted. Arteist, who had taken most of the day off, also returned to the team. But after much weighing and struggling, in the end, he did not tell anyone that someone had pretended to be him and appeared in Sinny County. This time, Zhou Sun did not invite everyone to go to the meeting room. The next course of action for the reconnaissance detachment was immediately issued. However, Zhou Sun still held back and did not confess everything openly. Although the investigators had many doubts, they did not express their doubts because they thought that this was a special period. But they would not think of it. Their so-called next course of action. Part of the content had already been transmitted to Chen Mu's ears through the monitored radio. In the Times Garden apartment building. 406. Although I was unable to capture all the sound content, but through the captured part, Chen Mu was undoubtedly able to connect the next direction of action of the reconnaissance detachment. It's just as I thought. He shook his head and exhaled. As the investigation team's temporary meeting was adjourned, Chen Mu also turned his gaze away from the surveillance screen. This led to thinking about how to deal with various unexpected situations. The Yangqing City Bureau's investigation brigade is working around the clock. After a series of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, Chenmu finally welcomed the dawn. After packing the things in the house and stuffing them into the backpack. I originally wanted to erase the analysis content on the blackboard. But think about it. He gave up the idea while staring at the blackboard with a playful smile. Then he strode out of the room carrying his backpack. No matter whether Tan Sanqiao can bring him a surprise next time. It's obviously not suitable to stay here anymore. It was almost noon. Chenmu drove Song Qingfei's broken car to Tan Sanqiao's villa again. This time, the villa nanny no longer stopped them. When he came forward, he shouted warmly and politely, "Here you come." "Hey, Auntie, Uncle Tan is at home, right?" Chenmu said with a smile. "Teacher Tan went out half an hour ago. But he told me that he would give the things to you if you come over later," said the nanny. Going out? Well, it saves me from having to play the role of Song Qingfei. Facing the scroll handed over by the nanny, Chenmu simply thanked him and turned to leave. There was no rush to open the scroll in the car. Instead, I found a hotel nearby. After going up to the hotel room, he could not wait to open the scrolls one by one. Tan Sanqiao drew a total of 8 versions for him. Chenmu first took a quick glance at the 8 portraits. Apparently, it was totally different from the acquaintance he remembered. But this was also what he expected. Trying to accurately outline what you will look like as an adult based on a childhood photo taken 15 years ago is not a question of reality, it's simply a fantasy. All he had to do was to see if he could find some features from these portraits that were similar to the acquaintances deep in his memory. First edition. He stared for 10 minutes but found nothing. Second edition. I read it longer than the first version, nearly 20 minutes, but still didn't find anything. Then came the third edition, the fourth edition, the fifth edition, the sixth edition. 2 hours passed quietly. But in the end I didn't find what I wanted. Seventh edition. Chenmu's mentality gradually became impatient. If there is no surprise to be found in these portraits, this would mean that he would have to readjust the direction of his search for the Ma sisters. Unfortunately, there was still no harvest. Call. After putting down the 7th portrait in his hand, Chenmu took a deep breath. Wait until the impatience deep in your heart has calmed down. Then he moved his throat and picked up the last one. The portrait is still as realistic as the previous 7 editions. It is not an exaggeration to say that the photos are even more vivid than those taken with a camera. But the appearance of the person in the painting still makes it difficult to stir the depths of my memory. Just when Chenmu was thinking of giving up, suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through my mind. Swish, swish, swish. Still no hope though. But I still quickly put into practice the ideas that flashed through my mind. That is to splice and merge those portraits. Put together left and right, and top and bottom. Time passed by unknowingly. When he had fought Ma Shaoling for the 13th time, his hand suddenly stopped. Eyes suddenly widened. Although it was certain that it was a face I had never seen before. But a certain invisible feature made him feel familiar. When he watched the full version, he didn't feel any sense of déjà vu no matter how he looked at it. But after comparing it with the 3rd version of the portrait, why do I feel like I have seen it before? Suppressing the sudden surge of excitement, Chenmu put his hands up to cover his mouth and chin. Next second, the feeling of déjà vu grew stronger. Then a face suddenly appeared in his mind. Chenmu could no longer stop his screams of shock. Could it be her? No, how could it be her? Handsome guy, you're here again. Handsome guy, still the same. Iced Americano without water and ice. Handsome guy, can I ask you something out of curiosity? Why do you like to drink this way? I've been working here for so long, and you're the first one to drink like this. Handsome guy, you can stop talking. Iced Americano is made by removing the water and blasting the ice. I know, I know. I'm just curious and want to ask you one more question. Our store can deliver food, so why do you come here every day? Are you attracted to one of our female colleagues? If so, tell me and I'll be your matchmaker, Haha. I haven't seen you in almost a week, handsome guy. I thought you went out of town or moved. Our store has just launched other ways to drink American coffee. Do you want to try a different flavor? Deep in memory. That sweet and delicate face floated in Chen Mu's mind like a slideshow. The smile seemed to be carved into her face. In more than a year, Chen Mu seemed to have never seen the smile disappear from her face. The beauty that overflows on that delicate face seems to be the beautiful mark of the endless years. Optimistic, yearning, and full of beautiful visions for the future. This is the image label that seems to be engraved on the other person's body. Chen Mu could never understand why a pretty girl in her early 20s would choose to work in a coffee shop for such a long time. The other employees had been replaced one after another, but her ever-bright smiling face remained the signature of the coffee shop. He remembered that he had asked her before whether she had ever considered changing her career path. With her image, her future in the live broadcast circle would definitely not be comparable to the meager salary in the coffee shop. But the other party smiled and said that she was not cut out for it, saying that her dream was to open a coffee shop of her own, and her ultimate dream was to create a coffee brand of her own. In response, Chen Mu made a joke, saying that he would help her realize her dream after he became successful. Until a few days before he was taken away by the City Bureau's investigation team, he still went there and ordered a cup of iced American coffee with blended ice. As the memory in my mind freezes on the last scene when I last saw the other person, Chen Mu's breathing became rapid. Was Ma Xiaoling the female clerk in the coffee shop back then? He didn't know her full name and had never asked, but he had heard other employees call her Yuan Yuan. However, if the younger sister Ma Xiaoling among the Ma sisters is Yuan Yuan in the coffee shop, so Ma Xiaoling lost her parents in succession in her childhood, and then lived with her sister Ma Xiaoli under her aunt. As her aunt fell ill and could no longer take care of her, she was taken in by an orphanage. Later, she ran away from the orphanage with her sister and lived outside. How could she develop such an optimistic and positive character with a permanent smile and a beautiful vision for life? It's not that Chen Mu looks at the problem through tinted glasses. It's simply the nightmarish family changes in his childhood and the subsequent experiences of entering and escaping from the orphanage. In many cases, if not necessarily, it will at least have a high probability of affecting his future psychological growth. But does Yuan Yuan, the coffee shop clerk he knows, look like someone who lost both her parents in childhood and finally ran away from the orphanage with her sister and their whereabouts remain unknown? Not like that, not at all. But after the two versions were spliced together, the portrait with his mouth and chin covered gave him a strong sense of familiarity. It's Yuan Yuan, the waitress in the coffee shop. Let's take a step back. If the other person is really Ma Xiaoling from that year, so is it possible that such a girl is related to the June 21st massacre of Tang Wenli's family? Chen Mu was confused. Whether it's Ma Xiaoling or not, whether it's related to June 21st or not, we have to check it out. Accompanied by a vague sense of familiarity that becomes stronger and stronger, Chen Mu had no choice. No more splicing was done. Chen Mu immediately packed up and left the hotel. He drove straight to the coffee shop, which was less than 800 meters away from the residence he had purchased before, Yujing Shijia. In store, the female clerk Yuan Yuan was not seen. This was also what Chen Mu expected. After all, based on the time he had bought coffee in the past, it was not difficult for him to analyze the other party's shift cycle and working hours. So if nothing goes wrong, it is not yet time for the female clerk Yuan Yuan to start work. An iced Americano. Because it is not the prime time yet. There weren't many customers in the coffee shop. Chen Mu stepped forward and smiled politely. As the coffee shop clerk responded, Chen Mu pretended to look at the staff in the coffee-making area. Hey, why isn't Yuan Yuan at work? Yuan Yuan is off duty today. The coffee shop clerk was not surprised that someone asked about Yuan Yuan. After all, this happens from time to time. Off duty. Chen Mu was slightly stunned. But to him, that clearly didn't matter. Just asking, is Yuan Yuan a local of Yangcheng? Chen Mu asked with a grin. He must be from our local area. who from outside the area would work in a coffee shop in a small place like Yangqing and earn a salary of around 3,000 yuan, a male clerk responded with a smile. 3 or 4,000 yuan with food and accommodation included is not bad. Chen Mu said. How can you get such a good deal with food and accommodation for 3 or 4,000 yuan? We don't provide that, said the male clerk. Well, don't we have to go home for food and shelter? Chen Mu said. If you live close to the city, you can go home and eat and live there. If you live far away, you can share a house to save the trouble of running back and forth. After deducting the food and drink, there won't be much left in a month. Plus, the prices in Yangqing are really high, so in the end it's almost like working for nothing. Chen Mu's words immediately touched the male clerk's heart. The other party immediately looked bitter and resentful. That's right. Too much work, little pay, long working hours, we don't want to do this anymore. I remember Yuan seemed to have been doing this for a long time, maybe 1 or 2 years. Chen Mu said. She's better off. She earns more than us, and she doesn't have to rent a house. We don't have a high salary and still have to rent a house. Is her home in the city? Does she live back home? Seeing that the pace was almost right, Chen Mu began to get Yuan's information. Yes, her house is right across from the entrance of Qingnan Park, and only 3 or 4 kilometers away from our store. It only takes a short ride. And I heard that her house is going to be demolished soon, and the money will be divided per person, 400,000 or 500,000 yuan per person. I envy you just thinking about it. We don't know how long it will take us to save up 400,000 or 500,000 yuan, but she will become a rich woman soon. The male clerk said with envy on his face. Without realizing it, Chen Mu had tricked him into saying everything he should and shouldn't have said. Chen Mu felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing that innocent energy. Child, people like you will suffer so much at the hands of society in the future. At this time, the iced American coffee that Chen Mu ordered was also prepared by another female waiter. Hello, your iced Americano is ready. The female clerk mechanically pushed the coffee in front of Chen Mu with a smile. Okay, thank you. Chen Mu picked up the coffee. Then he smiled at the young male clerk and said something very childish. Brother, come on, the outcome is uncertain, you and I are both dark horses. Let's work hard together. Things may change over time. I believe that immortality will eventually come to the fore. The male clerk's innocent eyes suddenly lit up. That is, a yearning for beauty and more importantly, confidence in life. I walked out of the coffee shop sipping my iced Americano. I have to say, this trip to the coffee shop was an unexpected surprise for Chen Mu. Although he had many ways of asking questions when he was a criminal policeman in his previous life, he was confident that he could easily deal with this young man who was inexperienced in the world. But I didn't expect that I didn't need to use any tricks at all. The other party had already revealed the information I wanted. That's good too. Save yourself from wasting time. Qingnan Park is 3 or 4 kilometers away. Chen Mu arrived quickly as he was familiar with the route. Look around. Those are residential houses in clusters. But they are all 2-story low buildings. The mottled walls show the vicissitudes of the changing times. It creates a strong sense of disharmony with the newly built South City Park opposite. Under the strategic pace of expansion and development of Yangqing urban area, demolition is undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. Park your car at the entrance of Qingnan Park. Chen Mu strode towards the residential area opposite. Under the banyan tree, several middle-aged women over 50 were picking vegetables from the baskets. There were several children chasing each other, laughing and playing nearby. Aunties, you are busy. Chen Mu walked straight up to the middle-aged women and said, Young man, who are you? Several middle-aged women looked up at Chen Mu. I want to ask you about someone. Is that convenient? Chen Mu asked with a friendly smile. Inquiring about people? No, who do you want to inquire about? What do you do? A middle-aged woman became alert with suspicion. Seeing this, Chen Mu said quickly with a forced smile. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. Little did he know that the other party blurted out without even thinking, would a bad guy write the word bad guy on his face? This is somewhat unfriendly. But he continued to put on a smile. Let me put it this way, I'm from an anchor agency, and our company saw a girl online whose looks and temperament really meet our standards, but unfortunately we couldn't contact her. Later, after asking around, I found out that her home is across from Qingnan Park, so I wanted to come over to get to know her. Anchor agency. What the hell? Well, we are specifically looking for people with potential to do live streaming on the internet. You should know about live streaming, right? Chen Mu said. Those little vixens who are posing coquettishly on the internet, asked the middle-aged woman who spoke in an unfriendly manner. Chen Mu was tricked again. This is going to kill a whole boat of people with one stick. But before Chen Mu could respond, the other party asked again, who do you want to inquire about? Yuan, her name is Yuan. She lives near here, right? Chen Mu said. As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, another middle-aged woman immediately asked, Yuan. Kong Yuan. Yes, it's her. Chen Mu responded quickly. Little did she know that the other party immediately raised his hand and waved, no chance, she definitely won't do that live broadcast with you guys. Oh. What? Chen Mu looked surprised. My son sells clothes in the provincial capital. He wanted to find her to go to the provincial capital to shoot short videos and live broadcast sales. He said she is very suitable to be a clothing model. My son gave her a basic salary of 6,000 yuan, including food and accommodation, and he would give her commissions from live broadcast sales. Isn't this much better than her working in a coffee shop? But she just didn't want to go. My son tried to persuade her, but in the end she said she didn't want to show her face on the internet. The middle-aged woman began to snort in a sarcastic tone as she spoke. We're not asking her to be like those vixen and seduce men for money. We're just asking her to shoot some short videos wearing women's clothes and then live stream them selling women's clothes. But she insists that she doesn't want to show her face, as if she's some special person. Maybe they are worried that they won't get the relocation compensation if they go to the provincial capital. After all, it's not legitimate. In my opinion, they shouldn't get a share of the relocation compensation, another middle-aged woman echoed. No, why should they get the demolition compensation? Their share can be said to be divided from us. If we don't give them a share, we can get a few thousand more. That's right, there's no point in giving them any. Giving them any would be like stealing money from us. There is a leading voice. A group of middle-aged women followed suit and started talking angrily. But Chen Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He seemed to have captured some unusual information. Auntie, what are you talking about? Chen Mu pretended to be confused. The topic became emotional. A middle-aged woman said to Chen Mu, young man, please judge for yourself. Should only the local residents in the demolition area receive the demolition compensation? Ah, yes, there's nothing wrong with that, said Chen Mu. But as outsiders, they also received a share. How can this be justified? Our married women here didn't get any share, but as outsiders, they got one. How can this be justified? At this moment, Chen Mu seemed to have become the judge in the eyes of the middle-aged women. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Well, even though they didn't know Chen Mu at all, and even though Chen Mu had only appeared in their world for a few minutes. No, isn't Kong Yuan from your place? How come she is an outsider? Chen Mu acted as if he was puzzled and surprised. They are shit here. The two sisters were brought back from outside by Grandpa Kong more than 10 years ago. Grandpa Kong and his wife's son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter died in a car accident many years ago. The old couple was so shocked that they almost died. It took them a long time to recover. After 2 or 3 years, the old couple brought the two sisters back. I heard that the sisters' parents also died in a car accident. It is probably for this reason that Grandpa Kong and his wife brought them back, said the middle-aged woman from before. Little did he know that after hearing the information the other party inadvertently said, Chen Mu's breathing became disordered and he could no longer control it. Sisters who were adopted back after more than 10 years. The sisters' parents also died in a car accident. In addition, Kong Yuan is now in her early 20s, which is also the age when Ma Xiaoling ran away from the welfare home. So, is Kong Yuan, who works in a coffee shop, really Ma Xiaoling, one of the Ma sisters? Auntie, does Kang Yuan have an older sister? Taking advantage of the other party's current mood, Chen Mu quickly asked. Yes, there is also a sister. Each of them earns 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. The two of them earn over 1 million yuan. That money should be shared with us local residents who were relocated. It is not reasonable for them to get a share, don't you think? However, at this moment, Chen Mu didn't want to argue with the other party anymore. He asked quickly, what is Kang Yuan's sister's name? Kang Xiuxiu. Instinctively and subconsciously. When asked by Chen Mu, the middle-aged woman blurted out the answer immediately. When Chen Mu heard the name Kang Xiuxiu, in an instant, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he was fixed in place as if petrified. No, young man, you were asking about Kang Yuan, right? Why are you asking about her sister? While Chen Mu was stunned by the shock, a middle-aged woman suddenly asked. No, if this is the case, then it would be unreasonable to take the demolition compensation. After recovering from his shock, Chen Mu immediately changed the subject. Lead the conversation to the topic that these aunties like to hear, want to hear, and are willing to hear. As expected. Next second. Those aunties no longer had time to care why the other party asked what Kang Yuan's sister's name was. That's right, young man. You should be sensible. Given the situation of these two sisters, it's unreasonable for them to take the demolition compensation. It would be great if all those leaders could be like you, young man. It's just not rational. If you can get it this way, then can my married daughter also get a share? She was born and raised here. Chen Mu felt overwhelmed by the chattering. Without waiting for the noises to stop, he interrupted hurriedly, okay, aunties, since Kang Yuan is in this situation, I have to report the situation back. Although her appearance and temperament make us feel that she has the potential to develop in the live broadcast industry, there is a dispute over the demolition payment. We have to think twice. If there is a public opinion, it may affect our company. After saying this, Chen Mu no longer paid attention to the other party's response. He quickly turned around and left. Return to the car parked at the entrance of the park. Drive quickly. So far, the brain has become confused. Kang Xiuxiu, Kang Yuan. Could it be the Ma sisters from back then? It would be fine if we say that Kang Yuan is the Ma Xiaoling of that time. Even though everything that Kang Yuan, whom he met in the coffee shop, showed was completely inconsistent with his imagination of the Ma sisters, he could still accept it. But Kang Xiuxiu, the lady boss who runs a hair salon at the corner of the street just downstairs of Yujing Shijia community. How could it be Ma Xiaoli from that year? I thought about how every time I went there, he would always call me handsome, and greet me with a warm smile. He even came to wash my hair personally when the salon was busy. And every time he washed my hair, he would tease me from time to time, and then he would laugh so hard in my embarrassment. The charming and seductive energy exudes a full sense of royal sister style, and it is impossible to tell that the other person is younger than herself. Based on the information currently known, is this charming Kang Xiuxiu, who has been the object of the original owner's erotic dreams several times, Kang Yuan's sister? It is very likely that she is Ma Xiaoli, the older sister of the Ma family sisters. If the other person is really Ma Xiaoli. If Kang Yuan is really Ma Xiaoling. So, is it possible that this pair of sisters is related to the June 21st case? June 21st involves one of my most direct problems. That is frame-up. And it was a carefully planned frame-up out of deep hatred for himself. But the problem is, if Kang Yuan and Kang Xiuxiu are related to the 6.21 case, why did the other party want to frame me? Not only do there not exist any grudges between themselves and the other party, but the relationship between the clerk and the customer, and the boss lady and the customer can even be said to be relatively friendly. Thinking of Kang Yuan's energetic laughter. Thinking of Kang Xiuxiu's charming and seductive teasing. This. Could he be the one who framed him in the June 21st case? What's more, it has been confirmed that the murderer of the 6.21 case was an adult male. Chen Mu was confused. It's a complete mess. facing the setting sun. Chen Mu did not return to the hotel where he had stayed before. Instead, he drove Song Qingfei's broken car back to the roadside parking space outside the community where Song Qingfei lived. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, the identity of Song Qingfei will soon be exposed. It's time for this broken car to return to its original position. Park the car. Chen Mu, carrying a large backpack, walked to the side of the road. Reach out to stop a taxi. Once again running towards Yangqing's pedestrian street. As night falls, the cultural and creative street becomes crowded with people. Chen Mu did the thing he was most reluctant to do but had to do. When his eyes were fixed on a young man of similar age, he took the backpack off his shoulders and held it close to his side with one hand. Then he approached silently. A moment passed. Walk quickly in the direction away from the surveillance camera on the pedestrian street. 2 hours later. It is opposite the L Styling Salon, which is only 300 meters away from the Yujing Shijia community where Chen Mu bought the property before. Megalin Hotel Chain. A man named He Zhongwen checked in. He made a request that left the hotel front desk confused. Well, the line that requested a room next to the road. It's late at night. Yangqing Public Security Bureau. Reconnaissance Detachment. Everyone is working overtime. In the case analysis room, Gao Mingyue and Su Hualin sat inside with serious expressions. According to the news sent back earlier, Chen Mu had already gotten ahead of them. As early as the morning of the day before yesterday, Chen Mu had already appeared in Pingyao Village, Xinyi County, under the jurisdiction of Yangqing, and conducted a series of inquiries at the Pingyao Village Committee in the identity of He Tai, an investigator from the Municipal Bureau. Later in the afternoon, based on the clues from Pingyao Village, they rushed to Handan Village. Now, 2 full days had passed since Chen Mu went to Xinyi County. Professor Su, do you think we can get there before him? I don't know how much time passed. Gao Mingyue could no longer help but look at Su Hualin and asked. It's hard to say. According to the news from Handan Village, he is likely to target the Ma sisters. It all depends on what news Zhou Sun's people send back after finding the director of the Xinyi Third Welfare Institute. If it's difficult to find the Ma sisters, we may be able to get there before him. If it's not difficult to find the Ma sisters, we may. Su Hualin didn't say anything else, but nodded solemnly. Just when Gao Mingyue was about to respond. Outside the case analysis room, Zhou Sun walked in hurriedly. Captain Zhou, do you have any further clues? Gao Mingyue immediately turned around and asked quickly. Zhou Sun raised his hand and smoothed his long bangs upwards. He first moved his throat to calm his heavy breathing. Then he said quickly. Chen Mu did go to find Huang Yuzhu, the director of the Xinyi Third Welfare Home at that time. But according to the information sent back by Lao Lin, the only information Chen Mu got from Huang Yuzhu was a photo. It was a photo of the Ma sisters taken in the welfare home after they were accepted by Xinyi County 15 years ago. One of the sisters was less than 9 years old, and the other was a little over 6 years old.